When I say that I was a day one FNAF fan, I mean I was a day one FNAF fan. All right, I got into this series when I was 10 years old. It was 2014. The first game had just come out, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And it was, right? I thought that this was so fun. And so I was tuned in. I was locked in for when FNAF 2 came out, when FNAF 3 came out, when FNAF 4 came out. You know, I played all of those games day one. Like the day they came out, I was so obsessed with them. I remember like every Scott Games teaser, like the back of my hand. I remember like refreshing the website constantly because I was just so interested in this. And I would say that that sort of like obsession lasted throughout sister location, I'd say. And then it kind of petered out by the time the Pizzeria Simulator came around. Like I played Pizzeria Simulator, but like a year or two after it came out. And, you know, even past the point where I wasn't like obsessed with the series anymore, I was still like aware of it. I at least like knew when new games were coming out, and I was like tangentially aware of the stuff. I knew there was books. I just hadn't read them. I knew that there was like the novel trilogy, and I knew there was like the log book or something. But most importantly, I knew there was Fazbear Frights, and I knew they were like short story collections, and I knew they were weird. And that was basically all that I knew. And for years, I was content with that. I thought they were like, okay, I can just enjoy them through other people talking about the theories about them. And that was it. Until last month, when a funny little movie called Five Nights at Freddy's 2 hit theaters. And I don't know what it is about this movie that like knocked something loose in my brain, but I have been recovering. I'm recovering from it because I have been like brain rotted by this. And it's embarrassing because I'm 21 years old. Why am I thinking so much about Five Nights at Freddy Fazbears? That's ridiculous. But here we are. I can't stop thinking about it. And so because of this, because of the movie, I have been like going back and trying to catch myself up on stuff that I've missed. You know, for example, I had never seen a full playthrough of Security Breach. Like I knew that it existed, but I had never actually like watched a playthrough beginning to end. So I did that. I didn't even know that Secret of the Mimic had come out. Like that's how tuned out I was. I didn't even know that was a game. So I caught myself up on that. And as I was like trying to refresh myself on the lore and all that, Fazbear Frights kept coming up. And I started to become really fascinated by these because I love a good short story collection. Like I really like short stories. I am constantly looking for new short story collections. So that was interesting to me, but also it was absolutely fascinating to me how it seemed like all of the most out there lore inclusions were all from Fazbear Frights. Like Fazbear Frights, I believe is responsible for Remnant. I believe it's responsible for Agony. I know it's responsible for Fazgoo. Like, when people think of examples to list as to why the FNAF lore is so weird, they pull from the Fazbear Frights. and that intrigued me. And so that, combined with the fact that I like short stories, combined with the obsessive need to list things that I'm sure isn't a symptom of anything, I thought that it would be really fun to just rank all of them. And so for the past month, that's what I've been doing. I have been doing absolutely nothing except for reading Fazbear Frights books. And 12 books in a month might seem kind of crazy, but like they're kind of books for kids. Like they're not aimed towards an adult audience. You know, if I had told somebody that like I had read 12 novels in a month, that would be kind of unbelievable. But 12 Fazbear Frights, not that bad. And it started off as just like me listing some thoughts on my notes app, but then as time kept going, I just had more and more to say about it. The Google Doc that I wrote all my thoughts on is about 18,000 words long. I have so many things to say. And I decided that this should be a video because it's going to be my gift to you to talk about the Fazbear Frights books. And I know that a lot of other people have probably talked about them already. I haven't looked for myself, but I'm sure there's ranking videos out there somewhere. I don't care, because this is my ranking, all right? Every ranking video is going to be different because it's subjective, you know? When I was like trying to put this together, I was like looking at other people's tier lists, and they seem to vary greatly. Like there's a couple stories that are like kind of fan favorites, but I would see like one tier list that put Pizza Kit at the top, and then another tier list that would put Pizza Kit at the very bottom. There were some people that were saying that Out of Stock was the best story ever written, and some people that were saying it was like mid. You know, I feel like opinion on these stories vary so greatly that even if you have seen another ranking video, like it's not the end all be all, you know? Here's my thoughts on every Fazbear Fright story, and then we'll rank them at the end for fun. Before we get into the meat of things, we need to set some ground rules, all right? what will be included? What am I actually ranking here? I am ranking Fazbear Frights books 1 through 12, starting with Into the Pit and ending with Felix the Shark. I am ranking all 3 short stories within those books, and I am ranking the Stitch Wraith epilogues, but only as like one cohesive story. I remember when I was trying to find tier lists, like a bunch of tier lists would rank like epilogue number 1, epilogue number 2, epilogue number 3. Why do that? Just rank it as one story. I'm only ranking it as one story. I'm also doing the graphic novels, but I am going to read the original stories first. So I'm more just judging the graphic novels on how they're adaptations of the original story. Does that make sense? We're going to talk about it when we get there. What will I not be ranking? All right. Number 1, the Pizzaplex books. I don't know why these are different series. I don't know why they ended Fazbear Frights and then brought back the Pizzaplex books. Like, I get the idea that, like, maybe it's more focused on the Steel Wool era lore, but, like Dittophobia is in the Pizzaplex books, which, as far as I'm aware, is very anchored to, like, FNAF 4 and 5, so I don't know why it's a different series. Whatever. We're not ranking them, though. I don't care. We're not ranking the game. I'm not gonna play Into the Pit. I don't want to. I don't want to. I just don't care that much. I don't care that people are like, it's actually the best game in the series. Don't care. I'm not playing that. And then we're also not ranking any of the other novels. So you can't pay me to read the novel trilogy. I don't have the time. I say that, and I'm totally going to end up reading the novel trilogy at some point, but as of right now, nuh-uh. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read The First Night. I don't want to read the logbook. I don't want to read any of that other crap. All right? I'm only focusing on Fazbear Frights. If there's Fazbear Frights in the title, that's what I'm ranking. Okay? Now, what are they being judged on? Like, how are we ranking them? I'm ranking them on how well they work as a short story anthology for children. Couple keywords there. Number 1, for children. I already talked about this, but I believe that the age range of these is like older middle schoolers, early high school. I think that it's a similar age range to like Goosebumps. You know, it's not like for kids, like not for children, 8-year-olds, but it's not really for adults either. Obviously adults can read them. I did, but it's not intended for adults. So if a story isn't particularly scary, I'm not going to hold that against it too much. And some of the more like immature writing, not going to hold it against it too much. It's fine. It's a children's book series. It's okay. Do I think it's weird that FNAF is a children's series now? Yes, but I'm not going to argue with the fact that it is a children's series now. So there's that. Second of all, I'm ranking it as an anthology. This one's important because I feel like when people talk about the Fazbear Frights books, they're always talking about it in terms of like how it relates to the overall lore. And I don't want to do that. I just want to look at these in terms of how they work as stories. I want to analyze Into the Pit as a story and not as like a puzzle piece to a larger narrative. And that's going to get real hard as we keep going on because some of these stories are totally meant to be read as pieces to a larger narrative. But like, according to Scott, these books aren't canon. Whether or not that's true is up to you to believe, but I'm just going to take him at his word there. These books aren't canon. And so I don't want to like look at these stories and be like, how does this add to the overall lore of Five Nights at Freddy's? I don't care. I don't care how these stories connect to each other, and I don't care how they connect to the overall lore. I'm just going to look at them as stories that start and end within their own continuity. So, if a story implies that something happens in the overall lore, I'm not including that. If a story is good but doesn't contribute to anything to the overall lore, it's still good. If a story is bad but like contributes an idea that's used more interesting elsewhere, don't care. It's still bad. Again, this is going to become increasingly more difficult the more we move on, but we're going to try to stick to it while we can, all right? Let's start with Volume 1. Actually, we can't get started yet because I forgot to talk about the bingo sheet. I was about to sit down and edit this thing and I realized I forgot to talk about the bingo sheet. I have to talk about the bingo sheet. About halfway through reading these stories, I got bored and I started to notice that there was a bunch of tropes that happened over and over again. So I made a bingo sheet that I was just going to mark off the spaces as they occurred in certain stories. And I am going to explain all these spaces once right now. And then throughout the video, when I talk about a new story, I'll just like briefly display the completed bingo sheet. I'm not going to talk about it again after this because it's going to get really repetitive after a while, but it's just going to be like a little visual gag, right? But I want to clarify in some of these spaces because there's like little caveats and whatever, and some of them are kind of confusing. So let's go through these real quick. The first one is mean older sibling. There are a bunch of stories throughout this series about older siblings that bully their younger sibling for seemingly no reason. There are a couple instances where they're not quite siblings. Like there's one where they're cousins, but I think it absolutely still counts because it's the exact same dynamic. Name used elsewhere in FNAF. This is just referencing when there are like characters within the story where their name is also shared with like another character in the FNAF universe. For example, in one story, there's like a line chef named Edwin. That counts. One story has like a goldfish named Fritz. That counts. I'm not counting repetitions within Fazbear Frights. So like, for example, there are multiple stories with characters named Jack. I'm not counting that. I am counting Evan, however. I know there's like a bunch of debates on if the crying child's name is actually Evan or not. I don't care. I'm just assuming that it is. Characters named Evan will be marked for this space. Crush on a girl / boy, self-explanatory. Ambiguous ending, self-explanatory. Freaking. There's a lot of instances of the word freaking. I'm not counting it if it's used in the phrase freaking me out or like it freaked me out or something like that. That doesn't count. Or describing something as freaky doesn't count. I'm only counting it when it's used as like a substitution for the word fucking. Me When I Get You is something that I explain once the video actually starts because it applies into the pit. So we're going to get into the specifics of it very quickly. But TLDR, it's basically just sort of a plot structure that I notice a lot. It's just a shorthand for a specific kind of story that I notice a lot. Basically, Me When I Get You refers to a specific kind of Fazbear Fright story about kids being tormented by some kind of being, usually either an animatronic or a doll. It's kind of like an ambiguous threat of just like, I'm gonna get you, and then that's the plot. I'm specifically referring to this image when I say Me When I Get You. Chase sequence goes hand in hand with Me When I Get You. Usually most of the Me When I Get You stories also have chase sequences, but sometimes they're mutually exclusive, so we're counting them as two different spaces. Someone dies, self-explanatory. Class shame. This is just in reference to the fact that there's a bunch of characters that are poor and that are either like embarrassed or otherwise ashamed of being poor, mad that they're poor, something like that. Steamrolled exposition. This is just talking about cases where the exposition in the story is steamrolled, like it's just kind of like shoved at you, like clunky inclusions of exposition is steamrolled exposition. Recent or on-screen breakup. Did the protagonist break up with their partner recently? Did the protagonist break up with their partner during the story? Either one counts. Unlikable narrator. This one's kind of subjective, but also a bunch of these stories are supposed to have unlikable narrators, right? Like the point is that the narrator's kind of a jerk. Still counts. Best friend who's written out. This can either refer to a best friend character that dies or a best friend character that gets like abandoned. For example, in To Be Beautiful, the main character like cuts off her friend once she becomes pretty. That counts. There's some stories where the best friend dies. That still counts. Absent father. You're going to be surprised how much this one comes up. It is in more than half of these stories. This is either counting if the father is dead, it counts. If the father is like abandoning their family, that counts. There's a couple instances where there's like stepfather characters, but as far as I'm aware, there's not a single instance of a nice stepfather. I'm pretty sure every time that a stepfather shows up in these stories, he's a jerk, and I'm counting them for absent father. Fazbear Pizzeria. This is specifically referencing Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Do the characters go to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza as a location? There's a bunch of stories where it mentions Fazbear Entertainment as like a nebulous thing, but either Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has to like make an appearance or they need to go to like an abandoned one or something like that. The location of the pizzeria is what matters here. Just Fazbear Entertainment as a parent company is a different space. Fake out death. Self-explanatory. Do we think a character dies and it turns out that they didn't? Perhaps. Monkey's Paw. Just referencing any sort of like evil wish fulfillment, right? The protagonist wants something and then they get that thing and it's great for a little bit and then it like backfires on them somehow. There's a lot of these stories. Insane name is kind of subjective, but basically like when I was reading it, did a name make me do a double take? For example, the protagonist in Into the Pit is named Oswald. That's a weird name to me. Same thing with the protagonist in Sea Bonnies. His name is Mott. Insane name. Fazbear Entertainment. Again, just anything relating to Fazbear Entertainment. You might think that this is a free space because it's a Five Nights at Freddy's series, so you think that Fazbear Entertainment would be in all of the series, but it's actually not. There are a number of stories that do not mention Fazbear Entertainment. This also counts even if it's like an sorry, let me reword this. It doesn't count if it's implied. For example, Sergio's Lucky Day. The Lucky Boy figure is very heavily implied to be Balloon Boy, like based on the description, it's obviously Balloon Boy, but the words Fazbear are never said in that story. Like, he doesn't identify it as being from Fazbear Entertainment, so it doesn't count. Happy ending, self-explanatory. Loser kid, self-explanatory. Breaking and entering, self-explanatory. Animatronic. This one is only counted if it is specifically an animatronic. Okay, first of all, robots as a concept don't count. It needs to be specifically an animatronic. So, for example, the breaking wheel actually doesn't work for this. I don't care. Also, dolls don't count. So, like, Eleanor, despite being drawn as an animatronic a lot of the time, and even in the graphic novel, she looks like an animatronic, she is described to be a doll. So this doesn't get marked. Gross/gory is subjective. Again, what I think is gross or gory might not necessarily count. Like, for example, a story like Fetch, you might think would be gory, because, like, a guy gets his finger chopped off, and, like, there's like a bloody sheet at the end. I guess that's kind of gory, but I don't know. Stories that I consider to be gory would be like The Breaking Wheel, or even like Sergio's Lucky Day, or Prankster for that matter. Like, those I would consider to be gory. I don't know, it's kind of a me thing. Gross is also subjective, but some of them are objectively gross. In the Flesh and Pizza Kit are gross, and I will not be taking other opinions on this. Anyway, that's the bingo card. Like I said, it's just going to pop up throughout the video. You don't need to remember these if you don't care, but that's the bingo card.
Fazbear Frights Volume 1 is titled Into the Pit, and you probably already knew that, because if you've read any of these books, it's probably this one. I think that it's just because this is the first one that it ends up kind of being the most popular, even in just like general FNAF circles. Like, when it came out, I think it was still kind of novel that FNAF was doing a short story anthology, so it's like, ooh, I wonder what that's about, I should go read it. And so, like, a lot of people read this one, and then interest just immediately dropped off after that. I feel like in theory circles, I hear people talking about like maybe the first 3 or 4 books, and then discussion completely drops off like right after that. I feel like maybe people go up to the Man in Room 1280, and then it falls off the face of the earth. But people talk about the first book. They talk about the first book, which is a little problematic because I don't like these stories much at all. But, I in my opinion, the series actually gets better as it goes on, which I don't think is the popular opinion, but, whatever. Enough rambling. Into the Pit. Into the Pit is a story about time travel and also your father being replaced by a bunny, which are two unrelated things, kind of. I don't know, we'll get to it. I want to give just like a brief summary on each of these stories. I'm not going to like go too much into depth because I have a lot of things to say, and I don't see the point in just like recapping, but I will give like a brief summary because I know that most of you have not read these books. So we're going to make sure we're all on the same page. What is Into the Pit about? Into the Pit is about this kid, Oswald, who, by the way, Scott cannot name characters worth shit. There are so many characters in this series with absolutely absurd names, and Oswald is definitely one to kick it off. Like, every time I read his name, I kept thinking about that one TikTok that's like, when you write his name on your thigh, and it's like a picture of, like, she wrote, like, Oswald in Sharpie, and it's like, his name is Oswald? Huh? That's how I felt about this story. Anyway, name aside, this kid Oswald is in like a nowhere nothing town, and it's summer break, and his friend moved away, and so he's bored out of his mind, and he spends his time, because his parents are working, so he goes to the library during the day, and then he goes to this like abandoned pizzeria. It's not abandoned, it's just like not busy at all. There's like one guy working there. He gets his slice of pizza, and then he goes home, and one day he gets like ultra bored, and he's like, I'm gonna just go in the abandoned ball pit, because at the pizzeria there's an abandoned ball pit, and he's like, I'm just gonna go, I don't care. So he jumps in the abandoned ball pit, and the abandoned ball pit is a time machine. So he like wakes up in 1985, and he kind of does nothing. Like, he just kind of like fucks around in 1985, and he does this for like 3 or 4 straight days. Like, he'll go into the ball pit and wake up in 1985 and then just like walk around and talk to people, and then he'll go back, and then he does the same thing the next day and over again, until one day he goes into the ball pit and he witnesses a murder. Like, he wakes up in 1985 and there's just like a bunch of dead kids, and there's like a guy in a bunny suit, and we know what that means, but we're not talking about overall lore, so you can draw your own conclusions. Anyway, he witnesses a murder, and then he tries to like run away and go back, but the bunny suit guy follows him through the time machine. And when he wakes up back in 2019 or whatever the current time period is, he's talking, his dad is there, and his dad is like, "Son, where have you been? The year is 2019 and Donald J. Trump is president." I don't remember what he said, but he's like yelling at his son because he's like late, I guess. And then while he's yelling at his son, the bunny suit guy comes out of the time travel ball pit and like traps his dad in the ball pit. And so this kid's real dad is trapped in the time travel ball pit. And then the one guy that works at the pizzeria comes over and he's like, "Hey, Oswald, why are you fighting with your dad?" So it turns out that for whatever reason, now everyone thinks that the bunny suit guy is his dad. And so for the next like day or two, he just has to go about his day, and there's like this bunny suit guy staring at him that everyone thinks is his dad. And that's the plot. And then at some point they go back to the pizzeria and he rescues his dad from the ball pit. I don't remember exactly how he does this, but he does. And then he like bops the bunny suit guy on the head and he goes back to the time travel ball pit. I don't really know. Anyway, that's Into the Pit. There's a game about it. You might have heard of it. I'm not going to talk about the game because I haven't played the game. Anyway, how does this work as a story, though? Nobody's asked this one. Into the Pit is a story that has moments. There are things that I like about this story, like in little chunks, and there are things that I do not like. We'll get one big thing out of the way that is going to be a problem for every single story going forward. I do not like the writing. I don't like the writing, and I think that part of it is because it is a children's series, so like obviously we can't get too obtuse with our metaphors and like start doing this really complex writing. Like, we can't do that, obviously, but sometimes the writing does seem to like think that the audience is stupid. I will bring up specific examples of this when it comes up in later stories, but there's this problem where they're just like constantly repeating information like over and over and over again, and it's not even important information half the time. Like in this story, there's one part that's like, Oswald's dad works part-time during the day, and then another part that's like, Oswald's mom works as a nurse at night, and then there's another part that's like, Oswald's mom works late at night and she pays the bills and she is the breadwinner in this house, which means that she is gone at night, and then his dad is gone during, did we say that? His dad is gone during the day and his mom is gone at night, and she makes all the money in the house. And it's like, okay, why? Like, why are we saying this over? This is not important. Like, this is the fact that his mother is a breadwinner never comes back in the plot. Like, that's not important information, but it's said like at least twice, which is mildly distracting. There's also just a bunch of scenes that really make no real impact on the story. There's like a bunch of scenes of him just like hanging around his house with his parents. And there's like one scene where they like play a board game or something. At this point, it's been nearly a month since I've read it, but like, I just remember there was a lot of scenes where essentially nothing happened, and it drags a little bit. And I think that the other problem with this story is that it seems to have two different premises that, as far as I could tell, are very disjointed. Premise number one is time travel ball pit. Premise number two is what if your dad got replaced by a giant buddy guy. And these two premises don't overlap all that much, besides the fact that the buddy guy is from the time travel ball pit, but no, he's kind of not. Like, it's not really explained why everyone thinks this is his dad. And I don't think that's necessarily a problem, because these kinds of like short story horror collections, a lot of the time you just have these like surrealist concepts that don't necessarily have much of an explanation. But I feel like when you have these two different concepts, and then you just like don't really explain either of them or why they're connected. Again, I understand that they're connected, but no, they're not. At least it doesn't feel that way while you're reading the story. It feels like you're reading the time travel story, and then it like skids the brakes and does like a hard left turn to become this like nightmare surrealist story. And they don't connect enough for me, and maybe that's a personal preference, but I feel like it feels like two unrelated ideas that were like stitched together rather than being one cohesive thing. And again, I don't want to hear about how actually it's the illusion disc that's not in the story. Okay, I want to look at these in terms of like
they start at the beginning and they end at the end. You know, I don't want to start considering outside information to help explain these stories. I want to just look at them in terms of like the story in of itself. However, I think that there are like interesting things in here, and most notably I like the nightmare surrealist sequence with the bunny guy. I think it's fun. I think it's really fun. There's like this like nightmare logic to it where this kid's just like walking around and there's just this guy that won't talk to him. He doesn't say anything. He's just like staring at him, and he's like, "Hey, what's up with this guy?" And then everyone's like, "That's your dad." That's what he's always looked like. Like I said, it's very surreal in like a nightmare logic way. Like this is the kind of thing that would happen in a dream, right? And I think that there's a lot of images specifically within the story that are described that I think are just, they're so delightful to me. Like the image of when the kid first comes downstairs and his mom is like making breakfast and he's like, what's for breakfast, Mom? And then he walks around the corner and there's just a guy in a giant robot bunny suit like sitting at his dining room table just staring at him. It's like kind of Lynchian in a way. I think it's kind of awesome. The graphic novel botches this, but we're going to talk about the graphic novel later. Yeah, I really like that. I think that was a really fun idea. And like I said, I don't think it necessarily needs explanation. In fact, if anything, it actually works better without explanation. It's very nightmare, but just the two disconnected concepts is really what gets me. It just feels like there's two different ideas that we were kind of struggling to make fit. I don't know. To Be Beautiful. To Be Beautiful is the other one that I feel like people know this one. This is a pretty well-known story in the collection, but whatever, I still got to summarize it. It's this kid, Sarah, who's like a completely normal-looking teenage girl, but she's like constantly crashing out about the fact that she thinks that she's really ugly. I don't know. I guess I can't be too mad about that. I was also 13 at one point, so, you know, it is just like that. But she's like mad that she's ugly, and then one day she's like walking home and there's like a giant ass doll just like in the dumpster. It's like bigger than her. It's a big giant doll. And so she's like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. I'm gonna take it home. And when she takes it home, the doll starts like talking to her and is like, hey Sarah, I will grant you one wish. And then Sarah's like, I want plastic surgery. And the doll, whose name is Eleanor, by the way, she's like, okay Sarah, I will give you plastic surgery. You just need to wear this necklace, and as long as you never take off the necklace, you'll be the most gorgeous woman in the world. And so she does, and she puts the necklace on, and then over the next like 3 or 4 days, she like progressively becomes more pretty. And then one day she like trips, and the necklace breaks, and then it turns out she's like robot parts. Like she starts like disintegrating into robot parts. And so she goes home, and she's like, Eleanor, what the hell? And then Eleanor's like, I tricked you for some reason. I'm not sure why I did this. And it turns out that actually what's been happening is that Eleanor has been chopping her body parts off and replacing them with robot parts, and then via the power of the necklace, it makes her look pretty for some reason. And then she disintegrates into bolts and dies. It's weird, but I mean, I'll be honest, the like premise of this one did kind of get me as a kid. You know, this one, let me look up what the story came out, because I remember like being in, I think, middle school when it released. So that would have had to be like 2017, 2018? Oh, 2019. So I was a freshman in high school. But, you know, I remember hearing about this concept and being like, huh, like that is kind of freaky, right? The idea that you're just getting your like body parts chopped off in your sleep, that is kind of out there. Sorry, I heard a noise at the door. I didn't know if somebody was trying to get in. Anyway, I think the concept is like just freaky enough to be the kind of thing that I feel like a kid would get spooked by. You know, it apparently came out when I was a freshman in high school, and I was still like a little like about it, you know? It's like kind of a more gory approach than some of the other stuff in the FNAF franchise up until this point. So I guess it gets points for that. This is really the only thing I like about the story. I feel like this is another one that has such a drag problem. Like there's like 5 scenes in the beginning of Sarah being like mad that she's ugly, and then there's like 1 billion scenes of her like making new friends and going to the mall and going on a date, and like there's so much, and like I don't understand why the being prettier had to be like a gradual thing. I feel like the story would have worked exactly the same if you just had it to where she woke up one day and she looked different. You know, I know you could make an argument that it's like, well, then people would notice. Like the whole point is that people don't notice that it's unnatural. But like, I feel like I'd be willing to suspend my disbelief for something like that. I don't know. It feels like the story goes on for so long. Like
constantly being like, I wonder what's happening. And like, is the payoff good? Yes, but it takes forever. I feel like Eleanor is also a very strange character to me. I feel like you could have cut her, if I'm being completely honest. Like, you could have just had the necklace. Like, the necklace itself could have been the entire thing. But whatever. I feel like reading this story, it just felt a little like, because there's only so much time you can spend like reading a story where it's like a 13-year-old girl being like, I'm so fucking ugly, because like I was there, you know, I was in her position at one point. I don't care to read about it. Also, there's like a weird focus on what is like a 14-year-old girl's boobs, if I'm being completely honest. Like there's only like 1 or 2 sentences about it, but like the ones that are there is a little like, weird. And like, I don't know, it felt like the way that this story was written, it didn't feel very much like a teenage girl to me. It felt like just like a 34-year-old's idea of what a teenage girl is like. I don't know. I'm only 21. I'd like to think I'm not that far removed. But, you know, even to me, it felt a little weird. Whatever. I didn't love this one. I feel like as the stories kept going on, and there's like 3 or 4 more stories that are like kind of similar to this. And there's one especially in volume 8 that's like a very, very similar premise that I feel like does it way better. And like the more I go about it, the more I'm like, okay, I don't care that much. I don't know. Is that an unpopular opinion? I don't know if this is a really popular story or not, but I don't love this one. And I'm absolutely dismayed to say that Eleanor comes back later. So everyone get excited for that, I guess. Let Me Count the Ways is the 3rd story in this collection, and full spoiler alert, I love this one, if just because the main character delights me so much. Count the Ways is the story that opens with this girl being like trapped in a dark room that's like talking to her. She's like enclosed in this tiny little space, and there's like a voice talking to her that's like, okay, so I'm gonna kill you, and you gotta tell me how. Like, I don't really care how, I'll let you choose. And then she's like, what the hell? And the voice keeps talking to her, is like, well, you wanted to die, so I'm just helping you out, if I'm being completely honest. And this conversation keeps going throughout the whole story. So half of the story is this conversation between her and the disembodied voice, and then the other half of the story is basically events leading up to this point. Basically, the story follows this absolutely miserable little girl named Millie. We'll get to it. I love her. She's like kind of an orphan, but not really. Like, her parents are alive, but they're like working in another country. So she lives with her grandpa, and her grandpa's like the nicest person ever. And she's like, again, the most miserable little girl in the world. And her grandpa would be like, I made you muffins today. And she's like, why do you do this? Why are you like this? Like, it really entertains me. Anyway, her grandpa's super nice, but everyone else hates her because her family's weird and she's like a little emo girl and everyone hates her. And she reads Edgar Allan Poe just for fun on her lunch break. And one day this like guy comes up to her and they start talking, and she like thinks that they have a thing, and turns out he's like, actually, I like this other girl. And then turns out that girl is like a cheerleader, and Millie's like, oh, these stupid preps, and that's basically the plot. She gets so sad about this boy rejecting her that she like rummages around her grandpa's garage. I don't really remember the correlation between these events, but anyway, she's sad about the boy rejecting her, and then at some point she's like rummaging around her grandpa's garage, and he like has an animatronic. I don't remember if they say which animatronic it is, but it's an animatronic, and the animatronic traps her, and that's been the conversation the whole time. So when she's like talking to the disembodied voice, that's like, how am I supposed to kill you? It was the animatronic that she's trapped in, and then he like beheads her, and that's the story. Like, okay, I think that this one actually solves a couple problems. First of all, I am delighted by this character. She is kind of everything to me. Like, she's written to be this, like, very obnoxious character, but I am absolutely in love with her in, like, an Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Raven way kind of way. She's the most teenage girl to ever teenage girl. When I was talking about To Be Beautiful, when that did not resonate with how I felt as a teenage girl at all, this one does. Okay, I was also a miserable little girl. I feel like FNAF is really good at writing this kind of like weird teen girl because it raised an entire generation of weird teen girls. All right, she like writes some emo poetry about this boy that she talked to for like a total of 30 minutes. It's incredible. It's incredible. Here's the poetry that she wrote. You can't make this up. I love her. She's YN. She is YN. She's everything to me. I think that alone carries this story really hard. I'm so entertained by this character. But also, I think that it solves the pacing problem that I was talking about. Like, you know, in Into the Pit, it feels like it takes forever to actually get to the time travel bit, because it's just like 20 different scenes of this kid like being bored in his town, and then he finally gets to the time travel bit. Or like To Be Beautiful, where there's just like 40 scenes of her like being mad that she's ugly, and then 40 scenes of her being happy that she's pretty, and then the actual like kind of entertaining bit happens. This one solves that problem by just like cutting back and forth. You know, we have the entertaining bit happening throughout the entire story. That I like that sort of like split narrative kind of thing. I think that it works really well. Yeah, I mean, premise wise, this one's kind of out there. Thematically, it's weird just because like I feel like every other story had a very clear and obvious theme for kids. You know, Into the Pit is like, oh, enjoy the time you have with your parents and your town, because one day you might really want it back. Or like To Be Beautiful, where it's like, don't be so self-deprecating and don't put so much focus on your looks. But this one is like life sucks and then you die. I don't really know what the theme of this one is, but I feel like it doesn't even really need one. I'm absolutely delighted by this story. Not in like a, I think this is super well written kind of way, but just in like a, this entertains me greatly kind of way. Volume 2 is a lot more of the same. Spoiler alert, I don't think I'm actually going to start really enjoying these volumes until about volume 7. I think that was the first one where I was like, yeah, all of these are bangers and I'm having fun. Up until that point, it was just a lot of like, yeah, some of these are good, some of these are bad. It's kind of whatever. But, you know, volume 2 is volume 2. It has 3 stories and was written by some people. Full transparency, I don't actually know who wrote these stories. Like, I know that there's like 2 or 3 authors that are like on rotation, right? There's like a couple names that keep coming up. There's Andrea Wagner, I think, Ellie Cooper. It's like a third one, I think. There's like a couple authors that keep coming up. But Scott Cawthon's face is like on there. Like, his name is biggest on the cover. And like, I don't know if like what to attribute to what. Like, is it that Scott Cawthon just, like, came up with the ideas and then the other authors, like, actually wrote the stories? Is it that, like, it was a collaboration thing? I don't know who wrote what. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but, like, a lot of the writing issues I see repeated, like, over and over and over again, which leads me to think that, like, there's some kind of common voice going out throughout these. But then again, like, it's really only 2 or 3 writers that are doing the whole thing, so of course we're going to notice a lot of the same issues over and over again just because, like, you know, it's the same people. Anyway, starting off with the fetch. Really early in the book, there's this one line. I'm going to read it directly. It says, "There aren't any clowns, Cyril," or however you say that name. Speaking of Scott's insane naming conventions. Anyway, "There aren't any clowns, Cyril. Greg had to assure Cyril that there wouldn't be any clowns in the abandoned building in order to convince Cyril to come along." Can we dissect this sentence for a second? So the kid warns him that there aren't any clowns. The fact that he had to tell his friend that there aren't any clowns already establishes the information that A, he is trying to get him to come into the building. This is already established within the scene, right? We know they're trying to get into the building. We already know that. Then the fact that he has to warn them that there aren't clowns means that he's scared of clowns. Because why else would he be saying that? Why would he have to tell his friend that there aren't clowns if he would have been like completely chill with clowns? Like, obviously this implies that he's scared of clowns. We have already established these 2 pieces of information. And then the following sentence, Greg had to assure Cyril that there wouldn't be any clowns in the abandoned restaurant in order to convince Cyril to come along. We know. It like, this feels nitpicky, but there are so many lines like this. It reads like, "I'm scared," said the character who was scared. Like, we know. You already said that. And like, it's, again, if there was just one sentence like this, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. I'm just sort of honing in on this because I wrote it down specifically that I'm like, this is a dumb line. And it is a dumb line. It's just sort of like emblematic of a lot of the weird writing that happens in this book. There's another one in volume 9 where, this isn't a spoiler or anything, but this guy is like mean to his kid. Like, his kid's from college and he like calls back and the kid's like, "Hey dad, I accidentally crashed my car." And then the dad like yells at him. And then like 20 pages later, the son like calls back, or the dad calls, I don't remember, but basically they're having this conversation and the dad's like trying to apologize and his son's like,
Yeah, Dad, remember when you got so mad at me for crashing the car that you just hung up the phone? And it's like, why are you recalling? We saw that happen. Like, the way that he delivers the sentence makes it sound like he's like trying to recap something that happened off screen to like catch the audience up. But we saw that happen. Like, why are we repeating this? Anyway, that's not for a while, but basically it's just it's a thing that keeps happening in a lot of these stories. Anyway, what is Fetch about? I'll be so honest, I don't remember this one that well. There's a group of kids. One of them is named Greg. I think he's the main character. They run into this like abandoned Freddy's restaurant. I don't remember if there's a reason why they did this, but I guess it doesn't matter. They run into the abandoned Freddy's restaurant, and they find this like little robot dog, and the little robot dog has a thing to like attach to an app on your phone, and they're like, surely this won't work, and then they like download the app on their phone, and then it works. So now the little robot dog is texting the kid, and every time the kid wants something, the little robot dog just kind of brings it to him or does it for him. And this gets bad when the kid starts getting annoyed at the neighbor's dog who's like biting him, and then the little robot dog kills the real dog. And the kid doesn't like that. And so he's like a little more apprehensive about the little robot dog. Through a long series of events, at some point, he's like texting his uncle, and he's like, I could use your lucky finger, or whatever he said. It's like convoluted why he said that, but it was just like a euphemism. And then, or not a euphemism, that's the wrong word, a metaphor, a saying, a phrase. He didn't mean it literally, but the dog takes it literally and like chops his uncle's finger off. So there's that. And then there was another point where at the end of the story, I don't remember exactly what he texted, but he was like, I need to go see this girl or something like that. And then the dog interprets that literally. And then he comes home and there's just like a dead body in his room. And that's what I remember about Fetch. And like, I think that this one is fine when I read it the first time, but as the story goes on, we are going to start encountering this genre of stories that I like to call Me When I Get You. There are a lot of stories in this collection about like kids that encounter some sort of doll or animatronic or robot of some sort that just decides to have it out for them. And the whole story is just like this robot or doll or whatever, like chasing them down. And it makes them appreciate something about their life, or maybe it like has them have some realization or something. Basically, it's this trope is kind of characterized by, first of all, being chased by a robot or a doll. This is the base of the trope. But second of all, it's just sort of like an ambiguous threat. The reason why I call it Me When I Get You is because, as far as I could tell, the threat is when they get you. It's like this in Into Pit, in the pit. I'm finna be in the pit. It's like this in Into the Pit, where what actually is going to happen if the buddy guy attacks him is kind of unclear. He'll kill him, ? Me When I Get You. And I think there's a similar thing going on here, where there's just like a robot that is terrorizing people, and like that's kind of it. And there are definitely like variations on this trope, but it's gonna start to get really tiring the longer we go on. But I think here it was fine. I didn't have much of a problem with it here because it wasn't like tiring yet. This one, though, also seems to have a similar problem that a lot of the other stories did, where it just keeps giving you this like superfluous information. In this case, it spends a lot of time trying to explain how the dog works. Like, this kid's science class keeps getting like brought up because they're talking about like random number generation and like zero energy fields and stuff like that. And all of this physics talk is, as far as I can tell, just to explain the mechanics of the dog. Like, it's supposed to give you information as to how he's able to know what the kid wants or whatever, which, like, I don't really know what that adds to the story, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like, if anything, it just sort of diminishes it. Like, I feel like we didn't really need a logical, like, science reason as to why the dog is doing what he does. There are weirder things that happen throughout these collections, and I feel like this one just has so much focus on this, like, physics idea that just, like, kept steamrolling its way into the story, and I love that. But, I think that the writing in this one actually did have a couple of, like, little bits that felt interesting to me. I'm trying to look at my notes because there was a couple of them that were really entertaining to me. Yeah, there was this one where it had said, what if someone was trying to catch him? Someone? Let's get real. He meant fetch. That made me laugh. There's just like a couple little bits in there where you can see just like little tiny glimmers of like some sort of narrative voice. Like that particular line is kind of funny to me. You know, it breaks beyond just being a description of like, this character did this and then he did this and then he did this. Like it's something, it's like a little bit of it, it's a little spice. I like sort of breaking up the sentences like that. I think it's cute. There's also the sequence where he's like, at one point he like tries to destroy the little robot dog. I don't remember when he does this, but I think it's after he killed the real dog, when he like gets a baseball bat and he starts like bashing this thing's head in. And the way that scene was written was also like pretty decent. Like I feel like there was a good amount of like descriptive detail into like the like physicality of it and the weight of it, and it felt very like desperate, and I thought that was cool. Like that was something that I didn't see that much in the first stories, book singular. I think that this one's fine. I look back on this one pretty fondly, but you know, anyway, Lonely Freddy. This one is strange because when I talked about how Into the Pit felt kind of disjointed, man, does this one feel disjointed. This one's like some 70 pages long, at least in the like e-reader version that I was reading. I don't know if the page count is slightly different in the physical like copy, but it's like one of the longer stories. And the first like 3/4 of the story has fuck all nothing to do with FNAF. It's like this story about this kid that he's like marked as the trouble kid in his family, and his sister is like really well behaved and nice and everyone loves her, and he's like pissed about that for a while, and then they start this arrangement where he's like, okay, he like talks to his sister and he's like, all right, so you can be the bad kid for a while and I'm gonna be the good kid, and we can just like swap for a little bit. And so they do, and like it's just a lot of it's a very long story about sort of the ways that we raise our children, kind of. Like a lot of different stuff happens, and there's a lot of conversations between the two of them on like how they're being treated and how that makes them feel and whatever. And then like at the end of the story, it's the girl's birthday and they go to Freddy Fazbear's, and then he like runs into a small little robot Freddy that's like supposed to come up to kids that are lonely and like be friends with them.
Okay, I'm doing like a final pass on editing, and I realized that I didn't talk about the bench. I meant to talk about the bench. My elementary school had like a real life Lonely Freddy system. Like there was this bench, I think it was called the Buddy Bench is what they called it. It was this like bench on the playground that the idea was that like if you wanted friends, you would sit on the bench, and then that would like signal to people that you wanted friends, and then theoretically they were supposed to like come up to you. And this was a system that was supposed to work in my elementary school. And even at like the age of like 9, I recognized how awful of an idea this was, because it was like, well, if you sit on the bench, that's just like a big neon sign that says that you're like lonely and a loser. like I get the concept, I get the idea, but even as like an 8-year-old, 9 years old, I was like, I don't think this is smart. I don't think this is going to work. Nobody ever sat on that bench. I don't think I ever saw a single person sitting on that bench the entire time I was there. It was just a really fascinating system. I don't know why they thought that was... They underestimate how mean children are. Children are very mean. This would never work.
And then the little robot Freddy starts asking him some questions, and then at some point, through ambiguous means, he gets replaced by the little robot Freddy. So, like... now he's in the body of the little robot Freddy, and the little robot Freddy is in his body and like goes up to meet with his parents. And then that's how the story ends. This one's really difficult to give an opinion on because like I like the first bit of this story. Like I like the story about sort of expectations placed on children and like what it means to be like the problem child. Like I think that the first 3/4 of this is really great as like a little independent story. Does it still have the writing problems? Yes, but I think that it's a compelling idea. You know, it's a little short story about sort of the concept of the problem child and like how that affects children and like how these sorts of expectations that we place on our kids can sort of manifest into reality. And like, you know, I think that there's a lot of really interesting things going on there. And then Freddy Fazbear shows up, and it's like it feels so unrelated. Like I get the vague shape of what we're trying to do here, like, oh, this kid and his sister like swapped roles and then he swaps with the Freddy, I don't know, but like the idea of swapping wasn't even really the thematic core of the story. I feel like the thematic core of the story is that like when you expect a child to be bad, then they're gonna be bad, and like I feel like that worked totally fine on its own. I don't know why. I don't know what the vision here is exactly. It's just like it's weird. It's a weird story. Like I said, I like this first bit. I feel like there was some really interesting things going on there, and I liked the more like low stakes of it. Like obviously there wasn't like a real threat in the first half of the story because it was just this like story about like raising children, and I like that as sort of a breath of fresh air. And then Freddy Fazbear showed up. I don't know. I don't understand the connection. And honestly, it just felt like they forgot that they were writing a FNAF story and then like put it in at the very end, which I didn't love. But yeah, like I did like this one.
Out of Stock is without a doubt another example of me when I get you. Like it's another story about a kid being chased by an animatronic, but like this one has a kind of charm to it. I don't know like what exactly it like just hits me about it, but there's something. It's got a little kick to it. Out of Stock is about this kid whose name I don't remember. He wants this toy so bad. They released this plush trap toy. Which, by the way, the implications of them releasing a plush trap toy are so funny to me because again, we're not talking about overall lore, but this makes me laugh. Like I thought that the entire point of the trap suffix of Springtrap was because there was a dead body in there. So I'm not the number one FNAF lore expert, so maybe I'm getting this wrong. But as far as I understand it, the like golden bunny suit was not called Springtrap before William Afton died in it. It was called something else. I don't remember what it was called, but it wasn't called Springtrap. The Springtrap name specifically comes from the fact that a man died and is rotting in that suit. And so the implication of them making a plush trap toy, it means either A, they don't know about the William Afton thing and this name is just like nonsense and nobody knows why it's called that, because why would they call it that? But the much funnier option is that everyone is fully aware of the William Afton situation and thinks it's appropriate to make plushes about it. I think that's hilarious. I think that's the real answer to me. Anyway, that was an unrelated rant. Anyway, there's this kid and he wants this toy real bad. There's like a little toy that's been released it's plush trap. It's a little spring trap that bites things, and he wants this toy so bad. And so he and his friends like go to the mall and they're trying to get this toy, but there's like a billion other people there because everyone loves this fuck ass toy. It's like Labubu's, and they're sold out. And the kid like notices in the back that there's like another one back there, and he's like, why can't I have that one? And the employees are like, it's defective. And so obviously he steals it and he brings it home. And then like one night him and his friends are at the house with the defective plush trap, and then it starts trying to eat them. Like it chases after them. Me when I get you. It's just a whole story of them trying to run away from this thing, and then at some point they like lure it over to the train tracks, and then like the train comes by and like shreds it, and then that's the story. And I feel like this one is honestly really interesting to me, just in how like low concept. What's the difference of high concept? Like it's very like to the point, you know. What if you had a little toy that was trying to kill you? It's like very Gremlins kind of. Honestly, if anything, it's very Tattletale. If anyone remembers that game, you know, I think it's kind of cute. Honestly, I think that this sort of one scene bit of it all, like the part of the story where the animatronic is actually chasing them is only like it's one big long scene, and it's kind of cute. I don't know. Yeah, it had a beginning, middle, and an end. It had like cohesive themes, you know. The kid was mad at his mom because his like, by the way, there is an absurd amount of stories in this collection with absent fathers. Like it goes beyond the point of just like being in one or two stories and becomes a point of like, I think that might be the most common thread throughout these stories. Like if you made a bingo sheet for like Fazbear Frights tropes and included absent father, you'd probably mark it off on at least half of the stories. But anyway, his dad's gone for some reason that I don't remember, and his mom is like really relying on him. Like she's like kind of parentifying him in a way, and he's like mad about that. And then at the end of the story, they make up about it. And like
thematically it's cohesive. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. Like it's one of the better ones of just for the fact that it's functional. I think like this was one of them that I feel like I liked it a lot when I read it the first time, and as I keep going and as there's more stories that are kind of similar in tone and in concept, it becomes a little less interesting to me, but it's not interesting. Still good. We have reached a very special point in the video where, because we have covered volumes 1 and 2, we can now get to the graphic novel volume 1. I'm very excited about this because I feel like I don't know that much about creative writing, you know? I like writing, but I'm not like a professional and I don't know anything about it. And like, I can say things that I like and things that I don't like, but I find it difficult to articulate why exactly I like them and don't like them. You know, I'm just sort of speaking off the top of my head. But with art, I do know something. I am currently going to school for BFA in animation. You know, I've been drawing since I was like maybe -2. You know, I'd like to think that I know something about art, and I feel like I could better articulate what I do and do not like in the graphic novels. So, let's just get right into it. So, Into the Pit is a story. I don't know who this artist is, and I'm not trying to like dog on people for the fun of it, you know? I don't want to just like clown on somebody for fun. You know, I think that especially because we see this artist come back a couple times and their art like does get better. There is noticeable improvements between the 3 stories that they illustrated in this collection. And I'm not of the opinion that just like some people should just like give up. You know, I think that obviously they are clearly making an effort, and you know, as we keep going we'll talk about it because they do illustrate a couple other stories in the other volumes, but just like like I mean this with so much love in my heart, but like I was reading this one and it kept like just striking me. I was like, this is a professional artist who was hired to do this. That just kept being absolutely unbelievable to me because this art, it's really fascinating because I could go on for years and years and years about like technical issues and whatever within this art and be like, this anatomy doesn't look correct here. But like, you know, I think that we'll see this in another story in the same volume, actually, the 3rd story, that, you know, obviously you don't have to be like the most technically talented artist on the face of this earth in order to tell a good story. I feel like the problem with this artist is not necessarily that they just like obviously aren't very technically skilled. It's that the way that they do this story like actively sucks out all the tension like a leech. You know, I feel like this is a story that has very specific imagery to it and a story that has a lot of like very obvious images that stand out to me immediately. And yet when I see them in the comic here, it's just like, it's like they like drained everything out of it. It's like really fascinating. I have a couple examples right off the top of my head here, so I'm gonna pull those up so I could like point to specific things because I think that's gonna be a lot more helpful. So give me 1 single second. So I have a couple panels here just to highlight the extreme amount of like ineffectiveness that this story is just like oozing out of it. So the first one I want to talk about is the panel on the bottom of page 48. This one really fascinates me because if you remember, I was actually talking about this exact image in when I was talking about the story. Like, I feel like the image of this is so striking to me. The idea that, again, it's just like a completely normal situation and everyone around you is acting like this is totally normal. And then there's just like this one very surreal image just like staring at you. And that was so striking to me in the original story. And then I see it here and it's like, okay, what about this doesn't work? I think that partially it's the complete lack of context given within the image. You know, obviously with comics, you're partially doing a full composition in terms of like, how does every panel line up on the page, but also every individual panel kind of has to be its own composition, right? Like you need to be able to convey things through the images, even within individual panels. And this one, like, you know, I understand that with comic production, a lot of the time you do have to cut a lot of edges, right? you're drawing like hundreds of drawings like every, month or whatever. And it's a lot of like quick deadlines, and a lot of like working on comics professionally is just learning to be able to cut corners while you can. And so I understand that not every panel can have like a fully rendered background and fully rendered lighting and all that. Like, I understand that that's literally not possible, and I'm not expecting that of them. But I think another part of doing comics is like knowing to spend your energy in the right places. And I think that if there's any particular moment in the story that I think would deserve something like that, I think this would be one of them, because it is such a specific moment to me. And so, first of all, the lack of background strikes me. I think that if we were going to do anything, like, we should at least like half-ass a background, like even just like put in some light line art of like a couple lines to indicate like the counter and like the kitchen floor and like some cabinets. I'm not expecting you to do like a like gorgeous painting to fill out this photo. I'm just saying that like I think you need to like do something, because currently putting them in the blue void is like communicating nothing. I think that the angle doesn't really convey much of anything here. The animatronic is physically like way smaller than him, and in a way that is like not just the perspective, but also I think that just the scale is off. Like, I think that within the distance that we're looking at him, he shouldn't be that small. But also compositionally, I don't think he should be that small. If you asked me, I would like rotate this panel a little bit, or like zoom out the angle and bring it like down a little bit to where we're looking up at the Springtrap animatronic. Sorry, the golden bunny. I know people get offended when you call this thing Springtrap, even though it's totally Springtrap, but whatever. Anyway, I think that by bringing the angle down a little bit, so you would have the figure imposing over the kid, that would be a little more dynamic. Or even just like filling out the scene like I was talking about. I think that, again, in order to convey this idea of like this completely normal situation with just this very odd object dropped in the middle of it, I think that it would work to build out the background, build out just the normal kitchen and like the mom making breakfast and all that, like going around in the background, and then have this like thing just right in the middle of it. And I think that the more normal you make the background look and the more normal you make the surroundings, the more imposing that figure is going to be. I think that the fact that we've just like completely flattened out the image in all ways is kind of destroying me. I think that even a couple things would have helped. I think that just, like I said, adding in a background might help a little bit, or like tilting the angle a little bit, or even just like adding lighting. There's no lighting here. This is supposed to take place in the morning, like the early morning perhaps, and I feel like there's a very specific mood that you can convey with the lighting of early morning that just isn't present here. Also, what the fuck is this table? Why is there only one seat at the table? I don't know. Like, again, it sounds kind of nitpicky, but it's like these things add up. It just results in this very flat image that just, again, sucks the tension out of the story like a leech. There's another panel I wanted to talk about. Where is it? It was after this. Yes, okay. Page 54, where it's like, again, this kid trying to sneak around. The whole point of this sequence is that the bunny is very obviously out of place, right? And so even within this specific setup here, this kid like sneaking past the door, I can think of a billion ways to like create that effect a little better. First of all, the bed. Theoretically, this thing is way bigger than a human. Make it bigger than the bed. Make it like not fit on the bed correctly. Make it obvious that this creature is not supposed to be here. Make it to where the surroundings of the room literally don't accommodate it. It's bigger than the bed. It's like feet are sticking off or something like that. As of right now, it is perfectly sized for the bed, which is odd, but sure, you could have like the ears like kind of jutting into the headboard. Like, I feel like there's a couple different ways you could do that. You could have it to where it's like not immediately noticeable, like darken the scene, have the bed pushed back, which, by the way, why is the bed right in front of the door? Why is there no door on the doorway? This is just like an arch. Okay. Anyway, have it like pushed back further, and then have us be able to see most of the bedroom, and then have it in darkness, and then like just barely be able to see the animatronic. Like, you can have it to where the room is like mostly darkened and you like barely even notice it, but there's like maybe a bit of moonlight from the window that's like just barely showing it. And then it's again that immediate feeling of like, that's not supposed to be there. I feel like there's a million different ways that you could have made this way more effective. And like, again, I feel like just going on and on and on about those technical shortcomings of this artist is not helpful, I guess. Like, are their poses really stiff? Yes. If they were less stiff, would that help? Yes. But is that necessarily an end-all be-all? I don't think so. I think it's just like a lot of the compositional shortcomings that really ruins this one. Anyway, To Be Beautiful is next. And people clown on this one. I've seen so many people like absolutely demolishing this one on twitter.com and like making fun of the Eleanor design. And like, I don't know, this one's kind of cute. I don't know how old this artist is, but it looks like a 14-year-old on Tumblr, which I know it's not, but like that's the sort of feeling that I'm getting from this. I think that this artist definitely has a lot better like building blocks going for them than the Into the Pit artist does. Like this artist does backgrounds. And again, if you look at them, they're not terribly in-depth backgrounds. Like it's not like they're doing these like gorgeous painted compositions for every single one, but you know, they're there. They have backgrounds, and I feel like that definitely that adds to it. It makes them feel like the characters are actually in a place instead of just like floating around in the void, which is how Into the Pit feels sometimes. But there's that, and I think that this artist this artist seems to love a good gradient. This artist comes back a couple more times, at least once. I think they come back twice. But yeah, they come back a couple more times, and each time they're there, like they seem to love a gradient, which like is a very easy way to just add more visual intrigue. You know, this is what I'm talking about, where it's like when you're doing comics, like you need to be able to learn where to cut corners in the right places. I think this is one of the right places to cut some corners. You know, you don't have to do this like insane detailed like light reflecting off of the window and spreading, like you don't have to do all that. You can just do a gradient, and sometimes it gets the point across. It gets the point across here. I think this Eleanor design is totally fine. I don't know why so many people clown on it so hard. It's fine. Like, is it a little ugly? Yeah, but so is every other design of her I've seen. Like, I think it's just sort of not the way that this artist draws her. I think it's just the design is kind of ugly. I don't actually have that much more to say about this one. I like that this artist like breaks the panel a couple times. I noticed them doing it with Eleanor a lot, and I think that that's really cool. Like on page 103, where there's like her standing over the bed, and the Eleanor standing over the bed is like breaking out of the panel. I think that's really interesting to have her like be this very like imposing, creepy figure. You know, I think that's cool. Yeah, I don't have a lot else to say about this one. It's fine. Is it my favorite artist of all time? No, but you know, it's fine. I think it's definitely functional in a way that Into the Pit really wasn't. That's what I have to say about that. The out of stock graphic novel is like unironically really great. I don't know why they didn't get this artist back in the future. I think nearly every other artist repeats at least once. Like it's different artists for each individual story in each volume, but between volumes, they repeat artists a lot. There's a couple of them that are like staples that come back in every volume. This artist is only in one, which really surprises me because I feel like they are way more effective than literally everybody else. You know, I don't know who this artist is. I don't know if like something happened to them or whatever. They got in some crazy controversy and it's going to make me sound like an idiot complimenting their art for the next like 20 minutes. But I don't know. I don't know who this artist is, but I think that they did a great job. You know, I think that this is one of the only ones that is like, this is visually great. I feel like even number 2, like my second favorite of the comics is like, yeah, it's pretty good, but this one is great. I love the jank. There's so much jank in this one. Like this artist clearly knows how their way like around like an ink pen, and I think it's absolutely delightful. Like there is this ridiculous like non-committal approach to the way that these characters are drawn. Like in every panel they kind of look different. They're like drawn in these very loose ways where they're like proportions and their body and the way that they're drawn just like warps so much, but I think that works really well because it's so loose. You know, I think that one of the problems with Into the Pit was that everything was so definite. Like they used such like strong stark line art and strong stark colors, and like it wasn't working because it just highlighted their more like technical issues. But this artist, like everything is so like there's like a really sketchy quality about it that I really actually like. I like that every character is like a little janky, and I love the stupid little face they give the plush trap. I think it's so good. I think there's actually like really great inking work on some of these pages. Like look at this, it's eye candy. I kind of have no notes on this one. Like again, it genuinely surprises me that this artist never came back. I don't know if they just decided they were too good for this or what, but if it turns out that they like murdered a guy and that you're not allowed to compliment them anymore, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Anyway, now that we're done with that, no more graphic novels for a little bit. Volume 3. Volume 3. 1:25 a.m. has one specific detail about it that really makes it stand out against a lot of the other stories to me, and it's the fact that the protagonist is an adult. Up until this point, none of the protagonists have been adults, so this is a welcome change for me personally. You know, I feel like there are just so many stories about little kids, and I just don't care about high schoolers, and I don't care about middle schoolers. And the main character in this one is a 20-something-year-old divorce shift manager, which I think is beautiful personally. 1:35 a.m. is about a 20-something-year-old divorce shift manager whose name I can't remember. Delilah, I think. I don't know. I don't remember her name. Anyway, she works at this diner, and she was like a foster kid and whatever, and she's like kind of got nothing and nobody except for one friend. And one day she's like coming home and there's a garage sale, and she sees a doll, which is very unlike the plot of To Be Beautiful. This is a different story, we promise, guys. But she sees a little doll, and the doll promises to like help her out or something, and she takes it home and it's like broken, like it kind of does nothing except it has an alarm clock. And so she sets the alarm for her shift the next day, which is like in the middle of the day. And the alarm never goes off, and she's nearly late to her shift, and she's like, God damn. And then she comes home and she goes to sleep, and the doll sets the alarm off at like 1:30 in the morning, 1:35 a.m., if you will. And she's like, damn, it's broken. So she tries to get rid of it. And for a period of like 2 weeks after this point, she just keeps waking up in the middle of the night, like at the same exact time every day. And not because there's an alarm, but just because like something is pulling her out of her sleep, and she's like absolutely convinced that this doll is coming to get her. And she like ends up leaving her apartment. She like stays in a motel. She like switches to night shifts at her job, and then she like gets fired because she keeps freaking the fuck out at the same time every night. And eventually she's like, I need to leave. So she tries to leave town, and then I think she like slips and falls or something, and she gets like stuck in this like construction site. I don't remember the exact details. It's been like a while since I read this one, but she like gets trapped, she's like stuck in a vent or like a construction site or something, and that's the end. And when I read this one the first time, I was like really endeared by it because I feel like it broke a lot of the conventions that I was really expecting up until this point. Like for one, adult protagonist, interesting. This one also has like a psychological horror angle to it. Like at no point does the doll actually do anything to her. There is at no point where the doll touches her, at no point where the doll is definitively supernatural. In fact, the thing that's waking her up every night is not even confirmed to be the doll. She just wakes up every night at the same time, and she like freaks out about it, and she's internally convinced that something is coming to get her, but like at no point is that actually confirmed to be true. And I think that that's really interesting. Like I think it's really great that this story has that more like less definitive angle to it, I guess. Like you could read this story with the interpretation that she's just like losing her mind, and then that's it. You could see this story as just like a woman that has absolutely lost it and is just like afflicted by this insane paranoia, and that's it. No supernatural doll. She's just extremely paranoid, and it works. Like there's kind of nothing in the story to contradict that read. It's entirely possible that she's just insane. And I like that. I think that sets it off to be like a little different. So there's that. The problem is that this is just another Me When I Get You, which again, when I read it for the first time, it was not a problem because by this point it hadn't become a trope yet, but it would become a trope soon. And I think that it was really difficult to like put that aside the longer I kept getting through these stories, because when I read it the first time, I really liked it. And then I went back and I was like, just another one. Like stories about people being chased by animatronics or dolls is very common in this series. It's very, very common. It keeps coming up. And, it gets old after a little bit, but at this point it wasn't old. Like when I read it, I
was totally entertained by this in a completely unironic way. Like, I thought it was pretty interesting. Did it have a lot of extra information? Yes, but I think that in this case, it kind of worked. Like, the idea that she was always just kind of like trying to run from something, and then now she's running from this doll. Like, that's interesting. It's thematically cohesive. One of the better ones, I think, at the time, but I feel like the longer that I read this series and the more that I'm like struck with these stories that like catch me in a way, I feel like this story that's just like fine but doesn't catch me is slipping a little bit. Just a little bit. Room for One More. I have a really hard time sort of forming an opinion on this one because it seems like the type of thing that I would like. You're going to find out very quickly that as these stories go on, I love gross stories about flesh and stuff. I think it's awesome. And this is kind of one of those, but I feel like this one is just like it struggles to be a story. And you could absolutely say this of some of the other stories later on that I'm going to absolutely praise the shit out of, but I don't know why this one feels different to me. It's like, it feels like they just had an idea and they were like, wouldn't this be kind of fucked up? And then that was it. Like, that was it. I feel like the story itself wasn't that interesting and the character wasn't that interesting and like everything else was not particularly interesting to me. It was just like the concept of it. This is one of those that's not bad, but also I don't think that, like, if I just I didn't even give you the summary. What I was about to say is that I feel like just hearing the summary of this one is basically equivalent to reading the story. So what's the summary? Room for One More is about this guy that gets a job as a security guard at a not Circus Babies Rentals. It's a different place, we promise. He gets a job as a night guard and he like recently broke up with his girlfriend. He's like sad about it. And every night he like keeps falling asleep and having these dreams about his girlfriend. And there's also like a bunch of they're mini Renos is what they are. The little guys, and they're like, hey, can you take us home with you? And he's like, oh, the guy told me not to do, that was literally my only job when I signed up. He said, don't let anything out. So I don't know. And the mini Reno is like, we just love you so much, please. And then so this continues over like a couple days, and he like keeps having these like very specific like bodily issues where like his like leg feels weird or like his arm is strange, and he starts having like a bunch of like health problems back to back to back to back. And TLDR, after like a lot of pages of him being like, that's weird, I wonder if I have cancer. After a bunch of pages of that happening, eventually it's revealed that the mini Renos have been crawling inside his body and living in his skin. And that's the plot. And I feel like, again, you get the concept. There are dolls in your skin. There are bugs in your skin. Rip them out. Like, that's the idea. What if there were little guys that started delving their way into your skin? And like, I feel like this one reads as more just like cringeworthy than scary to me. Does that make sense? Like, not cringeworthy as in like, ugh, cringe, like not cringe as in cringe fail, but cringe as in like the literal definition of like, like that's how this story feels to me. It doesn't stand out to me that much, which again is weird because I feel like there's other stories later on that pull very similar tricks where it's just kind of a nothing story with a really gross out ending. And I think they're awesome. So I don't know why this one doesn't strike me. I don't know. Also, this one has like a vor aura to it. Like, if I'm being honest, it has a little bit of a vor aura to it. Not enough to where I would say that like this is like very fetishy in a way. I don't think it's that. There is a story later on that I will absolutely say wholeheartedly is probably fetish content, but this one not so much. It's just got like it's got an aura. It's got a vor aura to it. The new kid had me, and then it lost me, and then it had me again. It took a little bit. So there's this miserable kid named Devin and his friend whose name I forgot. And they're like losers. Like nobody likes them. And then one day this like new kid shows up at school and he's like super cool. Like everyone loves him and he's awesome. But he, for some reason, takes really close attention to Devin and his loser friend. And they're like, wow, we should start doing all this stuff together. And so they start doing stuff together. And then at one point there's like this incident with a car where they're like trying to get somewhere, but not everyone can fit in the car. And so they try to take 2 trips and they kick out Devin and his friend. And the new kid, whose name is Kelsey, by the way, is like, we'll come back for you. Like, we just have to make 2 trips because we don't have that big of a car. And I think they do come back, but Devin and his friend just get pissed and leave because they think that they like are trying to single them out. I don't know, very middle school drama behavior, whatever. Anyway, point is, they're like mad at Kelsey for a bit, and then he's like, we should go like do something, whatever. They like make up about it. And so they go to Freddy Fazbear's. But in this timeline, Freddy Fazbear's is shut down. It's like an abandoned pizzeria. And they're like, let's go here. This could be fun. They go into the abandoned pizzeria, and then there's a suspicious golden Freddy shaped suit just like sitting there. And Devin convinced, because he's still like kind of pissed at Kelsey for the car thing. And so he's like, you should like get into the suit. That'd be really funny. He just kind of wanted to trap him. Like he just wanted to do a funny. He was trying to pull a prank. But so the kid gets in there, and then he gets fucking spring locked is what happened. Like the suit starts like bleeding. And so the kid like freaks the fuck out. He's like, oh, I just killed that guy. And so he goes home. It's like, what else are you supposed to do? So he just leaves him there, and him and his friend go home, and they're like debating about this. They're like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? What do we do? And they agree to just like leave him there. I don't know why. I don't remember like how they come to that conclusion, but Devin's really eaten up about this, and he's like, I gotta go back. I gotta go find this guy. And so like 5 days later, he goes back to the pizzeria, and he's trying to like he finds the suit again, and it's still like all covered in blood, and he's like, dude, he's still in there, man. And so he like an idiot starts like reaching his entire body into the suit to see if his friend's body is still in there, and then it like fucking chomps him, and then that's it. And then it cuts to the kid. Kelsey's back. He apparently did not die in the suit, or maybe he did. It's not explained, but he's back, and he's at another school, and he's seemingly pulling the same trick again. He's like talking to these two loser kids, and that's the plot of The New Kid. And this one, it had a similar thing in the beginning where it felt like it just kept going on and on and on with this just like extremely uninteresting story about these kids that were losers, and then the new things that they're doing with their friend who isn't a loser. And also he likes this girl, but the girl likes Kelsey, and oh no, and like I just don't care that much. And like the whole thing with the car seemed convoluted and stupid. And you know, again, it's a children's story, right? It's not going to be overly complex, but it just wasn't interesting to me. It was really losing me for a little bit there. It did get a little bit of points when it didn't just end after the Springlock thing, because that's what I was expecting. Like I was expecting the story to have them get trapped in the suit, and then the story ended. Like, because that's how a lot of these other stories were, right? That's how Lonely Freddy was, where it was just like a completely normal story, and then Freddy Fazbear shows up and kills a kid, and then that's the story. So like that's what I was expecting. But it didn't. It like kept going, and it had a bunch of writing about how like absolutely guilt-ridden this child was, and I thought that was interesting. Like I thought that we were going with a slightly different angle there, and I thought that really helped. You know, it differentiated it. So instead of being the story that the animatronic is going to get them, it's a story about this kid that left his friend for dead and feels bad about it. And I thought that was interesting. But the thing that really got me was the time loop thing. Like I don't really know what they're trying to imply within the ending there, because that kid definitely died in that suit, and then it's revealed that actually he somehow didn't, and he's just gonna pull the same trick again. I feel like the implication is that he's like a ghost of some sort, and that he's just doing this over and over again, and I think that's interesting. I think that's one that differentiates it from the other ones for me. Like, instead of being a story about an animatronic that's gonna get you, it's like kind of this weird time loop ghost thing, which I think is cool, actually. That's pretty fun. I like that decision. That's pretty good. We're now to graphic novel volume 2. They were absolutely pumping out these graphic novels in the beginning. Like, graphic novels volume 1 and 2 are so close together, and then like 3 is a little bit, and then there's a massive wait until 4, and then there's like 5 books until we get the 5th one. It's very strange. I don't know why they were like so speedy about them in the beginning and then immediately slowed down, but whatever. Anyway, I'm going to be brief about these first 2 because it's the same artist again. So the artist for Fetch is the same artist that did Into the Pit. I will give them a little credit. There is more backgrounds in this one. Yay! And like, I think that the final panel in Fetch, I think it's effective. You know, I think that let me pull it up real quick so I can, again, like, specifically reference certain things. But there's, like, a little bit more intentionality with the way that it seems to be drawn. That's, like, all I really wanted, you know? Like, that's kind of just what I was looking for when I was talking about things that they could have done to improve Into the Pit. Like, hang on, let me pull it up. Like, I don't know, I can see I can see the intent here. Like, there's a background. There's like an attempt to put the figure above him. That's something. I'll give them that. And like, there's more backgrounds in this one. Like, most shots have a background. We don't have the characters just in the blue void anymore, which I definitely helps. Like I said, it's very clear to me that this particular artist like makes definite improvements from story to story to story. It's just surprising to me that this artist is like at a point where they are a professional artist getting paid. Someone please hire me. If this artist can get hired, I can get hired. I got really nothing to say about Room for One More. I feel like one of the only issues is that I feel like this artist's style is very cute, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, obviously it's not bad to make cute art, but I feel like it is weird to make cute art for a horror series. You know, like, I feel like a lot of the imagery, because this is one of them that is a little bit more like, it's got a kick to it, you know? And I feel like it's just that, again, it's too cute. Like, everyone's like, the designs are kind of adorable, and like, it's not working for what we need it to do. It's not unnerving, it's not cringeworthy, it's just like, it's cute, which I don't think is what you want to be giving, but you know, whatever. What's the last one in this collection? The New Kid. This artist comes back a lot. In fact, I think that this artist becomes one of the staples until the very last volume. Like, I think other than the first volume, this artist illustrates in every volume, which is fine. I like this artist. I think that they have some of the more like endearing character designs to me. Like, these characters are pleasant to look at from all angles, which cannot be said about the previous two artists, where they had at least one ugly angle in every chapter. This one, it's cute. I feel like it has a similar problem that the Room for One More To Be Beautiful artist has, where their designs are like charming to me, but it doesn't particularly read as being very scary. Like, I feel like the scene of the kid getting springlocked doesn't feel particularly scary to me, which I think is fine, because this isn't one of the more like stinger scary kind of stories, but could be. But yeah, for what it is, I think this one's fine. So you think that it's time for volume 4? And it is definitely time for volume 4, but what if we had an interlude where I break my own rules? I said at the beginning that I wasn't going to talk about the Pizzaplex books, and I'm not, because I am absolutely like sick of the series by the time that I'm done with it, and I don't know why I mixed tenses there. I was sick of the series by the time I was done with it, because I just finished it like a couple days ago, and I just don't want to read more of them. I don't want to read more. However, as I was reading these, I think my phone like caught on, and it started like recommending me a bunch of posts about Fazbear Frights, which is how I found out about the Fazbear Frights fandom. Like, there's the FNAF fandom, but within the FNAF fandom, there's like subsections of people that are loyal to different interpretations of the lore. This is something I've only found out fairly recently. So there's people that are like diehard like game fans. You know, there's people that they just love the games and they play the games and this is their thing. There are people that are movie fans. This is probably what I would categorize myself. I feel like I get most of the kick out of the movies. I care about the movies the most. So, you know, there are people that are like movie loyalists. And then there are like book loyalists, which are seemingly split into two camps of novel trilogy loyalists and Fazbear Frights loyalists. Like, I've seen a lot of people that seem to be primarily fans of Fazbear Frights. Like, I have seen people that most of their account seems to be dedicated to like posting about a bunch of different stories. Namely, it's like the same 3 or 4 stories over and over again. The Fazbear Frights fandoms love What We Found. I don't know why, but that is a fan favorite over there. But yeah, like there's a lot of people that seem to like these stories specifically. And within that fandom, there is one story from the Pizzaplex books that seems to be pretty popular, and it is Dittophobia. Dittophobia is the final story released in the most recent collection. I was going to say the final story in the final collection, but it's not. As far as I can tell, the Pizzaplex books are still ongoing, even though they haven't released a volume in like a year and a half. I don't know what that's about, but you know, whatever. Allegedly it's still ongoing, but as of right now, Dittophobia is the final story. And I heard a lot of people talking about this one and they were like saying it was the best one. I was like, okay, I guess I gotta read it. So I
purchase
the B7-2
EPUB file for licensing via Apple Books.
Specifically to read this story and nothing else. I skipped over the other ones in the volume. I only wanted to read this one. And this one, first of all, is just like affirming my confusion as to why the Pizzaplex books and the Fazbear Frights books are different books. Like these, I just assumed that the difference was that the Pizzaplex books were about the like Steel Wool era canon, so they were like set within like those games. But this one is pretty definitively like a FNAF 4, FNAF 5 kind of thing, which is not Steel Wool, so I don't really know why these are different books. Anyway, what Dittophobia? Dittophobia is about this kid that lives in this bizarre nightmare land. Every day he has the worst nightmares known to man, where things are constantly coming to get him, and then he wakes up and his parents are always missing, and his day is like 20 minutes long. Like it's like 20 minutes of sunlight, and then it's immediately time to go to bed again. And every day is like this, and he's just accepted this as completely normal. He's not weirded out by this at all. This is just how every day of his life is. And one day there's like a sound that happens. He doesn't know what the sound is, and he goes to bed and he wakes up and he's like 10 years older. Like when he went to bed, he was 8. Now he's 18. So he wakes up and he's like, what the fuck? And so he's like walking around his house that's like now dilapidated and abandoned. And he's like poking around. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And he finds this like hatch to escape upstairs, which he did not know existed previously. And so he ends up upstairs and he's like digging around, and there's like files on him. And basically through a long series of realizations, he comes to the conclusion that what has happened was that he was kidnapped at age 8, put in this like insane simulation chamber where he's been drugged every single day of his life to believe that he is just like living as a child for the past 10 years and just doing the same shit over and over again. That's why he's never thought that any of this was weird, because he was high off his mind. And I don't have a third one. That's the big 3. And so he's able to like contact somebody outside. He's able to like contact his friend. His friend is like, what the fuck? You've been missing for 10 years, man. And they like formulate a plan to get him out of there. And then he comes across this like, this like, I don't know what you would call it, like a tape, or like a voice that's speaking to him. And the voice is like, hello, I kidnapped you. But not really, because what happened was that you ran away. You were so mad at your life that you ran away, and now you're here. And here is so good. It's so good. Every day is so good. Were you ever sad when you were in the drug chamber? No, you weren't. So basically you should go back in there, because you were a lot happier in there. And the kid is like, damn, you're right. And so he goes back in the fucking drug chamber. He turns the drugs back on. He goes back in the drug chamber. And that's the story. This one, I like this one. This one is very difficult to wrap my head around. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot, because partially because it's just such an absurd concept. It is such an insane, weird idea. This sounds like the plot of like somebody's weird student short film. This is like a very bizarre story about a very bizarre thing. And I want to love it. Like I want to just like hold it up as one of the best stories in this entire collection. But I feel like what keeps me from that is partially allow me to cut in here for a second. I was editing this section, and then the more I was listening to myself, the more I realized I kind of botched what I was trying to say here. In the original video, the argument that I was trying to make was that I didn't like that this story felt like its entire purpose was to retcon FNAF 4 Dream Theory. That's kind of word salad. Let me explain what I mean. I was trying to say that it feels very distractingly like the entire point that this story was trying to make was that FNAF 4 wasn't a dream, it was actually hallucinogenic gas. Because, like, the whole Dream Theory retcon thing is a whole thing in the community. There are some people that to this day will argue that Dream Theory was never the case, and that all along it was never supposed to be a dream. It totally was supposed to be a dream. They just went back on that, which is fine. But like when that game came out, it was totally supposed to be a dream. You know, obviously that's a glaring issue in retrospect of like, oh, well, then what was actually happening there? And a bunch of people have come up with different ideas, but I think that this story suggests maybe it was hallucinogenic gas, which I did not like. I didn't like that it felt like this story was just sort of created to right a wrong. But the way that I explained that in the video made it sound like I just hated that a FNAF story was about FNAF, which is obviously not the case. I also think that I'm kind of breaking my own rules in having that take, right? The entire reason why I wanted to consider these stories as independent short stories and not like within the context of the FNAF lore is because I think sometimes people get really caught up in like what a story does or does not contribute to the lore when talking about these Fazbear Fright stories. You know, I've seen a lot of positive discussion around Into the Pit be like, I love that this utilizes the illusion discs in this way. And it's like, it doesn't though. Like within the story, it doesn't utilize anything like that. And people will talk about, you know, oh, it's a great look at the MCI and things like that. But I thought it would be more interesting to just look at the stories in terms of like plot and characters and things like that. I didn't want to get caught up in, you know, oh, this is a great concept if you look at it in the picture of these 30 other games. You know, I didn't want to look at it like that. I just wanted to look at it in terms of how does this work without trying to like wrap it into a giant mystery that's surrounded like 10 years and 40 different books. You know, I just wanted to look at it in terms of how does this work as a story, because that's an approach that I haven't seen a lot of places. And like in saying that I don't like Dittophobia because it's like weird in terms of lore, I'm doing the same thing. I'm getting caught up in lore and extra bits. Looking at the story entirely independently, I do really like it. The only thing is that it does like end up being a little confusing when you're not looking at it in terms of the context of the FNAF lore. You know, that all the specific descriptions of it being Circus Baby's Pizzeria or whatever are nonsense if you don't know what that is. But obviously people going into it are going to know what that is. So kind of a moot point. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. Basically, I think Dittophobia is good. And what I was saying about a week ago was nonsense. That's what I'm trying to say here. That being said, I did like this story. Again, if just because it's like such an out there concept. This is something that I would not be able to get anywhere else. And I like the, again, like surrealist nightmare logic to this one. Like I love the almost like comedic nature where in the first like third of the story, this kid's like walking around his house and he's like, damn, it's weird that I never see my mom. She's just like always showering every day, all day. And he's like sitting in his house. He's like, I haven't seen my mom in like a week. It's really weird that like she gets out of the shower and just immediately gets out. I wonder why I have no front door. Like it's so ridiculous. And like it kind of like borders on like, you know, in a horror movie when a character is like, damn, I wonder why there's like these bloody scratches all over my chest right after I summoned that demon in the barn the other day. Must be the cat. Like it kind of borders on that sometimes, but instead of the character being chronically stupid, which is what's happening in those kinds of horror movies, it's that he's high as fuck. Like, I feel like the hallucinogenic gas is doing a lot of heavy lifting as to why this character is as airheaded as he is. I think it's great, honestly. Actually, I like this one. I think it's really entertaining in a very surreal kind of way. I just don't like that it's clearly needing the FNAF lore to do a lot of heavy lifting for it. I want these just to exist independently because, like, allegedly that's what they're supposed to be, right? As far as Mr. Scott Cawthon himself claims, these are supposed to be, quote, non-canon. So, you know, I'm gonna take him at his word. I'm gonna treat them as being non-canon, and if treating them as being non-canon means I don't know what's going on in this story, then I don't know what's going on in this story. I don't know how long this video is going to be. Currently we're working with about 3 hours of raw footage, which is averaging out to about 1 hour per volume because we're about to start volume 4, which is absolutely terrible pace because we have 12 volumes to cover and I'm really not looking forward to a 12-hour long video, but you know, if that's how it has to be, whatever. We're not going to speed up because I spent so long reading these, I deserve to talk about them however long I want. I'm just saying I'm sorry. Anyway, Volume 4. I think that Volume 4 was one of the first times that I started to, like, actually get fatigued first time around, because, like I was talking about with stories like 1:35 a.m. and Fetch and Out of Stock, like, they are really tired and formulaic to me going back, like, in retrospect, trying to look at them after I've already read all the other stories, but when I read them for the first time, I didn't hate them. Like, a story like 1:35 a.m. I actually liked quite a lot the first time I read it, and then it's just, like, going back and being like, oh, they do this idea, like, 7 more times. But it was fine reading it the first time. These stories, when I was reading them the first time, I was like, oh, this again. But whatever. Anyway, Step Closer is the first story in Volume 4, and Step Closer follows a kid that is not Michael Afton, but is very similar. And there's there's this kid, I don't remember his name, I think it's Pete. I don't know. He's like, he hates his little brother for no apparent reason. I don't really know what he did. His little brother is perfectly normal and hasn't done anything wrong, and he just hates his guts. He is like at Freddy Fazbear's for some reason. I don't remember if they're there for a birthday party or what, but they're at Freddy Fazbear's, and so this kid like grabs his younger brother. He's like, "We're gonna do something so fun," and basically he's just trying to scare him. Like he brings him to this like back area of the restaurant where there's like a bunch of and he brings his little brother and he's like, look at this one, look at this guy, and it's like a foxy animatronic that's like half broken down, and it like scares the shit out of him because of course it does. Then it starts like singing a song. I guess it's just like the program song it's supposed to sing, and it's like, you can be a pirate, but first you have to lose an eye and an arm, or something like that. I don't know. It basically just sings a song about how you have to lose your eye and lose your arm, and like that's the song. And then they both get out of there because the younger kid is scared and the older kid is like, haha, I did my job, and I don't know. Anyway, they go home. And then over the next few days, the older kid starts like basically living Milo Murphy's Law, where like he keeps getting into these like absolutely absurd accidents. Like there's ones where he's like hanging out at the butcher shop and he like puts his hand on the counter and like the thing almost like cuts his arm off. And then there's another time where he's like going fishing and like some stray fishing hook like almost takes his eye out. And basically you get the idea, right? The foxy animatronic has cursed him to lose his eye and his arm or something. And then he like puts this together and he's like, I gotta go back to Freddy's. And so he tries to go back to Freddy's, and then in the meantime, while he's like trying to get there, he gets hit by a car. And then, like, after he gets hit by a car, he's, like, in a morgue, but he's, like, still conscious. I don't know if the implication is that he's, like, just in a coma and not actually dead, or if this is, like, a ghost thing. I don't really know what the implication is, but basically, his mom signed him up to be an organ donor, and then now the doctors are like, you know what we need? So that's the story. And this one, like I said, the first time reading it, I was like, oh, okay, we get it. It's another story about a kid being tormented by an animatronic, we get it. But you know, I like the specificity on this one. I like that we're like honing in on a specific thing. You know, I feel like a lot of the other stories had just sort of ambiguous, like, you know, me when I get you kind of threat. Like, what is the doll gonna do to the girl in 1:35 a.m. if it catches her? Like, what's the goal? You know, is it gonna get you? I feel like this story has like a very specific angle to it. It is going to take your eye and it's going to take your arm, and that's it. And I like that. I feel like this story was so over, like, hitting you over the head with the idea that, like, you kind of knew exactly where this story was going to go, like, 20 pages in. Like, the second that animatronic fox starts singing to you, you know what's going to happen. You know how the story is going to end. And honestly, the fact that the kid doesn't put it together sooner is crazy. Yeah, but this one's fine. It's sort of the beginning of a really popular trope that sort of really originated in Lonely Freddy, but is cemented here, which is the older sibling that's really mean to their younger sibling for no real reason trope. This comes up a lot. I think I put it on my bingo sheet. It's like very prevalent, and I don't know if it's supposed to be like a Michael crying child illusion or if Scott only knows how to write one kind of sibling dynamic, but like it could be either one. It's just this repeated thing over and over again where there's like the older sibling that just bullies the hell out of the younger sibling who has done nothing. Like as the stories go on, the younger sibling becomes like progressively more nice. Like I feel like in Lonely Freddy, like you can at least understand why this kid is like lashing out at his sister even though she hasn't really done anything. By the time we get to like Jump for Tickets where we see this trope again, it's like it's so funny to me because this kid did nothing. Like, the younger sibling would come up and be like, hey, I love you. You're just my favorite person. And then the older sibling is like, kill yourself. Like, that's basically how all of these stories play out. And it becomes increasingly more funny the more that it happens. I don't know why this keeps happening. It's very funny to me. And I say this as somebody that has a younger sibling. Like, don't get me wrong, like when I was a little kid, I did throw a remote at my sister's head for no reason. Like this is just kind of a thing that happens. But like, I think what really strikes me is that a lot of these cases, the kid is like middle school, high school. There's one example of this trope where the kid's like 18 and her younger sister is 5. And it's like, when I was 18, I was not bullying my younger sibling for no reason. I feel like that's a thing you grow out of when you turn like 10, you know, whatever. That's kind of beyond the point. This one's fine. Dance With Me is incredibly similar to 1:35 a.m. It is very similar. Dance with Me follows this girl, I think her name is Kelsey? Casey? I don't remember. I'm very bad with names. Basically, there's this girl that like ran away from home when she was younger, and she's been like homeless for like a large portion of her life, and she like gets a lot of her money from shoplifting and like pickpocketing and all that. And one day she like steals this woman's purse, and in the purse is like a pair of glasses that when you put the glasses on, you can like see a Ballora like dancing off in the corner. It's like an optical illusion. It's like a kid's thing, you know, when you had those like, what are they called? Little cameras where you put the pictures in them and like you click I'll put up pictures of what I'm talking about. It's like one of those, right? She thinks this is cool at first, and then she starts to get like paranoid that the Ballora is following her. Like every time she puts on the glasses, she feels like she's closer than she was previously, and so she like freaks the fuck out and leaves. Similar to the girl in 1:35 a.m., she just like heads out. She gets a motel somewhere. She tries to like get a new job, and she has a new job for a little bit, and then she gets like arrested for stealing or something. I don't really remember. A lot of things happen in the story. Basically, she's paranoid about the Ballora following her. And then at one point she's like, I'm going to return these glasses. This is the problem. It's haunting me because I stole these. And so she like tracks down the woman she stole the purse from, and she gives her the glasses back. Or like her kid. It was her kid's glasses. And she gives the glasses back to the kid. And then the kid is like, yay, Ballora, yay! And then she like spins around. And then that's the story. This one is very similar to 1:35 a.m. Like, I feel like it's an extremely similar premise in the sense that it's like this woman that has spent most of her life running away from things, and then now she's being chased by this entity that is forcing her to run away from things, and then it makes her realize something about her life or whatever. And this one I think is better executed. Like, I think it's better from start to finish, where it has like a beginning, a middle, and an end. It feels cohesive. I think it's better constructed. It's just because it came second that I feel like I'm inclined to like it less, you know. I feel like this one's probably better. It's just one of the more forgettable ones to me. I think that, again, I kind of like that there's not really a present threat per se, in the sense that, again, similar to 1:35 a.m., like technically at no point does the Ballora she's seeing like ever actually cause harm to her. Like she never hurts her, and it's never made clear that she's really a threat. She just kind of assumes that she is, and that's kind of an interesting angle. But again, same thing in 1:35 a.m. Like it's a very similar story, and I feel like this is one of the first instances where I was reading this and I was like, this is nearly the same premise. Obviously there are like specific differences, right? Like 1:35 a.m. honed in a lot more on that like insanity of like constantly being woken up at the same time every night, which, like, by the way, like, lore about me, I was reading 1:35 a.m. and I thought it was really funny, because I feel like a core part of the story is the idea that you'd be like driven insane by like waking up at the same time every single night for no reason. And it's like, I feel like that story fundamentally does not work for me, because my sleep has been like that for literal years. Like, ever since, I think like 2020, I have been cursed with the fact that I wake up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, at least once every single night, if not multiple times. Like, it's usually around the same time. It's like 4 to 5 a.m. I will wake up for no reason. It's not that something woke me up. It's not that like something's happening. I wake up at the same time every single night, and I immediately go back to sleep. And it's been like that for going on 6 years now. And I've just learned to live with this as like a fact of life. There is nothing that I can do to stop this from happening. I don't think I'm being chased by a doll, so maybe it was a skill issue. I don't know. We're getting off topic. Dance with Me is fine. I feel like this is how I feel about every story in Volume 4. It's fine. They're all fine. They're fine stories. Coming Home is an interesting case, because Coming Home, I'm actually not going to summarize this one, because I think that this is one of them that is worth rating it by yourself. You know, I think that this is one of the only ones that I would say, yeah, if you like FNAF, you should read this. Coming Home is really interesting though, because I think that the only thing really holding it back is its writing style. Like, when I was reading people's thoughts on this story, I noticed it coming up a lot that a lot of people seem to think that it was very like the pacing was too slow. Like, people thought that it wasn't quick enough, or that it wasn't exciting enough. And to that I say, honestly, it could be slower. Like, I think that the sort of more like sad melancholy kind of feel that the story is going for is really interesting. It's just that the writing like doesn't support that at all. You know, I think that this story has this very like wistful kind of longing tone to it that's like sort of conveyed but not well enough. I feel like this particular story deserved this very like classic ghost story approach, right? I'm a sucker for stories about ghosts that don't know they're ghosts, all right? I think it's a really interesting idea to have this person that died and doesn't even know it, and they're like trying to go about their life and they just can't. And I think that is like a really great concept, and I think it's done well. I just think it could have been done way better. You know, I feel like it's one of those stories that, given a really like talented writer, I think that this could be something really special. It's just that like there isn't like enough ruminating, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like they just kind of relay events like in a very to the point kind of objective. I feel like there's not enough stylization. I feel like we could have used for like more flowery language, you know? I wouldn't be mad if this was written like Haunting of Hill House, you know? I feel like this is something that could have been really special under the hands of like a different writer. And honestly, at a certain point, it wouldn't have even really been a kid's story. You know, I feel like I can't be too mad at the way that it's written, because once we start going like, again, very like classic ghost story approach where it's like very sad and very slow and very like longing, at a certain point, it's like, well, that's not going to appeal to kids. And like, I understand why we had to do this, but I don't know. This one could have been something real special, I think. And it's kind of not. But it's good. I think it's one of the better ones. It every once in a while I was reading this one and I'd see like a glimpse of something like real good, and then it would just like flash. It would go away and I'd be left with Fazbear Frights. And I don't know. I'd still think that people should read this one, though. Like, out of all the stories of the collection, if you like Five Nights at Freddy's, I think that this is a good one to read. I feel like it's a good addition, you know? I don't know. Volume 5 is so beautiful to me because it contains one of the best stories in the entire collection and objectively the worst story in the entire collection. I love the range. I love the whiplash you experience while reading Volume 5. It's really beautiful. Starting off with Bunny Call, though, we start off very middle ground. Not particularly exciting, but not particularly awful either. Apparently, at one point, Scott said this was his favorite story in the entire collection. Why? Bunny Call's fine. It's fine. They're all fine. They're fine stories. Bunny Call is textbook Me When I Get You. This guy is on a camping trip with his family, who he hates, by the way. We'll talk about that later, but he's so mean to his family. He like goes to check in for their camp activities, and then the counselor is like, would you like to sign up for the Bunny Call? And he's like, what the hell is the Bunny Call? And the Bunny Call is apparently that if you sign up for this thing, there will be a guy that comes around in a bunny suit that like crashes cymbals and like scares your family awake. I don't know. This is such a strange concept, but that I think about the amount of things that I would do when I was like Girl Scout camping and the activities that they would line up, and I'm like, yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. This is peak like white people camping culture. I don't know how else to explain it. Anyway, yeah. So he signs up for the Bunny Call because he hates his family. He's like, honestly, it'd be really funny just to torment them. So he signs them up for the Bunny Call. And then in the middle of the night, he's like, that was kind of mean though. I shouldn't have done that. And so he tries to track down the guy that's doing the Bunny Call, like the guy in the suit. And he finds him and he's like, hey dude, can you please just like skip us? And the bunny just like stares at him and he's like, okay, I'm glad we got that across. And so he goes back to his cabin, and then like 10 minutes later, the bunny shows up and he's like trying to keep him out. He's like shutting the windows and like barricading the doors, and he starts getting like increasingly more scared because the bunny like keeps trying to crawl its way in, even though he told him not to. At one point, like he notices that there's like blood on the thing's hand. He's like, what the hell? And so he basically for like 20 straight minutes, he's like trying to barricade this bunny out of his cabin. And then like the second it turns 6 a.m., he just like disappears. Like he just crawls back out the window and goes home. And then they're sitting at breakfast and the camp counselor is like, damn, sorry to everybody that signed up for the Bunny Call, but our actor couldn't be here this morning. So, and then the story ends. So the implication being that the bunny that was trying to get into his cabin wasn't the actor, it was some supernatural creature that was actually trying to attack him. And like, it's fine. It's a fine story. I feel like one issue that this one has is just the fact that the threat is not entirely clear for like the entire story up until the last sentence. Because as far as the main character is under the impression, like, this is just a guy. This is just a guy in a suit trying to do his job. And so the immediate reaction that this guy has of like trying to like shove him out and like barricade him from out of the cabin, he's doing this even before he notices the blood. And it just feels very bizarre to me because it's like, why are you doing this? Like, as far as he knows, this isn't a threat. Obviously it is. But as far as this character is aware, it's not. And the fact that he just keeps acting like this feels very bizarre to me. And also, it just isn't that interesting. You know, it's just another, like, vague, ambiguous, the animatronic is coming to get me kind of story, and I don't know. And this character is so insufferable. Like, it was funny in Count the Ways when there was this teenage girl that just absolutely hated everybody around her because that is what it's like to be a teenage girl. But in this case, it's like a middle-aged man. Like, his family is totally normal, and all of his internal dialogue is like, God damn it, I should never have had kids. Like, his family doesn't do anything wrong. They're like sitting in the car singing a song, and he's like, I should have stayed single. I should never have had kids. God, I miss the fish. I wish I could go fishing right now. Like, it's a little obnoxious. And like, I get the idea that like he hates his family, and then he has this near-death experience where his family nearly gets killed, and now he values his family. And it's like, I get it, but that doesn't make it any easier to read any of his internal dialogue. Like, the entire story reads like, my bitch wife, and then that's it. Like, every 5 seconds he's like, my bitch wife wants to go camping. God, I hate my kids. And it's like, it's not entertaining. It's not entertaining. It's really difficult to read this. And then I found out that part of the reason why Scott considers this to be his favorite story is because apparently it's based on like an actual thing that happened. Like he went camping with his family, and there was like a similar like wake up call kind of thing that happened. And you know, he signed his family up for the wake up call, and then he like had second thoughts about it and he canceled it in the middle of the night. But obviously in that situation, like, it just worked and it didn't happen. And then he was like, what if it didn't? What if it didn't work? And then in his all-knowing glory, he wrote this story. But like, is this how you feel about your wife and kids, Scott Cawthon? Like, this protagonist is very unbearable. Again, he's written like that. Like, it's not a mistake that he's so annoying, but doesn't make it any easier to read. Whatever. Do you guys know what's next? Do you know the next story? In the Flesh is the story where MatPat gets pregnant by Springtrap. That's my summary. That's the plot. That's it. Literally, that is the plot. There's like a game developer that's making a Springtrap game, and then the Springtrap disappears from the game, and then he's pregnant. He's fucking pregnant. Like, I don't know how else to describe this. That's what happens. And then the Springtrap like bursts out of his body at the end, and that's the plot. Like, when people, I had known this as the Mpreg story, and like I had heard that going into it, but I thought that it was gonna be like in an obtuse way. Like, a story like Room for One More could arguably be Mpreg in a way, like in the sense that there is a man and there's like these things inside his body. Like, I guess that kind of works, but in this case, no, he is literally pregnant. Like, that is the plot, and there is literally no other way to interpret it. Like, that is what happens. And like, I feel the need to specify that it is totally not MatPat. The only similarities between the character Matthew in this story and MatPat the real person is that they're both named Matthew, and they both have like some vague connection to video games. If anything, the character in this story has more to do with Scott Cawthon, because the character in this story is making the Five Nights at Freddy's games. So really, it's self-insert Mpreg, but like, people are joking when they say it's MatPat, right? Like, it's not really him. It has no connection to him. It's not him. But he is pregnant. People are not joking about that. And like, I get the vague shape of what we're trying to do here, right? Pregnancy as body horror. That is a thing that has been done. You know, it's a thing that happens, and it's a thing that I think has been done pretty well. You know, obviously there's very popular examples of this, like Rosemary's Baby, but you know, even things like Alien, I think, play with this idea, right? Because there is this inherent horror to the idea that there's this like foreign entity that is living inside your body and like sucking the life out of you, right? That's scary. And I think that plenty of series have done this well. You know, I think that there is a lot to be drawn from that. There is versions of this story that work, this is not one of them. This story is not particularly scary as much as it's just like weird. Like this is not a scary story. No, it is not. I don't know how to describe this. Like, I feel like throughout the story, I don't know what tone we're going for, because it's not scary. Let me tell you, it is not scary. It's comedic, maybe? Like, the most reasonable way I could describe this is that it's supposed to be funny. Like, this character is, like, violently misogynistic. Like, he hates women for some reason, and he, like, left his girlfriend because she didn't want to get pregnant, and whatever, or no. He left his girlfriend because she wanted to get pregnant, and he was like, no, you'll ruin your body, and, like, whatever. Basically, he hates women. I get the idea that it's like, oh, he hates women so much, and then he gets pregnant, and then now he realizes women's struggles or something, and I don't care. I don't care. I think it's supposed to be funny. I think that's, like, the intended, like, tone we're going for. It's not funny. It's not scary, and it's not funny. It's just, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm breaking the law by reading this somehow. I don't know what law I'm breaking besides one of nature, but I don't know. Like, this entirely, like, looking at this step back, I'm imagining a world in which I've never heard of the term empreg. This is a completely new idea to me. Even in this scenario, this is just not, it doesn't work. Like, it's in a horror story collection. It's not scary at all. It doesn't even seem like it's trying to be. I don't know what the story is trying to be, but I don't think scary is one of them. And, like, I feel like the term, it's literally fetish content, is used so much online to a point that it's, like, kind of entirely lost its meaning. Like, people call anything fetish content now. You see people drawing, like, something on Twitter, and then it's, like, a picture of a character at the beach or something, and they aren't wearing any shoes. And then people are like, it's literally foot fetish content. Look, you can see their feet. And it's like, it's not. Like, obviously it's not. And so people call anything fetish content now. But when I say that this might be... like, I am really struggling to think of what the purpose of this story could have possibly been besides, like, fetish shit. I don't know. Like, it has subgenres. It has subgenres of weight gain fetish content in it. It's like, I don't know what else to consider this. I feel like I've been on the internet long enough to know it when I see it, and I see it. Even if it's, like, intentional, that's how it reads. This is by far the worst story in the entire collection, beyond the fact that it's just, like, deeply uncomfortable. It's also just not effective in any way, shape, or form. Apparently this is also Scott's least favorite story. In that case, I say, why did you write it? The Man in Room 1280 is one of the best stories in the entire collection, and I think it is absolutely hilarious that they follow it up after In the Flesh. Like, the fact that we are putting maybe one of the best stories after objectively the worst story, the whiplash between the two of these, hilarious, great bit. I wouldn't have arranged it any other way. This is really funny. The Man in Room 1280 is one of the most discussed stories, but not really for the way that I would like to talk about it. Like, there's only really two things that people talk about this story with. Number one, it's supposed to explain Custom Night, and number two, the guy in the Man in Room 1280 is William Afton. And it's like, I don't... Like, I want to look at these in terms of how they are as a story and not how they are as a puzzle piece for a larger narrative. And, like, is the corpse William Afton? Absolutely, they confirm it later. But, like, it's... the fact that it is within this story is not really relevant. Like, whether or not this is William Afton really doesn't change much of anything. What is The Man in Room 1280 actually about? It's about this priest that goes to this hospital to, like, pray for the patients there. And he arrives at this hospital, and the nurses keep being like, you don't have to go see this one guy. There's this one guy, like, way in the back you do not need to go see. We don't care. And the one guy in question is this, like, John Doe corpse that showed up. And he was, like, burned to a crisp. He's, like, barely alive. And they had him on life support for a while. And then they were like, okay, nobody's claimed him. He's, like, clearly almost dead. Let's just pull the plug. And so they do. And nothing happened. He just keeps, he's still there. He did not die. And so they just, like, shove him in a ward in the back, and they're like, okay, he'll kick it eventually. And he just doesn't. And he's been like that for years. And so this priest shows up, and he's like, well, I gotta go see this guy. And he goes and sees the guy, and again, it's, like, gnarly. Like, he's like basically a skeleton with, like, bits of charred skin on him. He's like, ugh. And so part of the story is the priest trying to communicate with this corpse guy, and the other part of the story is the nurses' repeated attempts to murder him. The nurses are so freaked out by this corpse, they are convinced it is like possessed by the devil. They continually try to murder him. They like put morphine in his like blood supply, and they like suffocate him with a pillow, and they are repeatedly trying to kill him, and every single time it fails. Like the one that tries to suffocate him with the pillow, like he just starts like vomiting rotting blood all over them. It's gnarly. You know, basically they can't kill him. For whatever reason, they can't kill him, and they're so convinced that it's the devil. And so the priest keeps trying to talk to him, and then at some point they're able to like communicate via like the system that they figure out. Like the corpse guy can still like kind of move his hand, and so through basically the priest going like, okay, A, yes or no, B, yes or no, he's able to like form kind of a sentence, and they come to the conclusion that this corpse guy wants to be taken to the Fazbear distribution center. And so the priest goes up to the nurse and he's like, so this guy wants to go somewhere, and the nurses are like, no. No. And so the priest teams up with one of the only nurses that has not tried to kill this guy, and they manage to like drag him into a car, and he's like bleeding, rotting blood all over the back seat. Like he's got like a towel under him, and he's like bleeding through the towel. It's crazy. And they like take him in this car, and they bring him to the distribution center, and he's like in the distribution center for like 30 seconds, and then he just like explodes like the monster at the end of the substance. And then that's the end. And like, full transparency, I love this one. Like, I think that people only talk about this in the context of like, does this explain Custom Night? Is it actually a coma? And it's like, what does that add? Like, I feel like this story works perfectly fine by itself, even without the context of who the guy is or what he did. Like, I think that the fact that the context of the corpse is never actually explained really does add something. Like, I think it really adds that this is just like a weird happening. I think that really separates it from a lot of the other stories too, where instead of there being this like present threat that's like, this thing is gonna kill me, it's just like a weird thing. Like, there's really no present threat in this story. Like, obviously everyone thinks that the corpse is evil, but like, whether he is or not is not really confirmed, and it's not necessarily important, because it's not like he can do anything. You know, it's just that people are convinced that he is. And I like that there's not really a present thing that they're like, this is gonna kill me. Like, it's just sort of this uneasy happening. It's a weird thing happening. And I would argue that really the horror in the story is less so this corpse is evil, and more so just the concept of being kept alive way past your expiration date. You know, I think that that's really interesting. I feel like what's so uneasy about this is just the fact that this guy hasn't died yet. And I think that's really interesting. Like, there's this, like, kind of Lovecraftian angle to it almost. Like, it feels a lot more subdued in the way that it does horror, and it feels a lot more, like, patient, I guess, in the way that it does the unease factor, and, like, it's a very unnerving story, but not in the way that it's like, oh my god, he's gonna get me. Like, it's just sort of a, what happened there kind of situation. Yeah, I actually like that the story doesn't explain much of anything. It's just a weird-ass thing that happened, and I like that. I like that a lot. Sorry to interrupt again. I realized I forgot to talk about the ghost. There's a ghost in this story, and I have to say something about it, or else people are gonna think that I just forgot. I didn't forget. There's a ghost in this story. There's like this little kid that shows up every single time that the nurses try to kill the man, and he like stops them, and like I guess the implication is the kid is the reason he's being kept alive. And in the epilogues it's revealed that actually this kid was a victim of William Afton, and he's keeping him alive for something Custom Night. The reason I did talk about the kid is because I feel like the existence of him is just sort of like over-explaining some things that I think work a little better without it. Like, I understand that this is just kind of a preference thing, but I feel like the idea that this is just like a weird thing that happened to this guy who knows why is a little more compelling to me than like this sort of, I guess, like revenge thriller sort of thing. I don't know, like I think that the tone that the story was going for and just the plot of it works a lot better when it's just this like unexplainable happening versus he's being hunted. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is like a big thing with the epilogues, but like when we're looking at the story in terms of just like where it starts and ends, like Man in Room 1280 page 1 to Man in Room 1280 page whatever. I don't remember how many pages the story was, but like if we're looking at it from just beginning to end, like the kid is kind of superfluous to me, and maybe I'm just like projecting a version of this story that I like more instead of like just looking at it for what it is. I think that's entirely possible, because I do really like this story, but I struggle to be like, do I like this story or do I like sort of the version of it that I think it's trying to be? And I'm really not sure. I go back and forth depending on the day, but you know, I don't know. Basically what I'm trying to say is that I didn't talk about the kid because I don't have anything to say about him. Yeah. I mean, not to give away my thoughts on the epilogues too much, but I feel like the epilogues have this problem where they're just like constantly over explaining things. Like I feel like a lot of these stories don't need to be connected, and yet all of them are. Like they're just constantly like putting red strings on the corkboard and being like, so this was this the whole time, and this connects to this, and it's like I don't know what that adds. Like I think that with a story like this, it works a lot better when it just doesn't explain itself. And the kid and the epilogues really do try to explain it. Yeah, I don't know if this is just like a Scott Cawthon problem where he loves connecting dots. He just loves connecting dots. And just like this obsession to try to make sure that everything lines up with the lore and the whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't talk about the kid because I don't have anything to say about him. That's it. That's the short of it. I don't have that much to say. Yeah. I just had to throw that in there.
Granted, this story does bulldoze this entirely because in the epilogues it explains this completely, but I don't care right now. We'll get to those when we get there. In the meantime, I like that this is weird. I like that it doesn't explain itself, and I like the more obtuse angle it takes to horror instead of just having a thing trying to kill you. This is a lot more interesting to me. I really like this one. Here's how I was feeling up until this point. Okay, I read volume 4 and I thought that it was like extremely formulaic and I was getting really tired, and I was like, if these stories are going to keep going on like this, I might need to drop this entirely. And then I read volume 5 and I was so like rejuvenated by the Man in Room 1280. I thought it was like really unique, and I was like, you know what, if we're going to keep going this direction, this might end up being really good actually. And I started volume 6, and then it opened with Blackbird, and I realized that we were back in the fucking building again. Blackbird is Me When I Get You. Blackbird is a story about these 2 college students that are supposed to make a horror film for their film class, and they decide on this idea about like a big bird monster, and so they start making the costume for this big giant bird monster, and while they're making the costume, they're having this like conversation about how one of them, whose name I don't remember, one of them is named Sam, because I'm named Sam and I remember that, but I don't remember what the other one's named. Whatever. Anyway, they're talking and Sam is like, you know, I used to get bullied in high school. It was really rough. And then the other kid's like, that's crazy, because I used to bully people in high school. So they have that conversation, and then later on at some point the kid that's not Sam gets a phone call that's like, your friend got hit by a train. Isn't that crazy? While he was wearing the bird costume, actually, because there's like feathers everywhere. And so he's like torn up about this, and then he starts like seeing his friend in the bird costume everywhere, and it's like following him, and he's like scared. And then at some point he comes to the conclusion that he's like, oh, my friend's haunting me because I bullied people. So he like tracks down this girl that he like bullied in high school because she was fat. And then he meets her again, and she's not fat now. And he tries to apologize to her, and she's like, actually, I'm really glad that you bullied me because it taught me self-worth, or something like that. Then he stops seeing the bird monster, and then it turns out that his friend was fine. Like, it turns out that apparently he actually, like, missed the trade. Like, he kind of got, like, clipped by it a little bit in the bird costume, but ultimately he was okay. And so he comes back and he's like, God damn, I was passed out for like 4 days in a ditch. How's life, man? And then that's how the story ends. I don't know what to say about this one. It's just like, Me When I Get You. Like, I feel like there is so many of these stories where it's like, this guy is being tormented by the creature, and then like that's the story. And, like, I feel like if I had read this one towards the beginning, I wouldn't feel so bad about it, but it's just, like, because I'm reading it after all of these other ones where it's just so many stories that have very similar
premises, I guess, that it just kind of, it threw me off my rhythm a little bit. I didn't love this one. It's not bad. It's good. It's fine. They're all fine. But it just wasn't one of the more interesting ones to me. It felt very much kind of whatever. Honestly, I thought it was strange. That whole scene where he, like, met up with the girl again. Because, like, part of the whole reason that he bullied her was because she was fat. And then it turns out that she's actually not fat anymore. Isn't that crazy? And then she's like, actually, because you bullied me so much, I learned my passion for dance. And then, I became skinny because I danced so much. And I don't know. There was just some, like, weird tones going on there. Maybe I'm too woke. But I don't know. Weird tones. I actually have very little to say about this story. Did I write anything else on my notes app? Yeah, I wrote, like, 4 sentences about this one. I have nothing to say. It's fine. It's fine. The Real Jake is a story I'm going to tread lightly on because I know a lot of people really like this one. The Real Jake is about this kid that has some kind of terminal illness. I don't remember exactly what it was. It's not cancer. It's like I think it's like a muscle atrophy thing. They name it in the story. I just don't remember. But he has like some kind of terminal illness and he's being taken care of by this caretaker lady because his mom died in childbirth and his dad is like an employed soldier. And so it's just him and this caretaker lady. And obviously he like can't do much of anything because he's like confined to his bed for the most part. And at night, every day in the closet, there's like this voice that speaks to him and asks him about his day, except it doesn't ask him about his day. It asks him about this like idealized version of his day where like the kid, who's Jake, by the way, like explains what he would have done if he wasn't sick. So he like talks about going out to the playground and whatever. This just kind of keeps going on. There's like a couple days where this happens. At some point it's revealed that the voice in the closet is actually his father speaking to him through like a radio. And then at one, like towards the end of the story, the father dies on the line of duty, and then the caretaker lady doesn't get a chance to tell the kid about this because the kid dies like 2 days after that. So that is The Real Jake. This one is really hard to categorize within the plot of the rest of the stories because, first of all, this one like obviously sticks out like a sore thumb because it's not a horror story. Like, in no way is it a horror story. You know, in the Banning Room 1280, was there a threat? No, but it was still a horror story, like, definitionally. This one just isn't. Like, it's not a horror story. There's nothing scary that happens. There's not, like, a thing that's coming to get you. There's not something that's supposed to, like, unnerve you. This one, I think, is just supposed to be, like, an emotional short story. And you know, I think obviously it succeeds at that. I think that it's definitely interesting in the way that it breaks the format, to say the least. This one also never mentions Fazbear Entertainment, which I think is crazy. You know, I feel like this was a really pushing the boundaries of like what qualifies something as a Fazbear Frights story. Like, does it need to have an animatronic? Does it need to have Fazbear in it somehow? Does it need to be scary? You know, I think that that's some really interesting questions posed by this one. I have some technical beefs with it. One of the big ones is the fact that the exposition is delivered in this one in one of the worst ways of this entire collection. Basically, the caretaker lady is like, she's like, with the kid, and then she goes into the other room and sets up a camera, like a video diary, and starts just literally explaining to the camera what's going on. Like, she sits down and she's like, Jake's dad is employed in the army in this place, and also he has this disease, and I've been watching him because this, and it's like, it feels like they had like an exposition hammer and just beat you over the head with it. Like, they had no other way of explaining how they got into this situation. It feels very much like a I bet you're wondering how I got here kind of freeze frame moment. It's really jarring the way that is delivered, and the video camera thing isn't really brought back in a perfectly meaningful way. It feels like it's just a way to explain things for exposition purposes, and that's it, and it's very clunky, and I don't love it. I don't know. This story is difficult. I think it's very difficult to categorize. I wouldn't say that it's enjoyable, but like, obviously it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of a misery fest, and it is. It's just like something about this story feels odd to me. Like, I remember reading this comic once. If I can find it, I'll put it up here, but I've read it like years ago, so I don't remember. But he was this person, and they were talking about how when they were a kid, they got diagnosed with this chronic illness, and like when they were younger, they were told that they were only going to live a couple years. And they were talking about how, the adults around them never wanted them to actually talk about their illness, even though it was literally the only thing they wanted to talk about. Like, they were talking about how, like, obviously when you're a kid and you're being told that you're going to die in a couple years, like, that's really haunting, and that's the only thing you want to talk about. And it like really like was something that like really weighed on them, and yet all the adults in their life just didn't want to hear it, like, because obviously it's difficult to hear a child talk about mortality. Like, that's not something you want to hear, but they were talking about how it's really difficult because they wanted to talk about it. Like, it was something that really bothered them and something that they really had things to say about, but because it was uncomfortable, it was just like something that they almost weren't allowed to talk about. Like, the adults in their life would have much preferred the idea that they just didn't even think about their illness. They didn't even know they were sick. They were just such good children. And like, I don't know, this story reminds me of that a little bit. Like, in a way. It reminds me in this way of like portraying like children with disabilities and like sick children in a way that's like comfortable to the adults around them, rather than like actually interrogating what that feels. Like the way that when Jake is like talking to this voice in the closet, and he like tries to say what actually happened during the day and like how he feels, and the voice is like, no, what did you like really do, like intending for him to talk about this like idealized version of himself. And I understand the idea that it's like, oh, he's able to live out the life that he wanted to live, and I get that, but at the same time it kind of feels like we're just like not letting him talk about it. Like, we don't want to hear him talk about it. We don't want to hear him like be uncomfortable, because that would be too difficult, I guess. I don't know. Obviously it's different because this is a real kid. Sorry, no. Obviously this is different because it's a fictional kid. The Jake in this story is not real. But I don't know. It's just the kind of language around it that reminds me of like those like books that parents write about their kids with autism that are like, he taught me to see the world in a way that I never could have otherwise, where they like talk about their child in terms of like how they're a learning device for them and not like how the child feels. I don't know. It reminds me of that a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily like an evil thing. I don't think that necessarily like takes anything away from the story, because again, it's a fictional kid, so it really doesn't matter. It just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too woke. I'm the friend that's too woke, unfortunately. I mean, like I said, I like this one for how it breaks the format, and I think that it's really refreshing. Just like from the context of the rest of the stories, it's just like, I don't know, it's not my favorite. Now that we got that one out of the way, Hide and Seek is about a kid being chased by an animatronic. It's me when I get you. It's another one, another waiter. Bring me another story like this. Another one to the pile. Hide and Seek isn't bad. Hide and Seek is the story about this kid who... do I remember his name? No. Anyway, it's about this kid. And he works at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, and his older brother also used to work there, and his older brother set basically all of the records on all of the machines. Like, he's so good. And this kid becomes like obsessed with trying to beat his brother's record in one single thing, and it's just like not working. Like, no matter what he does, his brother still has the record. And so there's this new game introduced where it's called Hide and Seek. It's like a giant open area with a bunch of cardboard cutouts of buildings, and the goal is that there's a little like shadow bunny figure thing that hides in one of the buildings, and you got to figure out where it is. And so he becomes real into trying to do this thing. And so he spends all his time trying to beat this record on this. He starts like tampering with it. Like, he'll like block off some of the paths where the bunny's supposed to go, so he knows exactly where he's going. And it still doesn't work. No matter what he does, he can't do it. So he gets like pissed and destroys the whole thing. And while this is happening, he like gets kidnapped by the bunny, who sews itself onto him. So now he just has this bunny following him all the time, and the ride is destroyed. The game is destroyed. So he's like being tormented by that, like where people are like, hey man, you were the last one working that day. What happened here? So that's happening, and he's being tormented by a shadow bunny. And so he tries to like do a bunch of things to get rid of this. He like tries to drown himself at one point in order to get the bunny off of him, and it doesn't work. And eventually the ride gets repaired, except it's just like still not entirely working because notably the bunny is attached to him now. So he goes back and he's like, I'm gonna put an end to this. I'm going to fix this one. And I don't remember exactly what happens. This one, it was kind of blurry to me, but basically at some point he ends up like backing up, and he like impales himself and the bunny, presumably, which is also on his back, through like one of the props in the ride. Like it just like stabs right through him. And that's the plot. And like this one is fine. It's fine. They're all fine. They're fine. This is like one of the bigger examples of older sibling that's mean to their younger sibling for no reason. This one's different though because it's told from the perspective of the younger sibling that's getting bullied. Like his older brother is just like pissed at him all the time. He's like talking about how he tried to beat the records on the ride, and his brother is like, you are subservient to me. I will always be better at you than at everything. I will win all the time because you are subhuman. And it's like, it's crazy. Yeah, I remember the comic of this one being pretty interesting, I guess, which we're actually going to talk about soon, because graphic novel volume 3 is up. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's another story later on about a kid tampering with a machine that I think is more interesting. I don't know. What did I write for this one? I wrote another one in the pile. Scott really loves his kind of mean-spirited siblings that learn to respect each other plot. Not as present here as it is in Step Closer, but I think he longs to do something with the Aftons that he never got to do. I don't know. The ending of this one was kind of gnarly. I sound like I'm struggling to find things to say about this one, and I kind of am. I feel similarly about this that I do about Blackbird. It's just very formulaic at this point. And then that's all I wrote. The other ones I wrote like 5 paragraphs on. This one was like 5 sentences. I don't have a lot to say. Honda Graphic Novel Volume 3. First story is Step Closer. This is the same artist that did Into the Pit and Fetch, and there's improvements. Like I said, you can see this artist progressively get better. In this one, you can see that there's like a real effort to do shading and rendering, which you don't see in the original ones, and I think that it does. I see the effort. You know, one of the things I was talking about Into the Pit sort of art was that I think that it could have been really improved by just a little bit of mood lighting, and there is a little bit of mood lighting here. There is a little bit of sort of interesting gradients going on, and there's more interesting color palettes. And you know, if you put frames from Step Closer next to frames from Into the Pit, you can see the improvement, right? You can obviously see that this artist is making a bigger effort to make more full illustrations, and you know, I obviously really commend that because you can see the improvement in a way that is really impressive, actually. That being said, still my least favorite by far. Like, it's just the posing that is so stiff and the composition that is just like not there. And yeah, I made this picture of the kid fishing my profile picture on my spam account for like a day because I thought it was really funny. I think this is the last volume that they're an illustrator in though, so we don't have to see much more of them. Moving on. Bunny Call is illustrated by the same person that did The New Kid. This one is about the same as The New Kid. You know, I think that the designs are cute and the, like, artistic ability is obviously there. It's just that, like, I don't know if cute is what we're going for. Like, I feel like the designs here are charming, but I don't know if I would say charming for a horror story, you know? I think that this artist would be really interesting doing like a more character-based kind of adventure story, maybe. That's what I get from a lot of these designs. They're cute. They're really cute. It's just like not particularly scary. Moving on. Hide and Seek. This is a new artist, and this artist is probably one of my favorites. Like, I think that this artist I don't know what that was about. Let me get some water. This artist I think does some of the most interesting like expression work out of a lot of these. I think that their designs are really suited for comics. You know, I look at the like Bunny Call and New Kid artists, I'm like, you probably do a real good like illustration, you know, and I look at this artist, I'm like, yeah, that's a comic artist. Are they a little jank sometimes? Yeah, but this artist has a solid grasp on like backgrounds and expressions and like drawing a character. And you know what? Their designs are good. You know, I feel like one of the problems that I haven't really talked about is that the designs of the characters in all these stories are just so nothing. Like, almost every character is just a kid with nondescript hair and a plain colored shirt, and that's it. Like, they don't wear anything particularly interesting and they don't look particularly interesting. The kid in this story, I see the vision. Like, there's like little bits of things that make them unique. I remember, like, the fact that the kid has a helix piercing is interesting to me. You know, that's like a thing that immediately sets him off from a lot of the other characters, and I think that's really interesting. I like that we're making designs that I remember now. Like, if you asked me to describe what the main character from Fetch looked like, I think he had like a stupid like little striped shirt on. Maybe. What does the main character from Into the Pit look like? Like, it just looks like if you AI generated child, and then like that's what comes up. But this one I feel like if you showed me a picture of this kid and then asked me to like describe what I think he would be like, I feel like you'd be kind of spot on. Like, you're able to get something from the design, which is not true of a lot of the other designs. Like, I feel like one important thing about character design is having it read clearly. Like, you need to have it serve your story in a way that you can tell something about the character just upon looking at them, and I think that is true of this kid. I think that's true. It's pretty good. We're gonna see this artist come back a couple times, so get excited.
So now that we have talked about Volume 6, we're halfway done. We're getting somewhere. Can you believe it? I cannot believe it. You know, we've been talking for so long and we're going to keep talking for even longer, but you know, we can at least do a breather, right? If there's anywhere in the video that an intermission might be good, it's here. So let's do an intermission. Let's do a little aside. Let's do a little side quest. I was trying to think of something that would be fun to do as an intermission, and what I landed on is that one thing that I like to do whenever I read anything, whenever I watch anything, whenever I listen to anything, is go on the AO3 page, not to read fan fiction, but to use it as a statistics tool. I think it's really fascinating because AO3 has a really, really great tagging system. And so whenever you go on a fandom tag and you like sort by what the most popular ships are or the most popular characters are, you can like see numbers of how many fics are written for which characters or which pairings or like which tropes are most popular within each pairing. You know, it's actually really interesting. And so this is something that I do every time I watch anything. You know, I immediately go to the AO3 page, and I like rarely actually read fan fiction. I just love looking at like what people are up to. I think it's fascinating. And so that's what I wanted to do here. I wanted to go to the Fazbear Frights AO3 page and look at like what the top 10 ships are and what the most popular characters are and what the tropes seem to be. And like, I thought that would be fun. I am absolutely dismayed to report though that there is no Fazbear Frights AO3 tag. There is a Five Nights at Freddy's tag that's just like a parent tag that all the FNAF stuff gets grouped under, but there isn't a tag for specifically Fazbear Frights, which means I can't sort. I can't look at what the top ships are. I can't look at the top pairings, which is absolutely abysmal to me. But I'm still really curious. I still want to know what people are getting up to on there. So on my computer here, I have pulled up Fazbear Frights, and we're gonna go through it together as like a little emotional journey, I guess. I haven't actually. What I've done is I've just like looked up Fazbear Frights like as a term on AO3, so not all of these are actually going to be Fazbear Frights. It basically every time that anything mentions the word Fazbear Frights, it's going to show up in this search. So it's not going to be precise, but I want to know. I want to know what's going on. So this is what we're going to do. Also, I'm not doing this to make fun of people. I want to make that very clear. I'm not doing this like to clown on people. I'm not doing this as like, cringe. Look at the, no, absolutely not. I love cringe. I think cringe is beautiful. I think everybody should be cringe all the time. I'm very cringe. I don't think it's fair to make fun of people writing fan fiction online, especially because I would be willing to bet that a large majority of the people writing for this series are probably teenagers. I don't want to do that. I'm doing this because I genuinely am curious on like what people are getting up to, not because I want to make fun of them. I want to know. I think it's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Let's pull this up. All right. This is how we're going to do things. Does this work? Whatever. Let's start at the top here. So
like I said, I've just searched by Fazbear Frights, so it's not going to 100% be an accurate search term, but obviously the first one is not Fazbear Frights related at all. And then right under that is Millie X Sarah Yuri. I love the vision. I love the vision. I like the vision. I would never have thought of this in my life, but I love I like where we're going. All right. I love Yuri as much as the next person does. Who is Matt? Who's Matt? I don't remember. Is he the Mpreg one? Okay. Anyway, let's go down a little bit. Let's see what's on like page 4. I don't know. I just want to see. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of Into the Pit. I figured that there would be a lot of Into the Pit, partially because of the game. Like, I think the game is throwing off statistics a little bit. I think that there's a lot of people that know Into the Pit because of the game. And so it's going to skew the numbers a little. That's totally fine, though. 7 chapter, 10,000 words. That's fascinating. 10,000 words of Oswald? Wow. Who was Alec? Was he the one from... I feel like part of the problem here is that I just don't remember half of these characters. I don't remember half of these characters' names. Legitimately, I do not remember. I don't remember who Alec is. Is he the one from Lonely Freddy? I think. Taking place after I Am a Machine. What is that another... Oh my god, is there a Fazbear Frights fandom tag? Wait, no, what? Oh, come on. It just loops back to Five Nights at Freddy's. Ugh. That's so lame. Evil, make this a clickable tag. This is post-canon Sea Bonnie's Rory fic? We haven't talked about Sea Bonnie's yet. I actually really like Sea Bonnie's, spoiler alert. I would never have thought to do this, though. Isn't Rory like 7? I don't remember any funeral. Well, I guess it might have been different if my sibling died when I was 7, but I went to a lot of funerals when I was 7. I don't remember like any of them. Ooh, Breaking Wheel fic? Okay. 300 words. Okay, better than nothing. Whatever. Alex / Greg. Who is Greg? Was he in Lonely Freddy? Is that the fetch guy? I don't remember. I have the worst memory known to man. I think so. This is like a big crossover. Oh, wow. LGBTQ character. Who? Oh, more Millie Sarah Yowie. How many? Yowie. Yuri. Ooh, 15. People have a vision. I support the vision. I'm all for Yuri. Yeah, I had to look up Dylan Cooper earlier because when I first looked up the tag, I saw a bunch of fics tagged for Dylan Cooper, and I was like, who the hell is Dylan Cooper? I'm still not sure. I think he's in the game. I don't know. I Fucked Your Mom, Oswald. Wow. That's really good. Alec is surprisingly popular. I read Lonely Freddy and I didn't like it. I went here for a good ending but couldn't find one. What did you want to happen? William kills Alex instead. That's what you wanted? Why did you want that? Why was that the preferable ending? Oh. What, again? Is this the same person that tagged the other one, or is this a new one? Alex / Greg? Is that popular? Have I accidentally gotten out of the Fazbear Frights stuff? I'm seeing nothing Fazbear Frights related right now. The Crying Child X Susie? Okay. Wow. Nearly 40 people have written about the kid in Lonely Freddy. That is fascinating. Ooh, we have Coils the Birthday Clown and Lonely Freddy. Oh, so he goes to a different pizzeria. Okay. I didn't like it. It really fascinates me that there's like a vision for this. Like there's like people that are so dedicated to like Coils the Clown. You know, again, I'm not saying this in like a bad or judgmental way. I'm not like trying to be cringe about it. I'm just like genuinely fascinated that this is like a thing that people care about. Alec, Hazel, and Julius? Who was Hazel? Who was Hazel? I don't remember who Hazel was. I want to say that she was one of the like love interest characters, but I don't remember in which story. Was she in the New Kid? Because I'm seeing something about Devin here. I don't know. Julius is crazy though. I didn't know people cared about him. I mean, I care about the breaking wheel, but I don't think I care about Julius specifically. So okay, this right here. I'm noticing a lot of people that seem to be really into the idea that we're like doing crossovers. Like I'm seeing a lot of crossovers, which I guess is expected because like they do canonically share a universe, but I don't know. Connor and Chuck know each other because I ship Toby and Pete. Fascinating. A lot of these pairings to me feel like you know when you're like a little kid and you have two Barbie dolls and you're just kind of like making them kiss like that. That's how these pairings feel to me. They're so random. Like again, I'm not like being terribly judgmental about it. I'm just like, you know, like if that's what you want, good for you. I just would have never even thought about that. Heartstopper? Is this a Heartstopper X Fetch crossover? AKA Nick is the puppet and crying child, David is the bite of 87, and Sarah is losing her sanity because Nick is texting her now that he possesses a robot dog toy. Spoiler, he's Fetch. Somebody who's read Heartstopper, fill me in on how crazy that is. So much Michael Afton. Oh my god, the people love Michael Afton. Who is Chris Watson? Which one's Chris? Wiki, save me Wiki, who's Chris? Remember Toby's the kid from Hide and Seek, but who's Chris? Oh, he's the guy from He Told Me Everything. Okay. Didn't know people liked that guy. Spring Bonnie finds YN and is captivated by the joy that seeps from their soul. He wants more of it to feed on it forever. Did not know there was a demand for Into the Pit Spring Bonnie X Reader. There must be. There's how many views? 5,000. 5,000 people are in demand of this. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. That's fascinating. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like back when Sans AUs were really popular. And you know when people would just like take random different AU Sanses and like pair them together, and it was like more or less completely random which ones were getting paired together. That's what this reminds me of. This reminds me of taking random Sans AU characters and just like sticking them together. Like how did we come up with Toby X Pete? Why is that so popular? I don't know. But I'm fascinated. More in the flesh? What? So the ending of that story is honestly the only one I really hate. Did you like the rest of it? There is no Empreg like in the... Give me a sandwich with nothing on it. What do you mean in the flesh with no Empreg? That's what the story's about. Not that I want it. Oh, here's another person that rewrote the end of In the Flesh. Seriously, why? Oh, that's beautiful. Sorry, I just went on a emotional journey. Part 3 of Reed Gets Tortured, I guess. What did Reed do to deserve this? What? Why does this guy hate Reed? What did he do? So is he still like mincemeat in these fics? Is he a person again? I don't understand. Sorry, part 3 of Reed Gets Tortured just really got me. I really like this one fic here where they had to specify that Marley is not an OC. I wouldn't blame people for thinking that. Pizza Kit fic. Wow. These are a lot of stories I haven't talked about yet. But I have very strong feelings about Pizza Kit. Oh, this is literally Empreg. Oh my god, I technically wrote Empreg. Fuck shit, fuck. Yeah. Wow. 1,000 hits. Wow. Hudson Fosker X. Who's Peter Holmwood? Is this different from Peter Dinglewood? I was expecting a lot more. How many fics are there tagged onto this guy? Isn't he like really popular? Has not been marked as common and can't be filtered on yet. He's not. I could have sworn he was way more popular. Oh, here's another Toby and Chris. How do people come up with these? Like, how do they decide on, like, I'm going to pair these two characters together? Is it just, like, random? Do they just, like, literally randomly pick stories? Because, I get why, like, Toby would be popular. Like, he kind of has, like, a definable personality, which cannot be said about a lot of the other characters. But Chris does not have a definable personality. Like, what about him is compelling to people? I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else to say besides sad, wet cat Greg. Okay, fair enough. Briefly. DW for briefly mentioned dog mauling. There's not a tag for that. Pregnancy, what? What? Is this Among Us? More Toby and Chris. Is it? Oh, maybe it's the same author. Is this the same author writing all of these, or are they just, like, shooting for this really hard? Oh, it seems like they might be. Oh, this is the same person that wrote Reed Gets Tortured, I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I feel like I was kind of expecting that. I feel like oftentimes in AO3 tags, there's just, like, one person that's, like, really, really into, like, one niche thing that ends up, like, screwing up a lot of the numbers because they've just written 1 billion, like, stories about this one single pairing. So maybe that's what's happening here. Dude, there's 11 works in Kelsey X Devon. I wasn't expecting that, and they're by different people too. Well, this one's not, but they're by different people. You know what? I actually, like, see the logic here. I feel like with a lot of the other ones, I don't even understand, like, where we got this idea from, but this one I at least, like, understand where we got the idea from. Like, I can see the logic. I can't say that I agree, but, like, I at least, like, see where we're coming from. Michael Afton X phone guy. What's the age gap there? Wow. Didn't think about that one. Michael Afton X Leon Kennedy. That's new. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even consider Michael Afton X Leon Kennedy. Maybe I'm a bad person. So I realized at the top here that it said best match descending, and I went to page 20. So that's why I wasn't seeing a lot of actually Fazbear Frights related stories. It's because I skipped way too far. So I went back to page 3 or 4, I guess, because I remember seeing I Fucked Your Mom Oswald. I remember things like this. So I guess we're just gonna, like, scroll a little bit more towards the top here, just so that we're actually, like, seeing Fazbear Frights stuff, and then I'll be done because I've been scrolling through these for a while and there's not a lot of actually, like, interesting things happening here. I was expecting something a little more out there, but whatever. We're back in the Oswald stuff. We're back in so much Oswald. Pretty decent amount of Millie, which is new, I guess. I don't think I would have predicted that. I didn't predict that, actually, because I made predictions and my only prediction has been wrong. Sorry, what? I just, like, glossed over this one. That's new. I haven't seen a single prankster, which really disappoints me specifically, and, like, literally nobody else. I cannot believe that Jeff from Into the Pit has a tag. That's incredible. Okay. Oh, wow. Together Forever, Yuri. Really? This is a story that we haven't talked about yet, but, like, spoiler alert, I hated Together Forever. I think that is one of the worst stories. I didn't think this was happening. Let's get to page 10 and then we'll be done. Yeah, here's some Stitch Raid shit. I was expecting a lot more. I am surprised that there's not that many. That's a lot of Oswald. There's just so much Oswald. I was expecting way more epilogue stuff. Maybe my Twitter has just been, like, really curated to that. Maybe not really curated. If you go on my Twitter feed right now, it's probably like 90% Hannibal related, but the few tweets I do get about Fazbear Frights, I've seen a lot of people talking about the epilogues. I thought there would be a little bit more. Whatever. Henry Emily X phone guy, and there's no and about it. Heavy implication that they fucked. Wow. People are tagging things that have never been tagged before. You know, I'm surprised I haven't seen yet. What's his face? I can't even remember his name. Colton from Jump for Tickets. I don't like him that much, but he seems like the type of guy that would be popular here. I don't know. Apparently nobody has a vision. Okay, yeah. So that reached the top 10. Hey guys, that's my intermission. What are my conclusions here? I don't know. Apparently people love Oswald. People love Oswald, maybe just because he has the game. I don't know. Fascinating data, though. Let's get back to the video because I'm really excited to get to Volume 7. I have a lot of great things to say about Volume 7. Let's just get straight to it. Volume 7? Volume 7 tonight, Queen? Volume 7? I am actually re-recording this section because when I recorded this yesterday, I got so excited talking about one of the stories that it devolved into complete nonsense. Like, I don't even know what I was saying watching the footage back, so I gotta try again. But that's a good sign, right? It means we have good things ahead of us. I think that Volume 7 really marks a shift. We'll talk about this a lot more at the conclusion, but I think that with every single volume up until this point, there's been at least one story in every volume where I'm like, that was a bore. Like, there was at least one story in every collection that I would say is boring, right? It's either formulaic or like, you know, we've seen it before, or it just is super slow or anything like that. Every single one of these volumes has had at least one, if not two of those stories. And I think by the time I got to Volume 6, I was so out of it. I was like genuinely considering dropping this entire project because I was just so bored. And then we got to Volume 7. And from this point on, the stories are going to get weird. I think that Volume 7 is really like a point where the authors must have like hit a wall or something and been like, I don't know what to do. Let's just do whatever. You know, from this point on, the stories are going to get increasingly more out there, and we're going to get a lot more strange and absurd and gross concepts. And I know a lot of people don't like this. Like, the popular opinion that I've seen online is that the series like fell off after Volume 5 or whatever. I could not disagree more. Honestly, I love this weirder direction. I much prefer stories that take bizarre swings and misses than stories that don't even try. You know, a story like Blackbird feels like it wasn't really aiming to be anything. A story like He Told Me Everything, it's definitely something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. You know, I feel like I have to at least say that. So yeah, I like Volume 7. It might honestly still be my favorite volume. I don't know. Let's just get right into it. Starting off strong with The Cliffs. This story is so difficult to talk about in the same context as a bunch of the other stories, because I talk about the other stories and I'm like, he's gonna get you, the animatronic is coming for you, oh no, like it's just sort of like campy horror nonsense. And then you get to this story and it's like, okay, what happens in this one? Freddy Fazbear tells a guy to kill himself. That's the plot of this one. The Cliffs follows single father Robert, whose wife died in childbirth, and now all he has is his son. Like, he has no friends. He has, like, no apparent family. It's just him and his, like, 3-year-old kid. And they live right next to this big giant mountain called the Cliffs. And the thing about the Cliffs is that it is a suicide hotspot. Like, if anybody in this town wants to kill themselves, they are throwing themselves off that mountain. Like, it happens every other week. So he got his house very cheap, but whatever. Basically, he lives next to this big, ominous suicide mountain. And when he is at the store with his kid one day, his kid sees this little doll that's like a Freddy Fazbear toy, that the gimmick is that it like texts you updates about your kid. So, you know, you leave the doll with the kid and then you'll get texts that are like playing outside or something like that. So his kid really likes this and he buys him the doll because he loves his son. And throughout the next few days, his kid really likes this doll. He's taking him everywhere, whatever. It's all nice. But at one point, his kid is playing outside with the doll. Robert gets a phone call that's like a spam call or something, but he goes inside to take the call. Turns out to be nothing. He goes back outside and his son is gone. Like, somebody just took him off the street. And he gets a text from the Freddy Fazbear doll that's like, gone. Which, like, yeah, you think? Anyway, he calls the police. He calls a whole, like, search for his son. And over the next few days while they're looking for his kid, he keeps getting these texts from the Freddy Fazbear doll that say, and quote, "Why don't you go to the Cliffs?" So over the span of like 3 or 4 days, he just keeps getting texts over and over and over again from Freddy Fazbear telling him to kill himself. That is what happens. And he gets these so much that eventually he's like, what the hell, sure. Like, he tries to get rid of the doll. He tries to burn it. He tries to like smash it. It doesn't work. It just keeps texting him. And he's like, okay, fine. I guess I will kill myself. So he goes up to the suicide mountain and he has a big realization about life is actually worth living and whatever. He has a big moment. And then he hears crying. And he like looks over and his son is just there. Like his son has apparently been hiding in a cave the whole time. And they're reunited and it's nice, and that's the cliffs. This one's new. This one's very similar to The Real Jake in the sense that, first of all, not really a horror story. There's nothing about this story that is particularly like scary in a traditional way. I guess it could be scary in kind of an existential way, but it's not scary, which I think is totally fine. I don't think that these stories need to necessarily be like shit your pants scary every single time. Honestly, this volume has a different story that more than makes up for the lack of like scare factor on this one. But I like this one a lot, actually. I think that it's kind of what I wish Coming Home was, where I think that it takes a lot more time to be atmospheric and be more like character driven. I think that's interesting. I think that it is a little slow in some parts, but it's also one of the shorter stories, so it really doesn't drag that bad. Yeah, I mean, it's an absurd concept, don't get me wrong. Freddy Fazbear tells a guy to kill himself. That's insane. But I don't know. I commend the effort. I like that we're doing something different. This story is different. At the very least, you can say it's different. If anything, I'm just really surprised that this was the title story. You know, I don't know. I feel like there are other stories that would have made more sense to be the title story, but you know, whatever. This is definitely one of the better ones, if just for the fact that it is a massive breath of fresh air. You know, there's no animatronic coming to get you. Like, arguably, there really isn't a threat in this story. Like, you can interpret the doll texting him that over and over again to not even be like suicide baiting. It's very possible that he was just telling him where his kid was. I think that's probably how you're supposed to interpret it, which, like, in that case, there literally isn't an antagonist in the story. It's just, I don't know. I like that. I think this one's good. This one's one of the better ones. It's just not, it doesn't feel like FNAF, but that's fine. That's fine for me. That's not a metric I'm judging these on. I've been watching Hannibal recently, which is kind of a surprise because this feels like the kind of show that I would have already seen years ago, right? Anyone who knows me as a person is like, yeah, you definitely seem like the kind of person that would have liked this show. And I do. I'm just getting to it really late. Anyway, in season 3, episode 1, there's this conversation.
We can twist ourselves into all manner of uncomfortable positions just to maintain appearances, with or without a breaking wheel.
And you can tell that my brain has been really rotted by this project because the second that they said that, I was like, oh my God, breaking wheel mention. Story number 2 in volume 7 of Freddy Fazbear's Freddy Fright Time is the breaking wheel. And not to spoil my ranking or anything, but I do really like the breaking wheel. This story is so delightful to me. I have so many good things to say about it, but first we got to get through a summary. So what is the breaking wheel about? The breaking wheel is about this kid, Reed, right? He is in this robotics class with his 2 friends who are way better at robotics than him. He's honestly only in the class so that he could talk to his friends. Like he's kind of ass at this, whatever. Anyway, there's just 2 friends in the class, but there's also this kid whose name is either Julian or Julius. I don't remember which one. I think it's Julius. We're going to call him that. There's this other kid, Julius, who's like kind of a jerk. Like he's always been a jerk. And I don't know what their current assignment is in this class, but they're making robots, right? And his friend has made this little remote control guy, right? It's just like a little robot that does whatever you have a controller and you control it. I don't know how else to explain this. It's a little guy that does whatever you tell it to. And the like remote control is unfortunately on the same frequency as Julius's project. His project is this big giant exoskeleton thing that you wear. And so because they are accidentally on the same frequency, whenever his friend tries to control the little robot, it accidentally also controls the big giant exoskeleton. And Julius is pissed about this. So he like trips Reed's friend, or I don't remember exactly what he does. He does something stupid. And Reed is pissed. He's so pissed. So he stays after school to presumably beat the shit out of Julius, but it doesn't work because he shows up and Julius is like, hey, you know what the point of my big giant robot that I made is? I actually made it to fuck you up. I made it specifically to trap you in because I hate you. And in the middle of him going on this big monologue, he like gets shocked or something. Like he like touches the wrong button and he like gets knocked out for a second. And Reed is like, I have a great idea. So he basically locks Julius in his thing. Like he uses it against him, right? So now he is trapped in this big giant exoskeleton robot. He can't move. Obviously, you're not strong enough to break the joints. Like, he's just kind of stuck there. It's like a giant cage. And Reed is like, you know what? I'm just going to leave you here till tomorrow, man. I'll be back. But you're staying here tonight. And Julius is like, what the fuck? And then Reed leaves. So he's left at the school. He's trapped in his big robot. Whatever. He goes to his friend's house. What else are you supposed to do? Reed goes to his friend's house. And while he's there, his friend has given the controller to his little brother, whose name I also don't remember. But his little brother is messing around with the control on the little robot. And if you remember, the little robot controls are shared with the big robot. So Reed starts getting worried because the little kid is like making the robot like run into walls and all that. And he's like, goddamn. Julius is probably having a really bad time right now. like he makes the connection that like the controls are controlling both of them. So when the little kid is fucking with the robot, he's probably also fucking with the big robot unknowingly. Whatever. That's unfortunate. He didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Then he gets bored. The little kid gets bored. So Reed's friend is like, okay, I'll just like unlock the controls, I guess. And so what he does is he basically just takes off whatever control that was like limiting human movement on the little robot. So like before it could only move in the way that a human body can move. And then now it's like, it can kind of just do whatever. It can twist into a million weird shapes. That's the bit. And so the kid does. He just starts absolutely fucking this robot up. Like he twists it into these weird little pretzel shapes. Like it's a fun time for him. And Reed is like, the sirens seem appropriate. He comes to the realization that he definitely just fucking killed that guy. If the controls are still being shared and the little robot is like twisting into these weird shapes, he definitely just killed that guy. He totally just killed that guy. And so he starts freaking out about this, and his friends are like, what is your problem? And obviously he can't tell them because, what? And so his friends are like, okay, we're going to go get some ice cream. By the time we get back, can you please be normal? And he's like, okay. And so they leave him alone at their house. You're not going to believe what happens next. He goes upstairs and he's like really worried about the fact that he totally just killed that guy on accident. And while he's upstairs, you will not believe who shows up. Somehow, the exoskeleton with Julius in it has made its way to the house. It has come to the house. I don't know if it was like the controls that the kid were doing accidentally led it to the house or what, but it's here now. And he is fucked up. Like, he has been absolutely demolished, right? The descriptions are talking about how like every bone in his body is broken and there's just like blood everywhere. It describes his face as being like a spongy mass that just like soaks up the blood there. It's so gnarly. I am absolutely obsessed with the way that this thing is described. Like, it's insane. But this thing starts chasing Reed. Like, it's still conscious somehow. It's not being controlled by the little robot anymore. It's just acting on its own volition. And so this, like, big exoskeleton with all these, like, bones and meat chunks in it that used to be Julius and is not anymore, presumably, starts, like, chasing Reed down. And there's this whole sequence. And eventually, when it catches him, what it does is just like latch him to the exoskeleton. Like, it just gets a bunch of wires and it like latches him to it. And so now there is the big giant metal exoskeleton. There is Julius's mangled corpse inside the exoskeleton. And now Reed is also being held to the frame of the exoskeleton just forcefully. And then his friends get home and they give their little brother the robot again. And he starts fucking it up. I love this story. I think this one's awesome. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it's like not perfect. Obviously, you know, I think that it definitely has the pacing problem. It wouldn't be a Fazbear Frights story if it didn't have a pacing problem. There is a while before you actually like get to the point. I think that this one also has the repetition issue where we are just saying over and over and over again what the idea is. Like during the whole sequence where the little brother is like messing with the little robot, you get like 20 different lines of interior dialogue from Reed that's like, oh my God, the little robot is also controlling the big robot, which means that if you're doing this control, that means that Julius's body is also doing this. And it's like, yeah, we get it after like 3 times, but he says it over and over and over again. Like, I get that it's kind of an out there concept, but like, you know, we get it. Okay, we know. It feels like it just doesn't trust the audience to get the idea, and it just says it over and over and over again. Like, it's not perfect. However, this story is a fucking riot, right? I think that I love how gnarly this one is. I remember reading this and I was like, oh my God, if I had read this as a child, I would have had nightmares for weeks. All right, look at these descriptions. I am obsessed with this. I'm obsessed with this. I think that this story goes in a direction that I absolutely was not expecting. I think that I had kind of gotten used to the idea that these stories weren't going to be terribly gory and they weren't going to be like super over the top because like it is a kid's series. This one totally is. Honestly, this one reminds me of like what scared me about the original FNAF games, right? I remember when I was a little kid and I was playing the first game, what really got me was the idea of being stuffed into a suit, right? That really like fucked with me as a kid, right? Because it's kind of horrifying to have your body be like shoved into this tiny space that's like absolutely not fit for a body, but you're just kind of forced into it anyway. And it's like, that really got me. And this story totally draws on that. I think that this is a really effective story. I think it's great. The last like 15 pages where the like exoskeleton monster actually shows up, fine dining 5-star cinema. I think it's so good. I have no notes on that. Honestly, yeah. And I love the ending of this one. I love that we're a little more like ambiguous about it. I like it never actually gives you any direct description of like what happens to Reed after he's attached to the robot. You just know, right? I think that the end of this story does what I wish the rest of the story did, where it's like you already get the concept that the little robot controls the big robot. You get it. And now you are given the information that Reed is attached to the big robot and the little kid is twisting it into impossible shapes again. And like, that's all you need to know. I love this one. I love this one. It's so fun. It's such a great like change in pace. I love how over the top this one is. I love how just absolutely gnarly this one is. Like, I've described a lot of stories as gnarly and I'm going to do it a lot going forward, but know that this one is gnarly. Okay. Know that it is. I love the Breaking Wheel. I think it's so good. Nothing else to say. I just really like this one. He Told Me Everything is not a popular story. From most people's rankings that I've seen, they put it like bottom 3. And honestly, I get it. I understand. I don't think that this one is particularly well written. This is a completely disjointed story that takes an insane left turn at the last second that feels like it is done completely for shock value. And, you know, I understand why people don't like this. However, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't entertained a little bit. You know, I'd much rather have a story be absurd and insane than have a story be boring. You know, I read stuff like Dance With Me and Blackbird, and it's like, I just don't care. I don't care. This one, I at least have something to say about it. It at least has a couple things where I'm like, that's a cool idea. I have never read anything like He Told Me Everything, and I gotta give it credit for that. You know, say what you want about this story. I have never seen anything like this. He Told Me Everything is about this kid whose name I don't remember. He is like mad that his parents are poor. Like, he goes to this like rich person school, but his parents aren't rich. And so he's like really self-conscious about it. And he wants to join the science club, but the science club has a bunch of the like rich kids. And he's really sad that his dad's a plumber or something. I don't remember. Anyway, he starts like hanging out with these kids. And he's like lying about his family and whatever. It's honestly, I don't really understand what this plot has to do with basically anything else. But TLDR, one day he goes to the like science club info meeting or whatever, and the teacher is insane. The teacher is like, okay, in order to join the science club, you have to show up to this overnight experiment that's happening in like a week. And also for the overnight experiment, you're going to have to pull a tooth out of your head. But, you know, I don't care because I never get fired. I guess he's tenured or something. I don't know how this guy hasn't been fired already. Whatever. Anyway, this kid is so determined to join the science club that he's like, I'll do it. But he doesn't want to pull a tooth out of his head. So he like steals like one of his old baby teeth or something. And then he brings it with him to this overnight science experiment. Whatever. He shows up to school. And the teacher, like, puts them all in these little, like, cubicles. And he gives them Fazgoo. This story made Fazgoo. Electric chair, frankly. Whatever. The teacher gives him Fazgoo. And the idea is that they put the tooth in the Fazgoo. And then it'll form, like, a mouth that's going to tell them something. And then that's the thing. But he puts his little baby tooth in the Fazgoo and waits for it to form something, but it kind of does nothing. Like, it just makes this weird gelatinous blob. He's like, okay, I definitely fucked up. But as he keeps going, the blob just keeps, like, forming more, and after a while, he, like, starts feeling really sick. And, like, the way that the experiment worked was that they were supposed to, like, attach part of it to themselves in order to, like, read their DNA or something. I don't really know what the logistics of this was, but basically, one time he, like, looks down and it looks like something is being, like, taken out of his body, like, through the tube that's attached to him, and it's like, what's going on there? And through an absurd body horror sequence, it is made apparent that what is happening is that the goo is stealing his organs. The Fazgoo is siphoning his organs out through his body. His, like, eyeball, like, disappears out of his head and goes through the tube into the goo. And so after this happens, where basically all of his body parts have been, like, stolen from him, they've been, like, siphoned out through a tube into the Fazgoo, which has created this, like, human-like blob. At one point, it's described as, like, being kind of see-through, and you can, like, see all the, like, pulsating mass of organs inside it. It's crazy. After it basically forms a person, it has essentially cloned him and stolen all of his fucking organs. So he's literally like a blob of, like, biomass on the floor. And this clone, like, looks up at him and he's like, "You gotta walk my dog, man. You're me now. You gotta walk my dog." And then the Fazgoo clone that has stolen his organs out from his body just picks him up, like the biomass blob. I imagine that, I don't know how to describe this. He, like, picks up the biomass blob and he throws it out. And then that's the story. You see what I mean? This story is so nothing for most of the story. Like, there's just so much of this kid being like, "Oh, I have to lie to my friends about my parents. I don't like that I'm poor." And then, like, at the end of it, this kid turns into a giant, like, mass of organs that get, this one is so bizarre. This feels like somebody walking up and, like, backslapping you across the face. I don't know. This was very weird, but I like the audacity. I love weird body horror shit, and at the very least, this can at least give me that. Say what you want about he told me everything, at the very least it is weird. You know, I, again, much rather have an absurd weird story than have a story that is boring. This one is not boring. Well, it kind of is until the end. Like, if you think about the story for more than 5 seconds, it becomes completely absurd. It's like, first of all, again, I guess this guy's tenured. He's never leaving. He is never getting fired. He can do whatever the hell he wants forever, I guess. Nobody's told him no so far. I don't know how this teacher has been doing this for this long. I guess the implication is that he just does this to everybody. So, like, everyone in the science club is actually a Fazgoo clone. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares, honestly? This one's so absurd. Like, it is a really, just, like, objectively not very good story. I don't think that doing a random U-turn at the last second is at all a good writing decision. However, at least I remember it. You know, I am never forgetting this story. This one's crazy. I can at least give it that. Is it absurd? Yes. Is it ridiculous? Yes. But I'm not forgetting this one. This one's going nowhere in my head. It is there forever. Okay, so full transparency, I am very tired. So these next few volumes, it might sound like I hate every single one of these stories because I'm describing them in a very dry way. That is not true. We're just working on very low energy here, right? Anyway, Freddy Fazbear's Fazbear Fright Time number 8 is titled Gumdrop Angel, and Gumdrop Angel is the title story, which is about a girl angel who turns into a gumdrop. This story is odd. It follows this girl Angel, who's 18, by the way, and she has this insane beef with her 5-year-old stepsister. Basically, the situation is that her mom remarried this, like, really rich guy that obviously favors his daughter, and he, like, spoils her like crazy. So I get the animosity, but also why is she taking out all of her anger on this 5-year-old that did nothing wrong? I don't know. Anyway, it's Ophelia's birthday. That's her 5-year-old stepsister's name. And so they're at Freddy Fazbear's, and while they're there, Ophelia, like, spills some pizza sauce on Angel or something, and she, like, gets pissed at her. And one of the employees is like, hey, I'll help you clean up. And so they go into the back, and he's, like, flirting with her, and he gives her his number. And they go back out there, and there's this, like, big, giant, gummy piñata that's, like, shaped like a human being that is being brought onto the stage. And this is the most exciting thing ever to these kids. Apparently, this is, like, a Freddy Fazbear birthday tradition where they bring out a giant human gummy thing. And all the kids are very excited about this. They start eating the giant human gummy thing. And there's, like, the special little, like, nose piece that's apparently reserved for the birthday girl. So Ophelia gets it, and she doesn't eat it right away. She, like, takes it home. And on the car ride back, her Angel's stepfather buys Ophelia 2 horses because we did not get the idea that she was spoiled enough. We have to really hammer it in. And while they on the way home, Angel, like, asks her dad, and she's like, why, if you can buy her 2 horses, can you, like, help pay for some of my college tuition? And her stepfather is like, no, I hate you. I hate you so much. And so she gets really pissed about this. And then once they get home, she just takes it out on Ophelia for some reason. So she, like, goes into her room and she steals the special gummy candy. And she, like, makes her cry because, like, again, I do not understand her beef with this 5-year-old, but whatever. Right after she eats the gummy candy, she immediately starts feeling like shit. And she goes in the bathroom and she's, like, breaking out in hives. And she's, like deteriorating. And so she calls the Freddy Fazbear's employee and she's like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, you need to come here, actually. You fucked up big time. Please get back here. And so she's like, okay. So she gets in the car, and while she's in the car, she's, like, melting into, like, gelatin. She is turning into candy is what's happening. And then by the time she gets there, the employee's like, it'll be over soon. It'll be over soon. Okay, just trust me on this. And so she, like, passes out, and then she wakes up the next morning, and she is the birthday gummy piñata. She's, like, being lowered onto the stage, and then kids start eating her. And, like, I sound like I hate this story, but I don't. It's very middle of the road to me. It's just, like, a very confusing story with kind of some interesting images in it. First of all, again, don't understand her beef with her 5-year-old sister. Like, I know I'm saying this a lot, but for the fact that that is a very central thing for, like, most of the story, that she hates her 5-year-old sister, it feels so mean-spirited to me. It's very strange. I don't know what this, like, obsession is with writing these, like, sibling relationships where the older sibling just bullies the fuck out of their younger sibling for no real reason. It's very strange. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. So there's that. But also, just, like, thematically, I don't really understand the point of this one. Like, for the most part, the story is about this, like, sort of inequality where, like, her sister is being treated like this, the obviously favored child, and, like, her stepfather kind of hates her. And, like, that's sort of the conflict for the first half. And I don't really understand how that translates into human gummy candy. Like, I don't see point A to point B here. It's a cool image though. Like, I feel like they just sort of had this idea of, like, a human birthday piñata, and then they were like, how do we write our way into this? And I don't know. It's just a very similar problem that a lot of the other stories have, where it just feels very, like, disjointed up until the very last second. It's fine though. It's a fine story. Sergio's Lucky Day is kind of like the spiritual sister to Be Beautiful. They're very, like, similar stories structurally to me. Sergio's Lucky Day follows the most middle-aged man to ever middle-aged man. He, like, works at a construction company, and he, like, recently got a promotion, except it's, like, not a real promotion. Like, it's just sort of a promotion in title. And so he's, like, pissed about that, and he hates his girlfriend, and he feels like his parents are disappointed in him, and he's just, like, he's really going through it. And also, his girlfriend is, like, completely normal. I feel the need to specify this. She is very normal, and he just, like, despises her. I don't know what his problem is, but he hates his girlfriend. And one day he's, like, driving home from work, and his car breaks down. He's like, God damn. And he's walk into the gas station to like fix his car, and then on the way he finds this little Balloon Boy figure. It's not like said to be Balloon Boy, but based on the description it's very obviously Balloon Boy, and it's got a little sign that's like, today's your lucky day or something like that, and the figure like says a bunch of stock phrases that are like, you're lucky or stuff like that, and he's like, this thing is stupid and I want it so bad. So he picks it up and he just starts carrying it with him, and then while he's at the gas station he's convinced to buy a lottery ticket. And then the next day, the lottery ticket wins. It's a winner. And so he gets like $100,000 or something like that. And so he immediately uses it to buy a new car. Based on the Balloon Boy figure's advice. He's like, should I buy a normal car or should I buy a really ridiculous midlife crisis car? And the Balloon Boy figure is like, you should buy the ridiculous midlife crisis car. And so over the next few days, he just keeps consulting the Balloon Boy figure, and the Balloon Boy figure is extremely sycophantic and is like, you should do everything that you want, everything that you think is a good idea, and everything that you want you should have. And so he does a bunch of dumb shit over the next few days. Like he breaks up with his girlfriend and then starts dating this other girl from work. He quits his job and like tries to start his own construction company. He like buys another new car because something happened to his old one. I don't really it gets stolen, I think. And then so he buys another new car that's like even stupider. And all of this is by Balloon Boy GPT's advice. And I don't actually remember a lot of the specific events that lead to this, but basically things start fucking up for him. He like has absolutely plowed through his lottery money, and so he has to like ask his dad for a loan, and his girlfriend breaks up with him because he keeps talking to Balloon Boy GPT all the time. So he's like kind of in the ditches again, and he's like, you know what? I just need one thing to go right for me. I need one thing. And so the entire story, he's been like kind of going on about this girl that he had a crush on in high school that he like lost contact with, and then it turns out that his high school reunion is soon. So he's like, I will fix this. I will make her fall in love with me. And so he talks to Balloon Boy GPT and he's like, how do I make her love me? I'm so fucking ugly. My face is very strange. And Balloon Boy GPT is like, you could just cut them off. Have you thought, you hate your nose? Cut it off. And he is so far gone by this point that he's like, you know what, great idea. And he grabs a box cutter and just like takes it to himself. Like he just goes at it. And we hard cut to his high school reunion where he is like, I need to explain this. So, like I said, the entire story is being told anchored to him, right? The whole story is kind of being told through his narration. And as he's like progressively farther gone and just like listening to literally anything that this little Balloon Boy thing tells him, the narration kind of affirms that, right? Where it's like, that's a great idea. That's such a good idea. And so by the time we get to this high school reunion, we are entirely within his head. He's like looking around and people are like vomiting and passing out. And he's like, what is their problem? And he like looks behind him and there's like a giant trail of like blood and flesh and fat. And he's like, what the hell? That's crazy. They really got to clean up around here. And then that's the end of the story. And okay, a few things about this one. First of all, it takes forever. It's another one of those stories that's just like very boring to me for most of the story. Like this guy going through a midlife crisis with the help of ChatGPT in the form of Balloon Boy is not particularly interesting to me. I feel like it's only made more interesting by the fact that this kind of does literally exist now. Like this kind of person is real. There is absolutely a guy you know that is being convinced to buy the dumbest, stupidest car ever by ChatGPT because it's trying to say that he deserves nice things. All right, this is a real thing that is happening. It is happening right now. And so that's really the only thing that kind of entertains me about the beginning of the story is just the fact that it's like kind of real now. Like you too can have a sycophantic little guy that tells you to do whatever you want all the time in your pocket. It's the wonders of modern technology. That's kind of interesting, but the rest of it is just, it's whatever. I don't love most of this story, but the ending's has a little bit of a kick to it. I like that this is one of the only stories that seems to take advantage of the fact that we are anchored to the character's perspective. Like, this is one of the only real examples that I can think of throughout most of the books where there's, like, a deeply unreliable narrator. And, like, obviously the implication of the ending is that he has fucked his face up so bad that he's, like, bleeding gore out on the carpet, and he just, like, is so far gone that he doesn't even realize it. Like, he is fully under the delusion that this was a good idea. But because he is so committed to that idea, we don't actually, like, get any sort of objective description of him. We don't get like a specific, like, here's what happened kind of story. We just see people's reactions and like we see the aftermath, but we don't actually like know what's going on. And I think that's really interesting. I think that one was one of the only ones where I was like, you know what, that's actually like kind of an interesting writing choice that we're doing there. Like there's a kick to it. I think that there's something there. I wish that was better utilized in a couple of these other stories, but you know, whatever. I just think it's interesting to take advantage of the fact that the narrator is operating under this like very specific delusion and then have the structure of the story follow that. Like the way that the story is told is extremely subjective, leaning towards however he's feeling, and however he's feeling is being deeply affirmed by Balloon Boy GPT. And so it's, I don't know, I think that's kind of an interesting idea, but the rest of it is, it's fine. It's fine. They're all fine. What we found is kind of a fan favorite, and I'll be so honest, I do kind of see why. It's about this kid Hudson, who is, I say kid, he's like 25, and he has these two friends that he's been friends with since like forever, but they're like kind of splitting apart from him. Like they went to college without him and they're like joining the Navy together or something, and he's not really part of it. And you know, they still obviously like him. Like it's not like they've just completely abandoned him, but like they're not really as close as they used to be. And for the summer, all three of them are working on the Fazbear Frights attraction. Honestly, I'm surprised it took this long to show up. So this is like the FNAF 3 location where they're doing the like scare zone kind of thing. And his friends are helping like load equipment in, and Hudson is the night guard. And a lot of the story is like sort of the dynamic of the three of them, but it's also like talking about Hudson's horrible trauma. Like he had the worst stepfather known to man. He was like physically and emotionally abusive, and he was the worst guy ever. And so it's also talking about that. And this all eventually leads up to Hudson going to his night shift at Fazbear Frights, which has always gone well for everybody. And earlier in the day is when they delivered Springtrap. Like they found it, Springtrap, and they brought it to the attraction. And so Hudson's like checking this thing out, and he like touches it and immediately starts hallucinating. Like he spends the next like couple hours just like losing his mind. Like he's running around the attraction, and like the disembodied voice of his stepfather is like berating him, and he's like running into things, and he's getting absolutely demolished. Springtrap is coming after him, and he is like running around the attraction, and he's like constantly getting trapped. He is getting absolutely destroyed. Every person that has ever been mean to him is currently yelling at him at top volume. He is so scared that he ends up like climbing into one of the like giant ovens that they have, and then the oven turns on and burns him to a crisp. And that is what we found. And I feel like that plot synopsis was very brief, but honestly, this story is not that heavy on the specific like events that happen. You know, I feel like the importance of this story is more just on the main character's like mental state of things, because everything that happens in the story is like obviously a hallucination that is informed by his own experiences. And so, you know, a lot of the story is about sort of the terrible things that happened to him because of his stepfather, and like this sort of anxiety that he has that his friends are moving on without him. And like, I think that this story is really interesting in the fact that, first of all, I feel like the characters are the most developed here. Like a lot of the stories feature a protagonist and their friend group, and I feel like this is one of the only stories where the dynamic is actually clear to me. Like I feel like all the other stories, it tells me that these characters are friends, but I don't feel it that much, which I don't think is that important in a short story, but it's nice that it's here. Like I feel like there's like kind of banter going on. There's a dynamic. It's like kind of interesting, and I think that's good. I think that definitely separates it in a way. I like that this one is more, I guess, contained. It's not very high concept. It's basically guy gets tormented around Freddy's, and that's totally fine. Is this Me When I Get You? Absolutely, but I think is one of the best Me When I Get Yous. I don't know why I said that. Like Me When I Gets Yous. I don't know why I said that. It's definitely one of the best Me When I Get You stories. I think that the chase sequence and like the whole part where he's like being absolutely tormented by these hallucinations is like legitimately really tense. I feel like it's very desperate in a way that a lot of the other stories just like aren't. You know, I can feel that this guy is absolutely going through it. And that is not true of a lot of the other stories. Like when the character in Blackbird was getting like tormented by his hallucinations, I was like, I get that he's upset, but here, like, you get it. They are very descriptive about how much he is just like being put through the ringer right now. And I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to have this more like character-based story, and I do like that. I think it stands out against a lot of the other ones. And honestly, again, I'm surprised it took this long for the Fazbear Frights attraction to show up. It's the name of the series. I'm surprised. I'm also surprised at how little of these stories seem to like be about gameplay. Like the only other story that I can think of that even sort of referenced anything that actually happens in the games is Room for One More with like the mini arenas. Like I think that's literally the only time that I can remember there being like a reference to gameplay in any of the previous stories. I don't know. This one's kind of interesting in the fact that it is just FNAF 3, famously the game with a bunch of hallucinogenic stuff happening. Yeah, I actually really like this one. This one's pretty good. Graphic Novel Volume 4. Woohoo! Yay! Yay! Yeah! Okay. Graphic Novel Volume 4 opens with the breaking wheel. Awesome. Sick. Nasty. Woohoo. The problem with this one is that I feel like it doesn't go hard enough, if I'm being honest. This is the same artist that did Hide and Seek, and once again, like their art is one of the better ones. I feel like their designs are memorable enough and their expression work is pretty good. And like I think that this is one of the most competent artists out of the bunch. I don't have any real beefs with that. I just feel like it kind of doesn't go hard enough. Like when the like exoskeleton mangled corpse thing shows up, I was like, that's it? Like, oh, like obviously his like jaw is kind of fucked up, but his arms are just like kind of twisted in like a very cartoony way. It looks like rubber hose, and it doesn't feel very realistic to me. Obviously it doesn't have to be realistic, but like it's not broken. It looks like it's just like twisted. And obviously the like skin is kind of weird. Like you're looking at the picture, you know what I'm talking about, but it's like there's not like a broken bone kind of element to it. There's not like any sort of sign that the skin is under tension like that. Like it's just, I don't know, it's not that bad. Okay, cutting in here while I'm editing again. Sorry for the interruption, but I need to add, what was I saying here? What was I yapping about? Of course it can't be that crazy. It is a children's book series. I guess that fact just like completely passed through my mind for a second here. This was one of my core rules. I said at the very beginning that I want to judge this on the merits of the fact that the target audience is for like middle schoolers. And I completely forgot that here. Like, obviously, it can't be too gnarly. It's for middle schoolers. And honestly, for what it is, this probably would have given me nightmares as a kid. So I guess it has points for that. When I was really little, I got scared by the Care Bears movie because there was like a little moment with this like CGI mask that scared me really bad. So maybe I shouldn't be talking, but yeah, I mean, for what it is, I think it is really good. I think that, obviously, like, I maintain my opinion that I do wish it could be, like, body horror crazy, like, gnarly, gory, whatever, like, I wish that they could go crazy with it. I wish that they could, like, have, these, like, broken bones and, like, I feel like it could be really cool, but I acknowledge that, like, obviously they can't. If anything, it really just brings to mind, like, I don't know how they come to the conclusions of, like, how they decide which stories are going to be adapted, because, like, why adapt this one if you can't go all the way with it, Like, I acknowledge that we can't, but in that case, why did it end up in the maybe tile? Like, why did we decide to adapt this one? Yeah. Basically, I retract my statement that I think they should have gone harder. I know that they can't, but I add on the statement, why adapt it then? For what I was expecting, it's not that bad. And I don't know. I think that part of the problem is just that, like, no matter what you could have done, you had really two options. Either go crazy with it and make this not a children's series anymore, or do what you did and just kind of like, it's fine. It's fine. That's my main thing. You know who would go crazy with this? Junji fucking Ito. He would love this. I feel like this kind of concept of like stretching the body into positions that it's absolutely not supposed to be in is such like a Junji Ito bread and butter. You know, I think that the idea of it is very Enigma of Armagara fault to me. You know, it's the same idea, right? You're getting your body like pulled in these directions that it's like really not supposed to be. A very Junji Ito concept. I don't know why Junji Ito would be adapting FNAF short stories, but if he did, actually, here's a list of 5 stories that I think would go crazy if for some reason Junji Ito decided to do an adaptation of the series. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it could go crazier. It could go crazier. It's just like a little disappointing. I don't know. Speaking of kind of disappointing, Sergio's Lucky Day. This is another one that I think did really well without visuals. Especially the sort of result at the end. I really, really like that we don't know what he looked like. Like, the concept that this guy fucked himself up so bad that he's, like, literally oozing guts on the carpet is incredible to me. Like, I feel like one of the things that really entertained me about that concept is, like, how did you even get in this position? What could you have possibly done to yourself to result in something like this? And the fact that it's not explained, I think, worked really well. Like, I like this sort of warping of reality that this guy goes on throughout the story, to the point where at the end, he's just, like, completely chill with doing this to himself, to the point that he's like confused why people would react like this. And I think that angle is completely lost in like actually showing you what happened. There's one good panel right at the end, the second to last panel of the story, where he's like standing and he himself is like kind of covered in shadow for the most part. Like, you don't actually really see him that much. And behind him is this like super graphic like gore trail. And I don't mean graphic in like graphic, gory graphic meaning like visually striking. But behind him is like the super graphic gore trail. And honestly, that worked really well. Like, the fact that you don't quite see what he looks like, but you see the aftermath of it, I think that was honestly the kind of the place to end it. Like, I think that the story works about 30 times better if you just cut off the last page. Like, you bring it up on the last page and it's like, oh, that's it? I thought it would be worse. I feel like this is another one that just really didn't need to be a comic. You know, I feel like this one worked a lot better with that mystique of like letting you come to the conclusion of like, what the hell happened to this guy? Speaking of things that didn't need to be comics, The Cliffs? Huh? This is a new artist. We're gonna see this artist come back one time in the 5th volume. And yeah, I feel weird about this one. I don't know why you would adapt this one. I don't know why, out of all of the stories, you wanted to choose the one where Freddy Fazbear tells a single dad to kill himself. That's the one that you want to adapt into a comic? Why? I feel like there are other stories that are a lot more like visually inclined. You know, Gumdrop Angel to me feels like a really great story to do a comic for. Like, even the cover of that one is so like visually entertaining to me. Like, it's a really great cover. I feel like it is, you know, sorry for the pun, but it is eye candy. Like, it's really like bright and colorful, and it's like kind of gross, but like that's what's awesome about it. And you know, I feel like that story would have worked really well as a comic. Just like the image of a person turning into candy is like really cartoony in a way that I think could have worked for these more like cartoony styles that the artists seem to be leaning towards. But no, Freddy Fazbear tells a guy to kill himself. Let's do that as a comic. Why? Like, this artist isn't even particularly bad. I think that they seem to be leaning the most realistic out of all the styles, but it's like, I feel like a lot of the technical skill just isn't quite there. Like, their faces do look kind of awkward in a couple panels. I think there are a couple panels that are really good. Like this one of him burning the toy, I think works really well. It's very like striking, and I think the colors are really great. I think this person just isn't particularly good at drawing people. They're really great at backgrounds, and I think they're really great at compositions. Like, their use of color is really great. It's just like, I don't know. Why the cliffs? Why did we choose the cliffs? I feel like this is just, it was already a weird story to begin with, and then now we have a comic of it? Why? What? The cover for Volume 9 is extraordinarily ugly. I don't know what it is. I wrote down my ranking of the covers. So from top to bottom, I have ranked them: Puppet Carver, Friendly Face, Prankster, 1:35 a.m., Fetch, Bunny Call, Felix the Shark, Step Closer, Into the Pit, which I don't love the Into the Pit cover, but it is kind of iconic. The Cliffs, Blackbird, and Gumdrop Angel at number 1. Although my favorite cover from like the entire series, including the Pizzaplex books, by far B72. That one's really cool. I like that one. Anyway, the Puppet Carver. Okay, the Puppet Carver is an extremely confusing story, and I am not alone in saying this, because when I read this, I was so confused that I went to the wiki to see if I like missed something. I was like, maybe I'm just like spacing out, maybe I didn't read it closely enough. So I went to the wiki to see if there was something that I missed, and in the trivia section of the wiki, the first bullet point is like, due to the confusing nature of the depth of the story. So I guess I'm not alone in thinking that this one is extremely odd. I'm going to try to recap it the best I can. There's this guy named Jack who is manager at I think a Freddy Fazbear's. I don't know if they actually say it by name, but he like runs some sort of like children's entertainment restaurant. And he has these 2 employees, one of which is a author and the other is an engineer. And the engineer one has made this like little box that what it does is like you feed it a like hunk of wood and it turns it into like a little animated puppet. And the other one, the author guy, is writing like a Pinocchio fan fiction, basically. I don't know how else to describe it. He's writing a Pinocchio fan fiction. And the manager, Jack, is the meanest guy ever. He hates his employees. He's so mean to them. And at one point he like leaves and he goes and yells at a fast food worker for no reason. And then he comes back and his son calls him and his son is like, "Hello, Dad, I crashed the car." And he's like, "My stupid son that I hate." And so basically he's like mean to a bunch of people. And then he comes back to the restaurant at night and he ends up somehow like tripping and falling into the puppet making machine, and he like sees these like saws coming after him and he's like, "Oh, it's over." Except it's not over because the machine like malfunctions, and so he didn't die. And he comes out of the machine and he's like had an Ebenezer Scrooge moment. Like he is a changed man. And so he like goes to the fast food worker and he like apologizes to her, and he goes home and he like makes up with his wife that he also hates, and then he like calls his son that he hates and he's like, "I love you, son. I forgive you for crashing the car." And he has like a bunch of nice moments, and in the middle of him doing this, like running back and forth to make amends to everybody, he like ends up in a parking garage where there's like this pink sludge that like chases after him, and then the pink sludge touches him, and then he like feels all the agony of the universe for a second. I don't know. And then at some point he like goes back to the pizzeria where he's nice to his employees now, and his employees are like, "Crazy, wow." And then the author one goes to get the puppet carving machine, and for some reason they're getting rid of it. I don't remember why they're getting rid of it, but they're getting rid of it, and he's going to go take it out to the garbage, and there's like a bunch of like guts like sloshing around in there, like it's like some kind of gross biohazard stuff, and he's like, "Huh, weird," and then he just like dumps it out in the garbage, and that's the story. I don't know what that meant either. This story. There are a lot of stories throughout the collection so far that I think are definitely strange. Like, this is not the first strange story. There are definitely weird stories throughout this collection, but I think this is the first one that I legitimately did not know what was going on. Like, I thought that I had somehow, like, skimmed past something and I missed an important detail. I don't think I did. Like, I have reread this story like twice, and I do not understand it still. I don't know. According to some people, this is like some Fazgoo shit, like as in the stuff that cloned that kid and he saw me and he told me everything. And like, I guess, like, I don't know if the implication is supposed to be that the guy died and got turned into a puppet, and like now the puppet version of him is nice, but I feel like people would know. I feel like people would notice that. Also, maybe there's the idea that the Fazgoo replaced him, like similar to how it did in The Kid and He Told Me Everything, where it like cloned him. But if that's the case, what was chasing him in the garage? If he is Fazgoo, why is the Fazgoo chasing him? Also, what do puppets have to do with this? Also, throughout this story, it keeps cutting to the author's Pinocchio fanfiction. Like, you keep getting excerpts of his fanfiction, like, randomly inserted into the story. And I don't really know what the connection is there either. I don't know what this story has to do with puppets. This is a very odd one. I don't know what to say about this one in particular because I literally do not know what happened. Who is the puppet carver in question? Jump for Tickets has a kick to it. This one I kind of like. This one I switched to the audiobook because the puppet carver was so, like, it threw me off my rhythm so much that I thought that I just forgot how to read or something. So I switched to the audiobooks because I was like, maybe I'm just not paying enough attention. Maybe I'm skimming too hard. Maybe I'm reading too fast. I don't know. I'm just going to do the audiobook. So one free Audible trial later, I have an Audible account for 30 days until I cancel the free trial. But I was listening to this one on audiobook, and I thought that, like, maybe the writing was getting a little better because as the stories have gone on, I progressively noticed the sort of repetition issue less and less. But this one, I think it's just that I got used to it. I think I started to tune it out like white noise because the second that this story started and I was like actually hearing the lines read back to me instead of just reading them with my eyes, I was immediately struck with the fact that no, we are still having the exact same problems. Also, at the beginning of the story, the narrator was like, he went to Freddy Fazbear's, and just hearing the word Freddy Fazbear out loud did make me laugh out loud. That's not a problem with the story. That's a problem with me. I just think it's very funny. Anyway, whatever. I read this on audiobook. Anyway, this story is about this teenager, Colton, who also has an absent father. Every character in this series has an absent father. The exposition for the fact that his father died is crazy, by the way. He's like playing a video game, and then in the middle of it, the narration is like, by the way, his father died in a car crash 7 years ago, and he has been alone with his mother ever since, and it has been eating him alive. Anyway, he hates this game. It's like a complete crash into the exposition that is so clunky in the way that it's integrated that it's kind of impressive. Anyway, this kid, Colton, is really dedicated to one thing, and it's that he wants to get a bunch of tickets so that he can exchange them for this game system that's like at the prize counter at Freddy Fazbear's. And so he spends all his time in the arcade and he's like trying to get a bunch of tickets. And there's this one specific thing that is kind of like those, what do you call them? Like the tornado things at Chuck E. Cheese's where it like spits out a bunch of tickets and you're supposed to like grab them with your hands. It's one of those, except instead of being a tornado, it's like a giant platform that you're supposed to jump on. And then the more that the platform goes down, the more tickets you get. Colton's problem with this, however, is that it is very obviously rigged for children. Like when little kids go in there, it spits out a ton of tickets. And then when bigger kids go in there, it gives them nearly nothing. And so he's like really mad about this. And he takes it upon himself that he is going to tamper with the ride. He breaks into Freddy Fazbear's at night and he like tightens the floor piece in a hope that maybe this will fix it. And so he goes back the next day and it absolutely did not fix it. And he's pissed about this. So he goes home and he's sulking about it. And then the next day, or maybe a couple days after, I don't really remember the timeline of this, basically he breaks into Freddy Fazbear's a second time to try and do it again. So he shows up at like 6 a.m., like before they open, and he breaks in a second time. And this time there is a clown following him. There's this giant clown animatronic that was mentioned earlier in the story, but it really wasn't important. It basically just does the countdown for the jumping thing. But this giant clown is following him around while he's trying to break into the restaurant, and it's not really like doing anything to him. It's just sort of following him, but he's like really freaked out by this. And he gets to the jumping thing and he like takes the maintenance panel off and he crawls in under the machine to change the settings, and the clown tries to pull him out. So he like freaks out and puts the panel back on to keep the clown out. And while he's under there, he's able to like fix the settings, and presumably he has fixed it. And then he goes to leave and he can't. the like maintenance panel thing got jammed and now he can't leave. So he's there for like hours. He's just like trapped under the machine for a couple hours before the thing opens. And then the restaurant opens and he's like, God damn, finally somebody can let me out. And then that doesn't happen. Nobody hears him. Nobody knows he's under there. And then the ride goes on as normal. And a bunch of kids get on the machine and they start doing the thing they're supposed to. They like jump on the machine and it starts pressing the floor down. And the kids are like, man, Why is this so hard? Why is it like jamming? That's crazy. And they totally crushed that guy. And the story ends with the kids noticing that the clown animatronic is like suddenly really sad. And then that's the end. And like this one, it's definitely like kind of one of the more formulaic ones. It has a lot of the tropes that I've been talking about so far, including a younger sibling that they're really mean to for some reason. In this case, it is a cousin, not a sibling. It's like his younger cousin that's like half his age. But it's the same thing. It's the same dynamic every time where the kid will come up to him and be like, "Hi, Colton, I love you so much. Would you like to have half my tickets?" And then Colton's like, "Kill yourself." I don't know why this keeps happening. This is a very strange dynamic. This keeps coming up time and time again. I don't know why it's so popular. Whatever. Anyway, he's interesting in that respect. And also, he's just like very annoying. I understand that all teenage boys are very annoying to an extent, but this kid especially, like there's a scene where he's complaining to his mom about the ride, and then he's complaining about how he never gets nice things or whatever. Like that's why he wants the gaming system. And then his mom is like, "Well, you could get a job. You're old enough to do that." And he like crashes out. He is so upset. He does not want to get a job. And then she tries to explain to him that arcades are like kind of a scam. You know, obviously by the time you have enough tickets to get the gaming system, you will have spent more money on tickets than it probably would have cost to just buy the system. And he also gets pissed about this. He starts like whining and crying about that. And like, maybe this is kind of subjective, but I feel like by the age of 15, I understood that, right? I feel like, you know, it's not to say that teenagers can't go to arcades, but I feel like specifically the prize system is only really a trick that works on children. Like, I feel like by the time I was 15, I understood this concept that, like, it is just cheaper to buy them. You know, the point of the arcade is just sort of to play the games, not to get the prizes, right? But he's 15. And, like, the whole just, like, crying that he doesn't want to get a job. Stay away from her. Get a job. I don't know. Makes him very unlikable to me, but I'm not that upset. There are more unlikable protagonists, i.e. Bunny Call, i.e. Gumdrop Angel. He's not the worst. He's just like a little annoying. He's also like stupid. I don't know why he never once considers the possibility that maybe the ride is being manually controlled. Like maybe the amount of tickets is something controlled by the staff and not like an internal mechanic on the machine. I don't know why this never stops. Like, he never thinks about this even once, that maybe this is a possibility. That was my first thought. I think this is another story that kind of pulls it together with the ending, though. I like the desperation here. I like that the story just kept going. Like, the good thing about the audiobook was that I couldn't see when the ending was. Like, I just had my phone on the audiobook while I was, like, doing a bunch of, like, dishes and chores and whatever. And, like, I didn't know when the story was going to end, and I thought that actually really helped, because I thought that the story was totally going to end like right after he got trapped in the machine, and it didn't. It kept going. Like, there is a significant amount of time in this story dedicated to just chronicling the absolute desperation of this kid. Like, instead of cutting away or even just like having a time skip where it's like a couple hours later, the pizzeria opens. It doesn't. It like stays with him throughout the entire time that he's stuck under there. And it gives you this like painstaking amount of information of like, he is bored out of his mind. He's kind of suffocating. He feels awful. He cannot get out. He is losing it. Like, he is dehydrated. He is like, it just keeps going. And you are like forced to sit there through every moment of this kid, like, being tortured. And I think that really works. Like, I think it really helps to convey the feeling of just like being trapped here for an unusual amount of time, you know? It really helps to have it be just like stuck on this kid. Like, you cannot leave. At some point you want to leave as much as he does, and it just won't let you. And then I also thought that the story was going to end once the countdown happened. Like, there was, when the game starts and there's like a countdown for when they're supposed to start jumping, I thought that the story was just going to be like 3, 2, 1, jump 4 tickets, and then end. And it didn't. It just kept going. Like, it keeps going for like an agonizing amount of time, where it talks about these kids like jumping on this thing and it getting pressed further down. And it's like giving you these descriptions of the floor literally getting like stuck and jammed, and they just keep going further. And like, I thought that was really good. Not good. It was not pleasant to read, but you know, I think it really worked. It really worked. I think that was really interesting. Yeah, there are a couple of things I really like about the story. Although, if I have one more thing, I don't understand the clown. I don't get the clown. I don't know why the clown is there. I don't know what the point of the clown is. I don't get it. I feel like the story could have been exactly the same without the big giant clown. Kind of added nothing, if I'm being completely honest. I do not understand the point of the big giant clown. Maybe I just don't get the vision. I don't know. I had to check my notes for this one because I didn't remember what the last story in Volume 9 was. It's Pizza Kit. Pizza Kit is the last story in Volume 9. I am surprised that this one doesn't have more discussion about it than it does. Maybe it's just because it's so late in the volumes that most people haven't even read this one, but it's a story, all right. This is one of the only ones that actually managed to get a reaction out of me, and the reaction was looking at my screen like this the entire time while I was reading it. Like, I think I had my eyebrows in this position the entire time I was reading the story. It was definitely something. Pizza Kid is about this kid, Peyton, who's friends with Marley. And Marley is like way more popular than her, but they're like chill. They don't really have a problem with that. But they go on a field trip to the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Kit factory. Basically the pizza kits are like Lunchables, I think. They're like little make your own pizza kind of things. But they go to the factory for a field trip, and then while they're there, Peyton and Marley like split off from the group for a second, and they're talking on this like balcony above the giant like vats of pizza sauce, and then Marley like falls off the platform and into the pizza sauce. And Peyton like freaks out and just like runs away and doesn't tell anyone what happened. And so everyone is like, where did Marley go? Did she disappear off the face of the earth? And Peyton's like, I don't know. I just lost sight of her. So as they're going about the next few days where they're like looking for Marley, and Peyton is like losing it. Like the guilt is eating her alive. And a couple days later, they get the pizzas back like from the field trip, because part of the point of the field trip was that they were supposed to get their own little pizza kits. But obviously that was postponed because of the Marley thing. But they finally get their little pizzas, and Marley is disgusted by this. She does not want to eat that pizza. Because there is totally human being remains in that pizza. She saw it happen. She eats the pizza and it's incredibly gross. And then she goes home and she like feels like she's gonna vomit. She is convinced that she has a tapeworm, so she like gets raw meat out of the freezer and tries to like hold it in front of her mouth to lure the tapeworm out. And then like an arm starts crawling out of her mouth. And then at some point there's like sludge, like meat sludge that starts like coming out of her ears and her nose, and there's like boils all over her face. Like she is, I don't know. So she's losing her mind about this, and she vomits like crazy outside into the bushes, and then she starts like hearing noises in the bushes, and so she's like on the roof trying to get away from this thing, and then she slips. And then the story doesn't end there. The story cuts to the fact that apparently Marley was alive the entire time. She, I guess, like fell next to the vat and then just like hang out there for a couple days. I'm not entirely clear. Like she faked her death, basically. She just wanted to like leave for a while. I don't really know why. Anyway, point is that she's still alive, and then she comes back and she's trying to like tell Peyton that she's back, and then she sees that Peyton has like snapped her neck off the roof, and then that's the story. This one is gross. This one is gross to an insane degree. I do not know how else to describe this story other than capital G, gross. This one's gross. I don't know why this one seems to like get under my skin in a way that a lot of the other stories don't. I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's like more focused on food and like that's triggering some kind of response. I don't know what it is, but this one is terrible, terrible, and gross. Not even gross in a particularly delightful way. Like when I was reading Sergio's Lucky Day and there was like that gnarly ending, I was like, this is kind of awesome. But this one's not awesome. This one is horrible and gross. I don't know. Like the way that they describe the pizza as being like super artificial and like it feels like it's like heavy and this one it elicits like a very strong cringe response to me. The like description of like her skin and like the meat crap coming out of her ears, it was like very bad, very, very bad. Also, I don't know why there's like that fake out ending. I don't know why at the very last minute they were like, and actually she faked her death. Like, I guess the implication is like, oh, Peyton was just hallucinating the whole time. There was nothing wrong. But like, what does that add? Like, what does that add to the story? Did they just like chicken out and they didn't want to do actual cannibalism? I don't know. Yeah, I don't get the point of having that fake out ending. Like, I feel like the logistics of it are just so bizarre. Like, she saw her fall into the pizza vat. Why is she alive now? I guess she just fell next to it and then like staked out a claim in the factory for a couple days and just nobody noticed? I don't know what the implication here is supposed to be. I don't like this one. This one is gross.
Volume 8
I meant 10, I said 10.
of Freddy Fazbear's Freddy Fright Time is called Friendly Face, and it opens with the story Friendly Face. This is one of the most egregious examples to me of a story that just takes forever to get where it's going, and then it just keeps going. The pacing in this one is crazy. And also it's spoiled by the cover, which is wild, right? I think this is the only example of this happening where the cover of the story is just straight up a spoiler. I was like kind of pissed because this concept is one of the only cool things about the story, and you already know it going in because that's the cover of the book. Crazy. Anyway, Friendly Face is about these two losers named Jack and Edward. They're not popular children. They're little nerd children that love science. And everyone hates them. But one day they discover a little kitten in the bushes. There's like a stray cat. And they name it after some obscure physicist or something. I don't remember what they named the cat, but it was like something silly. And then there's a bunch of scenes leading up to them getting this cat. And then there's a scene of them getting the cat. And then there's a bunch of scenes of them talking about training the cat. And then there's scenes of them being with the cat and how much they like the cat. And there's a lot of stuff that happens, but really nothing happens. Basically, they get a cat. The entire first third of the story can be summed up by Edward and Jack get a cat. Whatever. They have a cat now. And then one day when they're playing with the cat outside, the cat gets distracted and runs out into the road. And then Jack also runs out after the cat. And then they both get hit by a semi-truck, which understandably is upsetting to Edward. He is super depressed for like a month. He doesn't do anything. And then one day when he's home, he sees an ad on TV that is Freddy Fazbear himself telling you that if you mail in your dead pet's fur for the low, low price of $1 billion, we will clone your pet's face and put it on an animatronic body so that you can have your pet back in animatronic form. And I'd like to imagine that when they were pitching this idea, one of the things on their mood board was that Nathan For You bit with the, so sorry I died, I'm in heaven now. I'd like to think that was on their mood board. Anyway, Edward is absolutely elated by this idea. He wants his cat back so bad because this will make him feel better, surely. So he goes to the site of the crash and he like scoops up some of the like cat hair that was on the side of the road and mails it off to Fazbear Entertainment so that he can make an animatronic clone of his cat. And it takes a couple weeks, but he finally gets it back in the mail. And turns out what happened was when he like scooped the cat hair off the side of the road, he also got some of his friend's hair in there. And so what he's sent back is this bizarre like human face on a cat body. And it like freaks him out so bad that he buries it in the backyard. He doesn't do anything. He just immediately gets rid of it. And I'll be so honest, like this idea is like kind of the only cool thing about the entire story, and it is spoiled immediately on the cover. It's genuinely really infuriating. Anyway, whatever. He's so freaked out about this, but it's like storming that night, and then he starts getting paranoid that somehow the lightning like Frankenstein the cat back to life from the grave that he put it in. And this turns out to be true. He starts getting like tormented by this cat. He's seeing it everywhere, and he's so convinced that it's following him. Until one day after school, he gets so scared that he starts just running away from this thing, like just into the woods, running away from this cat. And the cat kind of like herds him towards a road. And then as he's running away from the cat, he also gets hit by a semi-truck. And that's the plot of Friendly Face. Like I said, this is one of the most egregious examples of just like insane pacing. This story takes forever to get where it's going, and then once it actually gets where it's going, it's spoiled by the cover. So there's that. Like, I guess there's some interesting takes on grief here, but not anything more interesting than what's done in a couple other stories like Coming Home, or even The Real Jake for that matter. Like, there are better stories that do similar things that this one does. This is the one where I was reading this and I was like, this is like if The Raven was twice as long and just added a bunch of nothing scenes in the beginning. Hey guys, coming in here again because I was doing the final pass on editing, and apparently the take where I talked about The Raven, I didn't use. So
me saying, oh, what I talked about earlier is nonsense, because I did not talk about this earlier. What I was talking about is that a lot of these stories feel like they just start in the wrong place. Like, it feels like they have a simple idea and then they start like about 5 months before they should, or like 5 days before they should. Like, it feels like here's the logical beginning of the story, and then here's where the Fazbear Fright story starts. Like, there's like a gap. What I was talking about is that a lot of these stories feel like if The Raven was like 30 pages longer and all of the extra content was just like a bunch of scenes of the narrator and Lenore hanging out and having fun. You know, it's like, I guess you could argue that this adds some kind of like backstory to the characters, but no, it doesn't. You know, you don't need that shit. It's not important that we have this context. You know, we don't need a billion scenes of this guy hanging out with his friend and having fun with their cat. You could have just started the story on the day that the accident happened and it would have been fine. In fact, it probably would have improved things greatly. You know, that's what I was talking about. I just had to clarify that.
I understand that we want to establish that these characters are friends before the bad thing happens, but like, in a short story like this, I don't even know if that's necessary. You know, you could have just started the story at the day that the accident happens, or even start the story a couple days after that. Like, there are much more dynamic places to start the story, and I feel like this is a problem that a lot of the individual stories in this collection seem to keep having, where they just start the story in a weird place. They either start it way too early, or they just start it like at a very low energy point. You know, when you have the story that you're trying to do, I feel like you need to be very purposeful about where you bring the audience in. And in this case, you bring the audience in way too early. You know, we don't need to see these scenes of these kids being losers, and then they find the cat, and then they're training the cat, and then they're having fun with the cat. And like, you know, I get that it's like good background information, I guess, but this is also stuff that could probably just be established within like implicit narration. I don't know what that was. I think I knocked a claw clip off, whatever. Anyway, this could either be told via like implicit lines in the character's narration, or even like a flashback or two that's like kind of placed in there in good places. It's just, it feels like it starts at the wrong place. It feels like it starts too early. We get too much stuff before the plot starts. I don't know. However, Sea Bonnies is kind of the answer to this. I had to like double check that the author for Sea Bonnies was one of the authors that's been working on the series the entire time, because this story feels like the antithesis to Fazbear Frights in a way that I really actually genuinely love it. Like, it's one of my favorite stories in the entire collection, if just for the fact that I feel like it is structurally the most competent. It feels like this story was written to break my bingo spaces. And, you know, I'm all here for it. Sea Bonnies is a story about this kid that has the most unfortunate name. You know, we were getting away from the fuck-ass names for a little bit, but Mott, not Matt, Mott, with an O. I have never heard that name in my life. It sounds like a, what's the word? Like a cartoon sound effect? I don't know. It sounds like a name for a swamp. Why is his name Mott? Whatever. Anyway, Mott has a younger sibling that he's nice to. That's a first. I think genuinely this might be the only example in the entire series in which there is a pair of siblings that is nice to each other. Just like from the get-go. Like, arguably Lonely Freddy, but they only like become nice to each other after a period of hating each other. They like each other from day one. It's like it's incredible. He has a younger brother that he's nice to, and his younger brother gets this packet of they're sea monkeys, but they're not. They're sea bonnies, and Mott fucking hates sea monkeys. He thinks they're so gross and like scary. He doesn't like them, but now his brother has these sea bonnies that he loves. He's so in love with these things, and he brings them home, and he like
hatches them in his little tank, and he hatches them in the tank with the goldfish that he already has. And Mott hates these things. He hates them. They are like swimming in a very unnatural way, and he despises them. He hates them so much. So he's like trying to avoid his brother's room because in addition to thinking that they look weird, he's convinced they're speaking to him. Like he starts hearing disembodied voices that he's like kind of convinced is probably the sea bonnies. And then one day when he's in his room, he notices them attacking the goldfish. And so he goes to try to save the goldfish. Like he looks for the net to take the goldfish out. And then by the time he comes back in the room, the goldfish is still there, but it's like weird now. Like it's like kind of lumpy and like a wrong color. And when he looks closer, it's actually that the sea bodies have replaced the goldfish. Like instead of the goldfish, it's just a bunch of sea bodies like clumped together to look like the goldfish. And he sees this and he's like, I need to get rid of these things right now. So the next day, he waits until his brother is distracted and he like flushes them down the toilet. He's like, I am done with these. I'm not taking these anymore. So he gets rid of them and they like kind of they're like not wanting to go down. They get like stuck in the tank and he's like trying to flush them out with the water and it's a whole thing. And then when his brother comes back in, he's like, oh, I was trying to clean the tank and like they died. I don't know. And his brother's like pissed. His brother's like 7. He's like a little kid and he is absolutely distraught by this. And like obviously Mott's not happy about this outcome. He didn't want to upset his brother, but like he did need to get rid of the murderous sea bodies. So but he's like not feeling good about this and he has a nightmare about it. And then he wakes up in the middle of the night because he thinks he's gonna like vomit, but he doesn't. He just like drinks some water from the sink. And then as he is like putting the cup back down, he realizes that there was totally sea bodies in that cup and he just drank them. And so the next day is agonizing hell. He has the worst stomach cramps ever. He feels like he's dying. And so he goes to the doctor and the doctor's like, yeah, man, I don't know what's going on. And then he goes home. And then the next day he's feeling like slightly better. Like it doesn't like hurt, but it does feel weird. And so he's like, I need to go to the hospital. And so he does. And then they do a bunch of like scans and whatever. They start noticing that his organs look weird. And when they show him the scans, he notices the shape of the sea bonnies just everywhere. They are replacing him. They are eating his organs and they are replacing them. And this is obviously distressing. So he like tries to tell the doctor about it. And I don't think that the doctor really takes him seriously. It just like tells him to go home. And then the next night, he like starts noticing that his skin looks weird and like one of them starts like crawling out of his arm and he's like, it's so fucking over. So he like jumps out his window because I guess he's like not trying to like wake up his mom or something. And then he just starts running down the street. He's trying to get to the doctor's office again. And while this is happening, he's just like slowly turning blue in like weird shapes. At some point he starts like trying to tear it off, like literally ripping chunks of his arm out. And they just come right off. Like it feels like it's not even attached to his body. And then in his hand is just like a big handful of the sea bonnies. And it's crazy. And then this just keeps happening until he's just fully disintegrated. And then the story ends with him collapsing on the stairs of the doctor's office. And then the woman like opens the door and he's just there. And he's like, what? It's so nice out today. And then that's the end of the story. And like, is this one a particularly incredible concept? Not particularly. Like I said, I feel like the ones that I get the most like excited about in terms of conceptual ideas, it's just the ones that are super gross and gory. I feel like if these stories are going to be anything, being super gross and gory is kind of fun. This one isn't that gory per se. I think it definitely has its sort of interesting moments. Like I said, the idea of being able to just like easily take entire chunks out of your body and then it's just like a bunch of swarming bugs. That's kind of awesome. But what really interests me is just the competency of the storytelling here. Like, first of all, it feels like they made this protagonist to, again, attack my bingo square specifically. First of all, nice to his brother. I cannot stress how much of like a breath of fresh air that this is. You know, after seeing so many stories of these like mean-ass older siblings that just attack their younger siblings who did literally nothing for no reason over and over again. This is a trope that happens in like 5 of these stories, and I was getting so sick of it at this point that I was actually really refreshed. You know, their relationship is like actually really sweet. You know, I'm entertained by this in a way that I absolutely wouldn't have been if it was yet another story about being mean to his younger sibling. You know, I feel like it adds another layer of tension here where he wants to get rid of these things, but he doesn't like want to make his little brother sad. And
It's cute. It's like, it's kind of sweet. I like that. I think it's also great that this character isn't a loser. This is one of the only characters in the entire collection where he's like well liked by people, and it's not like a bad thing. There's a couple stories in this collection where it's like set within these bully villain characters. That the next one is an example of this. But this character is popular, but he's not mean. He's just like a genuinely nice kid. And, you know, the fact that they spend a lot of time really, I don't know, he's just like an endearing character to me in a very genuine way that I do not feel about any of the other characters in this collection. And it makes the things that happen to him like you care, right? Like, this kid didn't really do anything. He's kind of nice, and he's just like getting absolutely destroyed by these bugs, you know? Sorry, the heater. Listen to this thing. I'm gonna put my mic right up to it. I hate these. Please stop. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this kid is really endearing in a way that I feel like a lot of the other protagonists just aren't. Also, the story's pacing is good. Like, this is one of the only stories where I feel like it starts at the appropriate place. It starts where the sea bonnies show up. You know, I feel like any other of these stories, and it would have started like 30 pages earlier and had a whole plot about him going to school and like kind of having a crush on this girl, and then he's like hanging out with his brother at the pizza place for like 30 pages where nothing happens, and then introduce the sea bonnies. But no, scene one and we get the sea bonnies. Wow. And like the tension is increasingly ramped up throughout the story. Like, it starts with him just being paranoid about these weird little bugs that are in his house. And then we start getting to the point where, okay, the bugs can replace a fish. That's crazy. Like, we have upped the stakes. And then he has eaten the sea bodies. They are now inside his body. We have upped the stakes. You know, I feel like there is an increased tension throughout the story. It's like a plot. It's crazy. I don't know how we haven't thought of this before. I don't know how we haven't thought of, you know, introducing a threat at the beginning and then have it amped up throughout the story. You know, something like Friendly Face has just like a bunch of scenes where there's like not really a plot and not really a present threat, and then the premise of the story gets introduced about a third of the way into the plot, if not halfway into the plot. It takes a while, and then the threat is just kind of like, me when I get you. It's just kind of like chasing after him, and that's it. But no. This one, it's like built up, and there are continually new threats being added, and like new stakes are being added, and it feels like we're actually going somewhere. It feels like we're on a train that is like speeding up. This is genuinely one of the most competent stories of the entire collection. I kind of have no notes about it, except for the fact that the kid's name is Mott. Why is that his name? When I started reading Together Forever, I had to look up the authors for each of these stories because I refused to believe that the author for Sea Bonnies was the same person that wrote this. It is, though. It's the same person. Together Forever follows Jessica and Brittany, who are a lot more entertaining if you just picture them as, like, the girls from, what's their... I don't remember her name. The girls from Class of 09. If you picture them in this story, it becomes about 30% more entertaining. Anyway... Whatever. There's these girls, Jessica and Brittany, and they are the most popular girls in school. And they are dating the captain of the football team and his friend. And they are so popular. And there are these two girls in their class named Cindy and Mindy that are like 8th graders that are attached to the high school now. Like, recently there was a program that funneled the 8th graders into the high school. I don't know. It's kind of pointless. Basically, there's these girls that they hate. And they keep bullying these girls because they don't worship them. And they're pissed at them. And then one day for their robotic class, they're told to like reprogram this old animatronic. And then they notice the animatronic has like a feature with the spring lock, so you can like go in the suit. And so they formulate this plan to make a command to shove the two girls that they hate into the suit because they think it would be funny. And then when they're testing out the command, the robot shoves one of them into the suit. And she wants out, but then while Jessica's trying to get her friend out, she accidentally puts it in animatronic mode, so she gets spring locked, and it's sad.
And then she's trying to undo the command, and then she accidentally puts herself in the suit, and then the suit spring locks again, so now they're both just like mincemeat in there. And then we cut to Homecoming, where the robot comes out and starts talking, and it's like using we pronouns, implying that both Jessica and Brittany have possessed this animatronic. And that's the plot of Together Forever. This one is so nothing to me. I don't know if it's just because I'm reading it so late in the collection and that's the problem. Like maybe I'm just not, maybe I've run out of steam a little bit, but it's just for the fact that, you know, a character like Mott was written to be like so genuinely endearing, and then we're slapped in the face with Jessica and Brittany, where there's a genuine unironic line where one of them, I don't remember which one it was, but one of them is like, let's go calm down and apply some lip gloss. Like it kind of reads to me like that one picture that's like, my beloved Willy Wonka calms me down. Which it does get some points for that because that image is really funny, but that is what it reminds me of in a very unironic way. It's like, these girls do not exist. There is no situation in which these girls exist. And if they do exist, it's purely in like an 80s high school movie. This sort of cartoonish popular girl that demands attention and that everyone's like afraid of, but they actually... They like pretend to love them, but they're actually afraid of them, and you know, they're queen bees of the high school. I went to high school. It wasn't like that. You know, I was only in high school like 3 years ago. I don't think it's changed that much. In fact, when this book was written, I was in high school. This doesn't happen. You know, I was kind of a loser kid. It's not like I was like the super popular person, and you know, you'd think that somebody in my position, if there was like a single person that was the queen of the high school, I would know, but I don't think there was. Like this just cartoonish depiction of like a popular mean girl is just so out of touch that it kind of destroys all tension that the story has before it even happens. And it's another one that just takes forever. Like, there's so many scenes of these girls being dicks. Like, they're mean to Mindy and Cindy, and then they go out with their boyfriends, and the eternal dialogue is like, she actually kind of hates her boyfriend. She's sure they'll break up at some point. And it's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. I don't know how we hit such highs with Sea Bonnies and then immediately plummeted down for Together Forever. This story is whatever to me. Yeah. Welcome to Volume 11, and technically, we're done. We're actually done, technically. Volume 11 is sort of the de facto ending of the series in the sense that it wraps up the citrate epilogues, and like, this is the end of the main stories, I guess. Basically what I'm trying to say is that Volume 12 is supposed to be scrapped stories. You know, Volume 12 is a bonus of, you know, here's the stuff we cut. So technically, we're actually done, which means we can talk about the Stitz Wraith stuff soon. But first we gotta get through Volume 11. Volume 11, it has high moments and it has low moments. I feel like if this was the ending of the series, I'd be pretty disappointed. I feel like I liked a couple of the stories in Volume 12 a little bit more, but whatever. Anyway, starting off strong with Prankster, though. Prankster is the shortest story by far. I was reading these on, like, my computer, like, on Apple Books, and so my exact page counts are kind of screwy because obviously, like, depending on how much text you have showing on the screen, it screws with the page counts. But I think that this one's like 40-something pages, and the rest of them have been averaging out to like 60 to 80. This one's about half the length of most of the stories, and you know, honestly, it's not even that noticeable. Like, I feel like it makes a little bit more sense, if I'm being so honest, because a lot of them have been dealing with this really bad pacing issue where it just feels like they take forever and ever and ever to actually get to the point. And this one doesn't have that problem. This one is about this guy, Jeremiah, who is a self-described nice guy. I'm not even joking about that. Here's the paragraph where he calls himself a nice guy. And a nice guy he is. He has these two coworkers, and they work at this like game development studio. And one of his coworkers is this girl Hope, who he is madly in love with, and his other coworker is this guy Parker, who I do not know how else to describe them other than the fact that he is textually a Chad. That is the point of the story, that he is the Chad and Jeremiah is the virgin. And basically Parker loves doing a little silly. All right, he loves like putting vinegar in this guy's coffee and giving him like a really hot chip in his Doritos that like makes his mouth burn and like menial shit like that. And you can tell that Hope like thinks it's kind of funny, but she's like trying to be nice about it. You know, she's like, don't do that. Like, you're obviously he doesn't like that, but clearly she thinks it's a little funny. But one day Jeremiah's like, okay, I'm going to confess my love to her. And then surely she will notice a nice guy like me and not be hanging out with those Chads that just steal the girls all the... This is literally how the story is written. But anyway, whatever. He's like going to go try to confess his feelings to her. And then the day that he decides to do this is a day when Hope and Parker decide to go test the game that they're doing. And so they're like in the testing room by themselves. And Jeremiah is like, they are totally having sex in there right now. And they probably are. And so he's like all torn up about this. He's so mad. And to make it worse, tomorrow is his birthday. So he shows up to work tomorrow. He's so sad. He's so sad. The girl that he had absolutely no chance with is with another guy that she thinks is more entertaining. God forbid. He shows up to work and there's like a birthday cake and a little banner and aw, they remembered. But then like a voice comes over the loudspeaker and is like, your friends have been kidnapped. If you do not play my games, I'm going to kill them. And at first he's like, God damn it, Parker. Like he thinks this is a bit. And so he's like kind of half-heartedly going through these little tests and whatever. And in each room where there's little codes and puzzles, there's also like increasingly more concerning body parts. Like there's like kind of fingernails and like teeth in some of the beginning ones where it's like, okay, that's kind of weird. But like obviously you could get fake teeth, right? Like that's not difficult. But as it keeps going, there's like entire hands and intestines, and it's like, this might not be a bit. And then one of the times he goes into a room and he opens a box and just Parker's face is in the box, and he's like, oh, so this is not in fact a bit. They totally kidnapped my friends. And so he's like running to finish the game because like up until this point he was not taking it seriously. And then in the final room when he gets there, there's like a VHS tape that plays. And on the VHS tape, it's his coworkers, and they're like, "Happy birthday, gotcha! This is a really great bit. We're just really excited. You know, it took forever to set this up. Anyway, we're gonna need to go to the hospital after this, so you know, watch out for that." And there's like a bunch of like knives and saws on the table behind them, and it's like, okay. And at the end of the video, they're like, anyway, you can open the door now. And then the like supply closet door starts to open, and then that's where the story ends. I'd be lying if I said I didn't kind of love this one. Okay, so when I read this the first time, the way that I interpreted this story is that these two people were so committed to the bit that they were going to mutilate themselves for it, for the funny. Like, I interpreted this as a story of two people who just love this joke so much. Like, I was absolutely delighted by the idea of this person that up until this point is doing like completely menial pranks that mean nothing, right? Pouring vinegars in a guy's coffee is fine. And then the way that I interpreted the story is just like one day, like Parker and Hope are sitting at a table across from each other, and he's like, God, you know, it'd be so funny if I cut my face off and like fed it to Jeremiah. And then Hope is on the other side. She's like, oh my God, that's hilarious. And then they just do it. Like, that's how I interpreted the story, that they just decided to do this for a bit and they were just that committed. And then I found out that it's supposed to be Glitch Trap. Like, apparently the whole story is supposed to be an allusion to Help Wanted, and it totally is, because there's like the VR game, and there's a character named Jeremy, and a guy gets his face cut off in Help Wanted too, so it's like totally an allusion to that. Which kind of ruins it for me. You know, I guess the way you're supposed to interpret the story is that they got possessed by Glitch Trap when they test ran the game, and then that's why they did all that shit, because they were possessed, and not just because they thought it was so funny that they had to mutilate themselves about it, which, I'll be so honest, is much less entertaining. And because I'm considering these stories as independent things outside of the lore, that I can choose to believe that's how that story works. This is like another one. First of all, I like the ambiguous endings. They kind of have a kick to them. I like these endings that just sort of lead off on sort of an uneasy note, and then it just like ends, you know. I don't know what could possibly be behind that door. And I kind of love that. Now I'm like, oh, it's probably Glitch Trap, which, like, I choose to believe the interpretation that it's just something else. I don't know what could possibly be behind that door, and I love that about it. Like, when I read this one the first time, I was like, I felt similar to it in the same way that I felt like He Told Me Everything, where it's like kind of a nothing story with an interesting ending. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like endeared by this one. It's especially considering the possibility they just decided to do this of their own volition for the bit. That delights me so much that I feel like it kicks this one up at least like 5 spots. I actually really like this one. Kids at Play is kind of the spiritual successor to the Puppet Carver to me, in the sense that I do not know what happened in either of these stories. Kids at Play, the plot of Kids, I'll tell you what the plot of Kids at Play is. The plot of Kids at Play is, where's my ball? I'm running out on the road. There is a car, and it is going to hit me. That's what the plot of Kids at Play is. I feel like this is going to be an insane sentence, but I feel like the concept of vehicular manslaughter in fiction has become increasingly funnier over the past year. All right, a combination of Jackie's box with driving in my car right after a beer. All right, these two things have compounded into making vehicular manslaughter a little funny. So it makes it kind of difficult to take the story seriously. It's about this kid Joel that's the most like spoiled child to ever exist. His parents are nothing but nice to him, and he's like, my stupid parents that I hate. Don't they understand that I just want to play in my rock cover band? I don't want it. I don't want anything. And also, why didn't they give me a new truck? Like, he's kind of annoying, but whatever. He works at his dad's company, where his dad gave him a job, and he hates it because he's stupid. But basically what matters is that one day while he's driving, he accidentally hits one of these little like Kids at Play signs. It's like one of the little figures that looks like this. And he accidentally hits it with his car, and he like feels a little bad about it, but he puts it back. And then a couple days later, the same thing happens, except instead of hitting a sign, he hits a child. He runs over a kid in the middle of the road, and he freaks out about it and like drives home, and feels awful. he's like seeing a bunch of these like Kids at Play signs everywhere, while the guilt is just like eating him. That he's like, I definitely like killed that child. I definitely killed that child. I killed that child. Oh God, oh God, oh God. And so he keeps seeing more of these signs. And then one day he like is dragged out of bed. Like his body is like moving without his control. And he's like walking towards where he hit that kid. And then while he's walking there, his skin starts falling off, and then his like limbs fall off, and then he just like essentially disintegrates into dust. And I think the implication is that he becomes a sign, like one of the Kids at Play signs. And then it's revealed that the kid he hit is actually alive, and that's the end of the story. I don't know what the fuck happened in this story. I don't know. I genuinely, I have no idea what the plot of this one is. I like what happened. I guess I know what happened, but I don't know why. You know, there is these little Fazbear Frights signs. They say there are kids at play. He hits a kid with his car. He starts seeing more of the signs. He turns into a sign? I don't even know if it's confirmed that he turns into a sign. He might just be disintegrated into dust. I don't really know. I don't know what the implication here is. I don't know what the intended read of this story is. I guess you could interpret a series of events where like maybe the signs are cursed, and so when he hit that sign with his car in the beginning of the story, he like turned into one of them. I guess, but in that case, the fact that he hit a child with his truck means nothing. Like, if the thing that caused him to turn into a sign is because he hit the sign at the beginning, then the fact that he hit a child in the middle of that is completely superfluous. Which is funny, but makes no sense thematically. Honestly, the story would have made a lot more sense if it was just a story about, like, guilt, you know, maybe like he hits the kid with his car and then he just progressively starts seeing more and more of these signs everywhere and they start to become more and more obtrusive, and like it gets to a point where like he's driving on the road and like he can't even move because there's just signs everywhere, you know. I feel like that would have maybe been a little better, because it would just be like a representation of his own guilt, I guess. But in this story, I don't think it's necessarily that. This story, so one thing that you might have noticed about me as we keep going on is that I value a story being entertaining more than I value necessarily it making sense. You know, stories like He Told Me Everything are extremely boring with like a ridiculous idea. And do I think it's a good writing decision to just like have this batshit crazy concept that you throw at the wall at the last minute? No, but at least it's like memorable. You know, a story like Blackbird is completely unmemorable to me. Like, I feel like you can tell exactly where that story is going. It's not particularly interesting and it's not particularly entertaining. It's just sort of like a straight road down to point B. And I'd much rather have a story like He Told Me Everything that at least gives me something that I remember. I remember a kid getting his organs siphoned out. That's something that I feel like I haven't seen anywhere else. That's a new idea. Regardless of the fact that I think it's implemented in a very clunky way and that it's got crazy pacing, at the very least I could say that's entertaining. Like, that's a new thought. And then in the case of like Blackbird or Dance With Me, it's like, I've seen this elsewhere. I've seen this elsewhere in this series. And I feel like Kids at Play is like really pushing me with that. Kids at Play is like, oh, you like nonsense stories with weird gross out endings? Here's one, and I feel like I gotta draw the line somewhere. I gotta put my foot in the sand and be like, at a certain point, I can't stand for these. And I feel like Kids at Play might be pushing that a little bit of like, I feel like I have to say no more at a certain point, and I think this is the point. I think this is when I say no more. I don't get this one. I think it's weird. I do like that he disintegrates into mold. I'm predictable. I do like the gnarly scene where he turns into goop. I like that shit. I think the substance is awesome. Okay, I like weird movies about flesh and stuff. I'm sorry. I'm predictable. But I gotta draw the line here. I gotta. Find Player 2 is a very odd place to end the series. You know, I feel like Find Player 2 is very unlike nearly everything. This story is completely grounded. There's not a single supernatural thing that happens in this entire story, and I think that might legitimately make it completely unique. Like, even compared to stories like The Cliffs. The Cliffs is, for the most part, just like a grounded drama. But, you know, there's still little, like, sprinkles of it, you know? Like, the Freddy Fazbear doll that just keeps sending him texts even after it's been, like, burned to a crisp. Or the fact that it seems to psychically know where his kid is. Like, there's still little bits in there. Even the real Jake, which up until this point has been the story that has broken the mold the most, it still had the ending where there's, like, the 5 kids that show up and, you know, there are elements there. This doesn't have any of that. This is a story that 1000% could happen in the real world, like, without any changes. It's about this girl, Amy, and her friend, Mary Jo. And when they're kids, they are playing around at Freddy Fazbear's, and there's this creepy guy there. And they go into this, like, hide-and-seek maze where it's just this big, like, kind of foresty area where you're supposed to hide and then your friend finds you. And so they go into the hide and seek area, and Amy is supposed to be finding Mary Jo, but she sees the scary guy and she, like, freaks out and just leaves. After that, she never sees Mary Jo again. And she just sort of assumes, because the scary guy that she saw actually shows up on the news the next day of being like arrested for kidnapping. And so she just assumes that that guy kidnapped her friend. And that's what she thinks for a decade. Like, we jump 10 years later, and she's in college, and she is still under the impression that that guy kidnapped her friend. And then she sees on the news that he's been released from prison. And so she's like, I gotta go ask him. I gotta figure out where she is. So she tracks the guy down, and this guy explains to her that, like, first of all, he didn't kidnap her friend. Second of all, he didn't kidnap anybody. And the only reason he was arrested for kidnapping was that it was a custody dispute. Like, his ex-wife had like custody of their daughter, and he was trying to get their daughter or whatever. And it was something like that, where he never like legitimately kidnapped a child. She refuses to believe this, and she goes back to what used to be Freddy's. It's now like a different restaurant. And she's like poking around in the back, and it turns out that the hide and seek maze is still there. Like, it's just intact in the building. Nobody's touched it. And so she goes back into the maze to see if she missed something or if there's a clues or something there. And then she finds the dead body of her friend. So her friend actually was just like stuck in the maze because she never completed the game, so it never let her out. And so she just was stuck there. While she's there, the maze traps her too, so now she's also stuck there and will also presumably die. And that's the plot. And again, I feel like the most interesting thing about this story is just how grounded it is. Like, this one isn't particularly scary, and it's not particularly supernatural. In fact, it's not supernatural at all. There is not a single thing that happens that is ghosts or animatronics or dolls or anything like that. You know, this is a story that could completely plausibly happen. This story feels to me like a weaker Pen Pal. It reminds me of Pen Pal in a lot of ways. Not necessarily kind of in plot, but not necessarily in plot. Just sort of thematically, it reminds me of Pen Pal a lot, which, like, calling it a weaker Pen Pal is not necessarily an insult, because Pen Pal is very good. I really like Pen Pal. It's one of my favorite creepypastas of all time. Don't talk to me about Baraska. I have very conflicted feelings on that. Okay, quick Baraska interlude. Last year, I went through like a Baraska psychosis period of time where I was like really obsessed with the podcast and the original story. And I have a laundry list of complaints with that story. I think it handles its subject matter very poorly, and I think that it's very bad representation for a lot of the things that it tries to do. But for some reason, I need to be diagnosed with something is the reason, but I haven't yet. So for some reason, I just couldn't stop thinking about it, and I was like really fixated on this for a period of time. So I have a lot of things to say about Baraska, but I don't think it's particularly good. That being said, this story reminds me of Pen Pal, which is a creepypasta that I do think is pretty good. It reminds me of Pen Pal in a way, and I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting direction to take. It's really kind of bold for them to end the series on this one. Like, obviously there is Felix the Shark, so like it's not quite over, but yeah, it's really interesting to end this here. Like, why this one? I feel like I respect these stories for breaking the mold. You know, I'd rather have a story that's memorable like this, that I can point to and be like, yeah, there's nothing like that one. You know, as much as I like something like 1:35 a.m., there's like 5 other stories that are very similar. There's really nothing similar to Find Player 2. This one's just in on its own. There is nothing like this one. And I think that's interesting.
Okay, so my computer is dead, which means I can't do my normal setup where I record video with my computer and audio with my phone. So sorry about that. If this sucks, you only have to deal with this for one segment. I'll get back to the normal recording structure in a second. I just really want to record this while my thoughts are still fresh, and I don't want to wait for my computer to charge. So, the Stitch Raid Epilogues. We can finally talk about the epilogues. We have completed up till the point where the epilogues end, which if you haven't read these books, that might be kind of confusing, but basically, the story technically ends in Volume 11. Volume 12 is supposed to be like bonus stories, kind of. It's like stories that were cut from previous collections. So by all means, this is the end. And yeah, basically the Stitch Raid Epilogues end in Volume 11. And there's a couple things about the epilogues that I think I need to quickly give you background information on, because I think that it really informs my opinions on these stories. First of all, I read them in one chunk.
The way that I read the epilogues was that basically when I was reading the volumes, I just read the stories in the volumes and skipped the epilogues. And then once I finished volume 11, I went back and I just read all of the epilogues in one chunk. So I didn't like read volume 1 and then read the volume 1 epilogue and then read volume 2 and then read the volume 2 epilogue. Like, I didn't do that. I just read them all in one single continuous story, which I feel like is not the intended way to view it, but that's the way that I wanted to read it. So sorry if that affects my opinions. If you think that that disqualifies me immediately, sorry, but I'm not doing anything about it. Second of all, I found out recently that apparently the stories were supposed to end around volume 5 or 6. I don't remember which one exactly, but I read somewhere that apparently, I think it was volume 6, was supposed to be like the final Fazbear Frights volume, and then they just like kept going, which, I'll be so honest, makes a lot of sense, because one of my first things that I was going to say about the epilogue was that it feels like they were like really amping up to a certain climax, and then they got to that climax in like volume 5 or 6, and then it just like kept going. Like, it felt like once we got to the William Afton trash mech, I thought that that was it. I thought that that was as far as we were gonna go, but no, like we killed the William Afton trash mech, and then we just like kind of stalled for a while, and then Eleanor showed up, and I'll be fast about my opinions on the epilogues, because I feel like the epilogues are one of those things that I think a lot of people do really like them. And I'll be so honest, there are a couple things that I do like. You know, I think that the character work in the epilogues is pretty solid. I think that what they do in the epilogues with like Andrew and Jake and Detective Larson, for that matter, and all that, like these kinds of characters are a lot more coherent in the epilogues than they are in the stories. And I think that part of that is just because the epilogues are longer. Like, not the individual epilogues, like the individual epilogues are much shorter, but like combined, all of the epilogues are longer than like the original short story. So like, yeah, you have a little bit more breathing room, and I feel like that's nice. You know, Jake as a character here feels way more coherent than he does in the real Jake. I don't know. I think that he exists more as a person to me instead of just like a concept to be sad about, which I think is an improvement. I like the way he's written in the epilogues, and I like the way that most characters are written in the epilogues. I think the epilogues are pretty solid in terms of character writing, but I have such a hard time trying to give you my thoughts on the epilogues, because like, here's where I'm at. Instinctually, my first opinion is I don't like the epilogues because I don't like that they tie the stories together. I think that this sort of gimmick of them all being in one shared universe and actually Eleanor was behind everything the whole time, that to me feels like a very cheap gimmick. It feels kind of silly, and it feels so random. Why Eleanor? I don't know. If she actually was like an interdimensional being that feeds on human suffering or whatever, why was our introduction to her so random? Like, To Be Beautiful, when I was reading that story, I wasn't like, I wonder what Eleanor's gonna get up to next. Like, she just didn't interest me that much, and so it was very random to me that they brought her back as this like big central franchise villain. I just don't like that we're connecting everything here. I feel like a lot of these stories worked perfectly fine as standalone pieces, and by connecting them in this way, I just don't understand what is being added. Like, I don't know what about Blackbird is made better by knowing that actually that kid was supposed to die on the tracks, but he was saved by a detective in an interdimensional time loop kind of situation. It's like, what? Why do I care? You know, some of them feel completely random in their like additions into this multiverse, but then other ones are like actively undermined by it. I feel like the man in room 1280 is made worse by knowing that the corpse didn't die. He turned into a giant trash mech. I feel like I keep harping on about the trash mech, but the trash mech is crazy to me. Yeah, like, is it good for aura farming? Absolutely. Okay, I'm not gonna act like that scene where they, like, destroy him is not, like, sick as hell, like, that fucks. But is it good in terms of storytelling? I don't know. But I keep running into this problem where it's like, okay, that's my gut reaction. My gut reaction is that I don't like that these stories are connected, and I think it's a cheap gimmick. But at the same time, I'm like, well, am I actually judging the epilogues, or am I judging like a version of the epilogues that I've made up in my head that I like better? Does that make sense? Like, me saying I wish that the stories weren't connected is kind of a dumb way to form my criticisms, because it's like, well, they are connected though. Like, what now? You know, I can't argue that I wish they weren't connected, because that's just sort of the premise, right? That'd be like if somebody walked up to me and showed me a drawing of a cow and was like, how do you like my drawing of a cow? And I'm like, I really wish it was a squirrel. It's like, okay, but it's not though. So like, what are your thoughts on the cow? I have a hard time looking at the cow. I have a hard time looking at this and just sort of like judging it on its own merits instead of like what I wish it would have done. I don't know. Like, but maybe that is a fair criticism. Maybe it's just like, well, I don't know, it doesn't work. It doesn't work to connect the stories. Like, I know that's what we set out to do, but I don't think that I like that. I feel like the idea that they were actually all connected the whole time is like I said, it feels cheap, it feels gimmicky, it feels like just like a thing we did at the last minute. Not at the last minute, but it just feels like an extra thing to like add on. Like we weren't confident enough in our ability to do short stories, so we're like, actually, the ball pit is a trap. The robot feeds on human suffering and puts them in the ball pit, which is like an incubator of sorts. I think I don't know. Yeah, I don't find Eleanor. I don't know why I said it. Eleanor. I don't find her that entertaining. I don't find this like whole premise that entertaining. I think that there are interesting ideas here. There's interesting character work, but I feel like I just don't agree with it on its premise, and so everything else that I have to say about the story feels kind of secondary. I don't like that the stories are connected. I think that it adds nothing. Again, I don't know what about the stories is made better by knowing that they're all in some big shared universe. I don't find that particularly entertaining. I think that it actively takes away from a lot of the stories. Yeah. I just realized the lighting in this shot was probably awful because I'm like being backlit right now. Whatever. Coming to you from the Shadow Realm to tell you my opinions on the story that belongs. Whatever. Let's just keep going. We have a graphic novel to do. We have volume 12, and then we'll get to my ranking, and then we'll get to the conclusion. All right, you might be looking at this video and like, why the fuck is there like an hour and a half left when there's only one more volume? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The ranking's very long. I'm sorry. The ranking's very long. Anyway, yeah. Stitch Wraith epilogues, they're fine. I just don't like the idea.
Anyway, on to graphic novel volume 5. Woohoo! Yay! Kind of emotional. It's our last graphic novel. Aw. Starting off strong though with Jump for Tickets. This is the same artist that did Hide and Seek and The Breaking Wheel. I don't really got a lot else to say about that particular thing. They're still pretty good with their designs. Like I said, I think I like their designs more than any of the other artists, if just for the fact that their designs for the kids are memorable, right? Like the design for Colton, I can picture what he looks like in my head. I don't know why I just did this motion, but you know what I mean. I could like picture him when I think about him in my head. Like he's memorable. Asked me to picture the protagonist from Fine Player 2. She's blonde. That's it. I'm not. They're just not that memorable. But these are pretty memorable. I like his little cargo pants. Actually, I own very similar pants. Hang on, let me find them. Actually, you know what? I think I own his fit. I'm gonna put that on real quick. Give me like 1 second. Okay, so like I don't have the hat, but I do have everything else. I liked his little cargo pants so much that I bought a pair exactly like them 3 years ago before I even knew about the story. That's how much I like them. I'm gonna keep this outfit on now because I think it's funny. Anyway, Jump for Tickets, the comic is pretty good. I like this artist and I think they do a good job. If anything, I'm just like, you know, one of the things I liked most was the fact that we just stayed with him for the entire duration of him being trapped inside this hellscape.
And then obviously in the comic, they don't do that. You know, the comic is basically an example of what I liked that they didn't do in the original story, and then they did it here. Like, he gets trapped, and then there's just like a time skip. Which I understand why we had to do that. I don't even know if it would have worked as well in comic form, but you know, I'm kind of endeared by this character. I like his swag. He's a little less annoying to me in the comic, if just because I kind of like looking at him. His expressions are fun. But yeah, moving on. Sea Bonnies. Sea Bonnies. Sea Bonnies is really weird because most of these stories are actually really improved by being cut down. You know, this isn't something that I talked about in a lot of the other comic reviews, but a lot of the stories are really made better by the fact that they are significantly shorter. You know, Sergio's Lucky Day is made 10 times better by the fact that they cut out like half of it, because I think that these stories have such consistent pacing problems and they are so continuously like bloated and full of so much hot air that, you know, I like that they cut them down. But Sea Bonnies was one of the only stories where I felt like the pacing was actually good in the original. Like, that was one of the things that I liked most. I feel like they fixed the pacing problem for one glorious moment in Sea Bonnies, and then they just went back to fucking it up, I guess. You know, with Sea Bonnies, I like that pacing, and so when they have to speed it up like crazy in the comic, it's not good. It's not good. You know, it takes out a lot of what I liked about it. You know, it takes out a lot of the character moments, and it's not great. The artist is fine, though. This artist has been consistently pretty good. I feel like this artist has actually been the one that's stuck around the longest. Like, they've illustrated in 4 volumes. I think that's more than any other artist. And if anyone's going to be continually consistent, I'm fine with it being them. I got absolutely nothing to say about the Fine Player 2 comic. This is the same artist that did The Cliffs. I guess this artist just likes these more grounded stories. There's a couple panels that I think are really good. Like, I think this artist is pretty good with these, like, kind of stinger panels. Like I said, the fire one was really cool from The Cliffs, and the shot of the guy in the tunnels was pretty cool. There was a couple other shots that were pretty good. Yeah, I got literally nothing else to say. I checked my notes app to see if there was anything I meant to say that I was going to forget, and I wrote literally 3 sentences about this one. Here's exactly what I wrote. This is the entirety of my review in the Google Doc. That's it. That's the entire thing. Anyway, now that we got that done, we can finally get to Felix the Shark. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? We're at the end of the tunnel. Do you see the light? Do you see it? Freddy Fazbear's open arms. They wait for you. They wait for you. He's waiting. I had this entire section already recorded, and then I accidentally deleted the video. So this makes absolutely no difference to you. Just know that I'm upset. Anyway, Felix the Shark is the last story in the Freddy Fazbear's Fright Time Freddy Fazbear Fright. I like this one. The important context of this one is that it's supposed to be scrapped content. So the series like officially ends with volume 11, and then Felix the Shark is these sorts of like B-sides. You know, it's stories that didn't make it onto the main stories. So you'd think that they would be worse. Like, you'd think that there would be some kind of quality drop, but I'll be so honest, these are better than a good chunk of a lot of the stories that did make it in. You know, the fact that Together Forever was considered good enough to consider in the main line, and then we scrap Felix the Shark, that's odd to me. Do we hear my upstairs neighbors? Of course, now they stop. If you hear, like, thudding, that's not me. Anyway, yeah, you'd think that these would be worse, but they're not. In fact, I think that this is honestly a better conclusion to the series. Like, the thing with Prankster is that a lot of the stories in that collection were not FNAF at all, which isn't necessarily a problem for me, because I feel like going into the series, I just wanted interesting horror stories. I wasn't super pissed if they weren't super FNAF, but I would understand that for fans of the series, a story like Kids at Play is kind of bizarre, right? That story has essentially absolutely nothing to do with anything Fazbear Entertainment related. At no point does a pizzeria show up. At no point are there even animatronics. Like, it's just a weird story. And so I understand why FNAF fans, like, really wouldn't like that one. And then ending with Fine Player 2, which is kind of the least Fazbear Fright story of all time. I understand why that would be kind of a weird ending for a lot of people. So honestly, I think that this one is important. Like, if you're reading all the series, I don't know why you would just like not consider this one. Also, 12 is a nicer number. You know, ending on number 11 is weird. Ending on number 12, good number. 12 makes sense. I don't know why these are scrapped. Basically, I'm going to ignore that. To me, these are real. It's kind of impossible to talk about Felix the Shark, though, without talking about the time that MatPat tried to get people to break into private property. Basically, when this book first came out, MatPat made a theory video. Matthew Patrick was absolutely convinced that this book was the start of a scrapped ARG. Like, he thought that this story was supposed to be like a cipher hunt kind of thing. He came to the conclusion that the locations mentioned in Felix the Shark, and I guess the Scoop as well, are supposed to tie to real world locations that the fans have to like go find clues in. And like, why? Like, first of all, I'll be so honest, I can kind of see how he comes to this conclusion. Like, both Felix the Shark and the Scoop have situations where characters like go on searches for a thing. They both end up in Utah. They both seem to reference like specific locations, like an abandoned water park or an abandoned theater. And like, I guess I can see the shape of his concept, but like, obviously not. If there was an ARG, we'd know. You know, no ARG gets kicked off by the 12th volume of a series that by this point nobody was reading. You know, there's no way that they would kick off a FNAF ARG like that. And also, I feel like there would be some kind of announcement. But the problem with this was that in claiming that there was an ARG, it sort of encouraged people to find it, right? And there was like a call to action in the video where he told people to go look for this stuff. And like, it was such vague clues that it kind of required either A, just calling poor random people, or B, breaking into private property, because both the locations in these stories that I guess if you were trying to interpret this as a clue to an ARG would lead you to an abandoned water park and like an old movie theater. And like, news flash, but most abandoned locations are private property, you know? I don't think that the FNAF series would be encouraging you to break into abandoned water parks to try to find Felix the Shark. I don't think that was the way that this story was supposed to be, and him encouraging people to do that was crazy. I don't think it was necessarily malicious. I think it was just kind of like an airheaded move, but I think about that a lot. Remember that time that Matthew Patrick tried to get people to break into private property? I think about that a lot. And also, like, it's just kind of a thing of, you know, there was a similar situation I remember when I was into this series when I was like 10, where there was this pizza place that I don't remember how people decided that this pizza place was like connected to FNAF somehow. I think that the owner of the pizza place just happened to be named Mike, a very common name. And people started calling this pizza place like crazy because they were convinced that it had something to do with FNAF. And this poor man got so many just like spam calls, essentially, of people calling his restaurant and asking about dead children and animatronics. And he's like, what the hell? And this was like a real guy that did literally nothing. And like, obviously it reminds me of that a lot. Just, you know, if there's not confirmed that like real world locations are part of your story, don't go there. Don't bother these people, you know? I think it's one thing to just like, you know, if there's a specific location that's referenced to just like go there, you know, in the story 17776, there's this one part where they're talking about these like abandoned lawns, and they're talking about like stretches of land that have literally never been walked on. And one specific place that they bring up is in Schaumburg. Like, they show a picture of this little office park, and the story is like, nobody's ever walked there. Isn't that crazy? And it's like a real place. It's a real location. And, you know, I live in Chicago. And so one day I was like, I'm going to go there. So I drove to Schaumburg and I went to this random office park and I just sort of walked around for a little bit and took some pictures. And like, I think that's a different thing because, first of all, no real people are involved. I never spoke to one person. I did not like ask anyone any questions. I wasn't obnoxious. It's also a public area, like that. It was just sort of outside a parking garage. It's not on somebody's property. It was just like a public office park. You know, it's different. So that was weird. But anyway, enough about that time MatPat tried to tell people to break into private property. Let's actually talk about Felix the Shark. So, the first story is Felix the Shark. Wow, nobody could have ever seen this coming. Felix the Shark is about this guy, Dirk, who remembers an animatronic from Freddy's that nobody else seems to remember. Like, he's talking to his friend and he's like, guys, do you remember the shark that like swam around the restaurant? And everyone's like, no, I have no memory of that. You're crazy. And so he gets really pissed and he's like, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna track this thing down. I need to find this because I swear to God it was real. And he goes on a little road trip and goes to a bunch of Freddy's locations, and he doesn't find anything until he ends up in this one place in Utah. And the locals there actually do remember the shark. And then he starts talking to people and he starts interviewing people, and it turns out that this location had a shark because the owner's son drowned. And so he made this shark animatronic as sort of a tribute to his son, I guess. And so he's trying to figure out where it is, where the location is. Like, allegedly, it's actually still intact. And there's like a couple different little puzzles and clues he goes on. At one point, he starts talking about to the owner's other daughter, his only daughter, his other kid, who wrote like a mystery novel. And it turns out that novel actually has a bunch of clues on how to find Felix the Shark. And so he like uses the book as a key and whatever. And basically, he finds the shark animatronic. It's like in the back of an abandoned water park, and he tries to climb in there and swim with it, and then he gets trapped and presumably eaten by the dilapidated shark animatronic. And this one's actually pretty good. I do like the sort of like lost media angle to this. Like, I'm honestly surprised that this is a premise that we haven't used previously. Like, the idea of there being like a lost animatronic that we're trying to track down. That's actually really interesting, and I'm surprised we didn't do that sooner. That feels like a very obvious premise to me. I like the more mystery angle to this. I think that there's a couple places where the pacing is too fast, actually, which is weird because this is one of the longer stories in the collection, but I'll be so honest, this could be a novel. Like, the premise of this one of trying to find this lost animatronic that kind of like represents something from your childhood and whatever, like this could be a much longer story. And there are a lot of stories that are kind of similar to it, if I'm being completely honest, but like, I don't know, this is kind of an entertaining enough premise that I feel like it could have lasted for a lot longer and been interesting the whole way. And in fact, I think it would have been better because we could have delved into certain things a lot more. Like where he's talking to the author lady in the hospital, like that scene felt so fast. It felt like we were just going like, okay, give me the important information. All right, just spit it out. And I feel like that could have been longer. I feel like a lot of things could have been longer. This could have been a novel. And I don't think I'd be upset about that. I don't think it would have been an incredible novel. Like, I don't think it would have been like drop dead, gorgeous, incredible, never before seen. Like, I don't think it would have been that. But it could have been a novel. It could have been an okay novel. That's my thing about Felix the Shark. The scoop is odd. It's very odd. Like, not odd in the same way that something like Pizza Kit or the Puppet Carver or Kids at Play is odd. It's odd. Okay, let me describe this to you. Mandy is the main character in this story. She is a teenage girl who has pink hair and pronouns. She has homophobia in her eyes. She is YN. You remember when I said that Millie was YN? Mandy is YN. She is just like me for real. You know, I never wrote FNAF fan fiction. Actually, I definitely did. When I was like 10, I had a little notebook that I wrote a whole story about a backstory for the puppet. God, I wish I still had that notebook. It's lost to time, but she's just like me for real, actually. She writes FNAF fan fiction. So in the universe of The Scoop, FNAF is a fictional story. FNAF is a game series. Like, this story takes place in a version of our world where, like, Freddy Fazbear's never actually existed. It is a fictional game series. And there's, like, an online fandom for it, and there's fan fiction. Mandy writes FNAF fan fiction, which drives me crazy. What kind of fan fiction is she writing? Please tell me. Is it the kind of shit that I was writing as a kid where it's just, like, sort of making stuff up about the lore? Is that what it was? Was it shipping? Is she writing Michael Aftonek's reader's self-ship fic? I feel like she is. I smell it on her. I know it. I know she is. I know it when I see it. Anyway, she writes FNAF fanfiction, and she's, like, really into the games, and she, like, has a blog where she posts about theories, and you can see why this story is weird. Anyway, the actual plot of this story is that Mandy is, like, kind of a loser at school because every single kid that liked FNAF was kind of a loser at school. And, She has an online friend that she talks to that's also a FNAF fan. And one day she's like digging through the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 files and she discovers this picture of a weird dilapidated building. And so she posts about it and everyone's like, I've never seen that before. That's crazy. And then she discovers that the building is apparently of a movie theater in Utah. And her mom is coincidentally going on a business trip to Utah soon. So she convinced her mom to take her with her, and she goes to Utah where she meets up with her online friend and they start researching this movie theater. And then it turns out that the movie theater, like, was actually home to like a real missing children's case. There's like a little boy that disappeared. And coincidentally, Mandy has been seeing a little boy all over the place. And so she starts getting really into this mystery. And like, it's so bizarre because like within her universe, this is a real case. Like a child actually died. And the whole time she's just like, this is just like FNAF. Which like, what? FNAF fans when they see a dead child? Like, what? It's so absurd to me, like how insensitive she is about the whole thing the entire time. It loops back around to like kind of being entertaining. Anyway, she puts together that the little boy that she's been seeing is actually the ghost of the boy that disappeared in this movie theater, and she ends up finding his corpse that's stuffed in animatronic because of course it is. And so the family is like, thanks, you know, we haven't known where our boy is for 17 years and now you found him. And it's like a whole thing. And she's upset about this, but then she goes home and she like stands up to her bullies and, you know, the little boy is found. So that's good. And you know, it's a pretty upbeat ending. But this one's so weird. Like there's one line. Hang on, I wrote it down in my notes. What is the line? Yeah, okay. Quote, get it? Like William Afton, the purple guy? I don't know why that quote, like, threw me for a loop. Huh? You know, first of all, acknowledging William Afton as a fictional character was already crazy to me, but then referring to him as the purple guy? Has that happened anywhere else? You know, I'm not very caught up on FNAF lore. It's entirely possible that this happened somewhere else and I just didn't know. But, like where? Is there anywhere else in canonical FNAF lore where William Afton has been referred to as the purple guy? Because this might be a first. That was just like crazy to me. That threw me. I don't really know how to rank this story. It's a perfectly entertaining enough story. I don't think it's particularly exciting or memorable in any meaningful way, but it's like fine. It throws me. It throws me. Because there's other stories within this universe where I guess FNAF is technically a fictional series. Like in Into the Flesh, the character is working on a FNAF game. Like in that universe, FNAF is a fictional series. But you know, even then there was like something supernatural going on there. And it didn't focus on the fandom aspect of it. Like, this is about being in the FNAF fandom. That's what the story is about. And it's also weird because it's another one similar to Ready Player 2, Find Player 2, where nothing actually supernatural really happens. Like, she's seeing the little boy, obviously, so, like, that's obviously supernatural, but it's another sort of, like, true crime story, almost. And I find that fascinating. This is such a weird one. It's like definitively FNAF in a way that a lot of the other stories weren't, so I guess it gets points for that. But it's just so weird. Like, what do you mean there's a story where there's a protagonist that writes FNAF fan fiction? That's crazy. Finally, You're the Band. You're the Band makes way more sense to be the finale to this series. Find Player 2 was interesting in the way that it just completely broke the format and seemed like the anti-Fazbear Frights story. You're the Band is the most Fazbear Frights story to ever Fazbear Frights. Basically every single thing that you could think of that would be in a Five Nights at Freddy's short story is here. You know, it's about creepy little children. It's about child possession. It's about missing children. It's about night guards. It's about Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. It's like every single thing that you would think that a FNAF story is about, here's what it is. You know, this story feels like way more of a reasonable conclusion to the end of the series. This feels like the credit song for Fazbear Frights. You know, this feels like just sort of being the most FNAF story to ever FNAF, which I think is respectable. You know, it's like a little self-indulgent, but I think that that's kind of why it's fun. I like this one, and I think it makes way more sense as a conclusion. You're the Band is about this kid Timmy, who in this universe FNAF is a real place, but it closed down like 30 years ago. You know, it's long gone. And Timmy is 7 years old, and he's obsessed with the place. He thinks it's the coolest thing ever. He keeps like drawing little pictures of the characters, and he loves it, which kind of concerns his mother, because the entire thing about Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is that a bunch of kids died there. It's kind of weird that he's so obsessed with it, but whatever, kids are weird. And she's trying to be supportive, so she buys a bunch of like old Freddy merch on eBay to give to him. And so for his birthday, she finds this big Freddy mask that like kind of fits over your entire head, and she thinks it's something that he probably likes, so she gets it for him for his birthday, and he does like it. He like puts it on, does a little performance, like he thinks it's really cool. But after this happens, he starts acting very strange. Like, he starts talking about the Freddy Fazbear Pizza location as if he was, like, actually there. And at one point, he starts talking about the missing children's incident. Like, he talks about that time that a bunch of kids died. And he's like, yeah, their bodies were set up in this location and in this position. And his mom is like, how do you know that? And he's like, well, I was there. I would know. And she's like, no, you weren't there. You were negative 23 years old when that happened. You were not there. And he was like, yes, I was there, mother. I saw it. So that's weird. He starts getting like really defensive and like talking about how he has to protect the children or whatever. And while this is happening, there's also a guy that she starts to notice like outside her house that seems to be trying to break into her house. So she has to worry about that too. And this all compounds in one night when she goes to find her kid and tell him goodnight, and he's gone. He's just missing. And while she's looking for him, she sees the dude again. She sees the dude who's been trying to break into her house, and she's like, he totally kidnapped my son. So she tracks him down, and she's like yelling at him to figure out what's going on. And this guy's like, no, actually, I'm helping you. I did not kidnap your kid. My name's Mike, by the way. I'm a security guard at Freddy's. We'll talk about it. Anyway, Mike, who has no relation to any other Mike in this series, he explains to her that he like used to be a security guard at Freddy's, and the mask that she brought her son was actually the head of a real animatronic that got stolen. And that's what's possessing her child. Her child has been possessed by the spirit of Freddy Fazbear. And like, that's why he's been acting so weird. So he was trying to get the mask back. That's why he was breaking into her house. And then he's like, your kid's probably at Freddy's right now, if I had to guess. So they go to Freddy's, and the kid is there, sure enough. He like puts the mask on the stage, and it's like glowing all weird. And the mom tries to get him, but she's like restrained by these like ghost arms, basically. And then all-knowing Mike, who has no relation to any other Mike, is able to like knock the head off and save the kid, and everyone's happy, you know, the kid's normal again. And that's the end of the series. And again, I feel like this one makes way more sense as a conclusion to the entire Fazbear Frights series, because it is so like self-indulgently Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, there's a bunch of recognizable characters and props and ideas, and like it's like we're going through the bingo sheet of like MCI, Mike, the missing heads and the pizzeria, and you know, it's like it's borders on being like a little too self-indulgent sometimes, but then I'm like, you know, it's the finale of the series. If we're ever going to be painfully self-indulgent, like, now is the time to do it. Hang on. Oh. My phone like made a noise like it stopped recording. Whatever. Anyway. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to be self-indulgent. This one, the plot is kind of similar to the movie, like the first movie, which I find really interesting. Like there's this little kid that's kind of like really obsessed with Freddy's, even though they were never there when it was operational. Like they just kind of get really fixated on this. And there's like their parental figure that's like trying to raise them and not like super confident about it. And the kid gets trapped at Freddy's, and then the parent has to go track them down, and they have to get the help of somebody who's like a security guard that has intimate knowledge of the Fazbear lore. You know, it's very similar. And I don't know if there's like kind of a purposeful connection there. I don't know if this was like a soft launch of the movie plot. I'm not really sure. But I find that really interesting. It's just sort of a note. Also, Michael Afton mention, you know, I don't know if if this is supposed to be him specifically, or if in this universe Mike Schmidt and Michael Afton are different people. I don't know. But at the very least, like, that is totally Mike Schmidt. Like, it totally is. I don't know if there's really any other security guards at Freddy's named Mike. But in the case that this is Michael Afton, I feel like this is one of the only definitive portrayals of him in the entire series. Because despite being, like, kind of the de facto protagonist, he doesn't actually have a lot of, like, definitive personality or events or even a confirmed timeline. You know, I think that a lot of people come to the conclusion that, like, at some point he, like, makes it his life goal to, like, undo the damage done by his father, or, like, in some way get revenge on him. Like, at some point he decides to do this. But at what point that happened is kind of debatable. Some people say that he turned against his dad, like, sometime before FNAF 2, and that everything like FNAF 2 and onwards is him working against his father. Some people say that he was never working with his father. Some people say that he was working with his father all the way up until Pizzeria Simulator. You know, it's like debatable, and I think that's why the movie portrayal of him in the second movie, like, pisses people off so much, because really the only thing that people know about Michael Afton is that at some point he started working against his dad, and then in the movie the only thing about him is that he loves his dad so much, #1 William Afton fan. And I think that's why a lot of people were, like, kind of pissed off by that portrayal of him. But, like, the more I think about it, it's like, well, how do we even know he's like that? You know, the FNAF lore is such a convoluted piece of, like, insane storytelling that it is so hard to actually define any characters, and so it's difficult to pinpoint when characters are acting out of character, because, like, how do you know, really? And so if this is Michael Afton, I think this is one of the only portrayals of him, like, in the entire series, of him, like, working against Freddy's and, like, trying to be helpful in a definitive way. You know, I think that's really interesting. I know I wasn't going to talk about outside lore, and this doesn't really affect my enjoyment of the story all too much. Like, whether or not he is Michael Afton or not doesn't actually change anything for me. I think it's just interesting to note. But yeah, You're the Band. Interesting story. Not incredible, not perfect, but it's a better conclusion than Fine Player 2, I think. So throughout this video, I've been filming in a lot of different locations, and I think that by this point you've gotten a pretty good look at all the different angles of my apartment, which means that you've seen my weird decor, right? You've seen my, like, vintage postcards that I collect, and you've seen my Tumblr text posts that I have up on my wall. Like, I like putting weird things on my wall. I don't think you've seen Gutsfish yet, though. This is my giant print of Dissected Fish. I got it for my birthday. My parents saw this in an antique market, and they were like, Sam would like that. And they were right, I do like it. He's gonna be watching over us while we do our ranking, because that's what we're here for. We spent some 6.5 hours in this video to get to the ranking. We're not here for Gutsfish, we're here for the ranking. And I have re-recorded this segment like 12 times, and every single time it's been like over an hour long. So, like, I have spent a very good portion of my life talking about my Fazbear Frights rankings. And the reason that I keep changing it is because I keep doubting myself, and I keep second guessing, and I keep being like, oh, maybe I was being too mean to this story, or maybe I wasn't being mean enough to this story. And I'm also checking right now that I'm recording the correct microphone, because the other reason I had to re-record a bunch of times is because the audio kept fucking up. Listen to this.
Horror and nothing else. Like, there's actually a lot of things I can.
What happened here? What happened? I don't know. Anyway, basically, we're going to get it right this time. We're going to just, like, commit, and we're going to stick to my word. This is my ranking. You know, what's the best story? What's the worst story? What is the 17th best Fazbear Fright story? All right, we're going to find out. At least in terms of my opinion. I feel like I have to specify that, like, the metrics that I'm judging this on might be kind of different from the metrics that a lot of other people might be judging these on. For example, I don't care that much if a story has anything to do with FNAF. You know, when I was looking at other people's rankings, one sentiment I saw coming up over and over and over again is people being like, oh, I don't really like this story because it kind of has nothing to do with Freddy's. And it's like, I understand that this is, like, a valid criticism, because if you're going to open a Fazbear Frights story collection, you would hope it has something to do with Fazbear Entertainment, and a good amount of these stories don't. There are some stories where the idea of animatronics or FNAF or anything related to Fazbear Entertainment in general is like completely superfluous. And I understand why some people might be pissed off by that. I'm not. You know, whether a story has to do with FNAF is not a deal breaker for me, and a story being very FNAF doesn't give it any more points for me. So, like, a lot of these stories that people love because they're like, oh, it feels so FNAF, that means nothing to me. I'm here for a good time. Is it a good short story? If so, gets bumped up. You know, these are ranked on entertainment value. Did I have a good time? If I didn't have a good time, they're going to be a lot lower, you know? So, whatever. Let's get into it. Fazbear Frights. Top 37 stories, 37 because we're also including the epilogues. Fazbear Frights top 37 stories. Starting off at the very bottom, at number 37. I was looking at other people's rankings because I wanted to see what the popular opinion was. You know, I wanted to see were there certain stories that everybody liked, were there certain stories that everybody hated, you know, what's the general consensus. And what I found out is that everybody's last place pick seems to be exactly the same every single time. And I am absolutely thrilled to say that I am no different and that number 37 is In the Flesh. This story is unpleasant in every way. I have nothing good to say about it. This story fails on every single level to me. It's not particularly fun. It's not particularly, like, exciting. It's not scary. It's not funny. It's nothing. It's an unpleasant experience. In the Flesh is a deeply unpleasant experience. I feel uncomfortable reading it, but not even in a fun way. It fails, you know, it goes beyond being a story I don't like to a story that literally fails on its fundamental purpose, which is to be anything. I have nothing good to say about this one. I don't understand what you're supposed to be getting out of In the Flesh. What could you possibly say about In the Flesh? Nothing. I have nothing. So, whatever. It is what it is, etc., etc. That's what I have to say. Number 37, In the Flesh. Now, because everybody's last place is generally the exact same, I'm usually more curious on what their second to last place is, because that varies, you know. Some people have certain stories at the bottom, other people have completely different stories at the bottom. There's not a real consensus, and so I guess you can kind of consider In the Flesh as just like a free space in terms of the bottom spot, and then the second bottom spot is what's really interesting. This is all to say, Together Forever, second worst story in the collection to me. This one just kept slipping further the longer I was doing this project. You know, when I read it the first time, I just thought that it was, like, kind of bad, but not in a spectacular way. And then the longer I was thinking about it, I was like, this one actively pisses me off. You know, we have a lot of these stories where I just kind of have nothing to say. I have things to say about Together Forever. They're just negative things. This story follows absolutely insufferable characters, not insufferable in a fun way. And it's just, they're so obnoxious to a point that it makes the story really difficult to read. They feel so, like, untethered to reality. I don't know what these characters are supposed to be, like, making fun of. I've never met anybody even sort of kind of similar to Jessica and Brittany. They are these nonsense characters, and the story is just nonsense. And it's like, you know, I think that a lot of people don't like stories like He Told Me Everything and Kids at Play, where it's just these, like, boring stories with ridiculous left turn endings that make no sense. And spoiler alert, I don't hate those stories. You know, the worst thing a story could be to me is boring. And stories like Kids at Play say what you want, they're not boring. You know, Kids at Play at least has something interesting. Kid anamorphing into a Kids at Play sign, I remember that. Together Forever is kind of the worst of both worlds, in the sense that it is one of these, like, shocking left turn endings, but not even in a spectacularly, like, interesting way. It's just gory. It's not gory in an interesting way, it's just gory. You know, you wanted to see literally anything where somebody gets, like, shredded by a machine. There's, like, 50 different projects for that. If I wanted to see a story where a kid anamorphs into a Kids at Play sign, I'm not getting that anywhere else. I can get Together Forever somewhere else. You know, I feel like if they were going to do a story called Together Forever about these two characters that get, like, blended together into one person, you know, I was expecting some, like, codependent insanity or something. I guess I was expecting, like, the movie Together. And that wasn't what we got. Together Forever just does nothing. It does nothing. It does nothing for me. Sorry, Together Forever stands. Are you out there? Are there other Together Forever stands? Sorry, guys. Now, number 35, and this one was kind of surprising to me, The Puppet Carver. I had to think about this one, because this story didn't, like, offend me in the same way Together Forever did. You know, this is a perfectly fine story. It's a perfectly serviceable story. It's totally fine. It's just that it's confusing as all hell. I think the worst thing about this story is that I don't even know what the fuck happened. You know, it's so hard to come to the conclusion on, like, oh, how do I feel about the Puppet Carver? I don't even know what happened in the Puppet Carver. There are other confusing stories in the Fazbear Frights story collection. You know, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of them. There are plenty of stories that I consider confusing and weird, but this one is confusing and weird in a way that, like, lacks reading comprehension. You know, I cannot even convey what actually happened in this story. I don't know what occurred. I don't know why there's these constant interjections of the author and his Pinocchio fan fiction. I don't know what they add. I don't know what the story is supposed to be. I don't know what it's trying to do. And even it doesn't even offer me anything particularly entertaining in terms of an absurd concept. You know, guy question mark turns into a puppet. I'm not even sure he does that, but maybe he turns into a puppet and now he's like nice. So fucking true, sirens. I don't know either. You know, a kid could anamorph into a Kids at Play sign. You know, this series has done more interesting things. This just isn't interesting, and also I don't know what happened. I feel like that wraps up basically everything that I could say about the Puppet Carver. This is another one. Do people like this one? I'd be really curious to talk to somebody that loved the Puppet Carver. I need their mind. I need them to donate their brain to science because I don't understand. Okay, so we have the pizza kit up next, and full transparency, I'm being a little hypocritical with this one because I love gross stories. I love gross stories, don't get me wrong, and I feel like my main philosophy with these stories is that, again, the worst thing they can be is boring. Pizza Kit isn't boring. It's far from that. It's actually one of the most memorable stories to me. It's just that, I'm never reading it again. I don't know if it's because it reads as more, like, gross than scary. This is a gross as fuck story. This story is so gross. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe because it's more gross than it is scary, it, like, rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. But this one's deeply unpleasant to me. You know, I know that's the point, and I know I'm being hypocritical here because it's like, well, you know, why are you going to rank other stories up really highly because you're like, oh, they're gnarly and cool, and then this one is definitely gnarly, but I don't know if I would call it cool. This one's just unpleasant. This one makes me feel unwell, which I guess is a good thing, and so maybe I should be putting it higher, but this is my ranking, and I can put it wherever I want. In terms of enjoyment, this one's far at the bottom. I did not enjoy myself at all. Now, at number 35, I have kind of a hot take. Like I said, I was looking through other people's rankings. I wanted to see what the popular opinion was, and the popular opinion seems to be that the first 3 books are the holy grail. Every single person that I've seen seems to be ranking most of the stories from the first 3 volumes in, like, the really high tiers. In fact, the first volume in specific is treated as this, like, untouchable god of a collection that's, like, every story is a banger and, like, all the other volumes could never be as good as volume 1. And, like, I don't agree at all. If I'm being completely honest. And I don't know if that's because I'm judging this from a different metric. You know, I don't know. I guess the first 3 volumes are the most FNAF, which might be why people like them the most, because, you know, you tune into a Fazbear Frights story collection, you want Freddy Fazbear, but I don't know, maybe it's just, like, nostalgia, because by the time that the series ended, you know, it had been, like, 5 or 6 years since Into the Pit and whatever came out, and so maybe people are just, like, nostalgic about it. I don't know, because the first volume to me has a lot of the weaker stories, and the writing issues are the most noticeable in the first volume, and the concepts aren't all there for me, and, like, I don't know. This is all to say, number 35, it's To Be Beautiful. I'm not gonna argue with this one. Okay, I don't like to be beautiful. I think that the story is a drag. I think that it has some of the worst pacing. I think that it has crazy repetition issues. I think that it's got a lot of the most like egregious technical problems to me. Like a lot of these other stories, I don't know if part of it is just that I got used to it after a certain point. Like I stopped noticing the writing problems because I've just been seeing them so much for the past like 12 books that by the time I got to the end, I just wasn't really picking up on them. But I remember To Be Beautiful was like it just feels like a writing problem. Like it feels like the actual like technicality. What? I just like merged 5 words together there. The technical skill of the writing is just like not there. This story has so many scenes where literally nothing happens. It feels super over the head with its like themes, and Eleanor is not interesting to me, and the fact that she's like the main antagonist of the entire series is absurd to start here. Why was she doing this shit? If she had like these insane interdimensional agony powers, why the fuck was she bothering with this? I don't know. Again, I realize that this is an extremely unpopular opinion. A lot of people love the first volume. Bottom 5, I'm sorry. So number 32 and number 31, I feel the exact same about. So sorry, my computer fell asleep. So we're just going to group them into the same thing. These two are completely interchangeable to me, and either one could be number 32 or number 31. Honestly, they are the exact same. And it is Dance With Me, and it is Blackbird. Both of these stories are completely fine. These two are the stories that, above anything else, I have literally nothing to say about. I have absolutely zero input on either Blackbird or Dance With Me. These stories are some of the most repetitive. What is my problem right now? They are the most repetitive stories in the entire collection. There is absolutely nothing that either one of these stories do that isn't done better in a different story. The idea of Dance With Me is basically just a weaker 1:35 a.m. to me. Blackbird is a combination of 20 other Me When I Get You stories. You know, they are just so formulaic. Both of these stories feel like just a color in the numbers Fazbear Frights story. Yeah, I kind of have essentially absolutely nothing to say about either of these. Nothing bad, but also nothing good. I guess. Nope. I was gonna try and like come up with something and be like, oh, I guess I liked this, but no, I kind of got nothing. I hardly remember the plot of either of these. That's how you know they're bangers. On to number 30. Talk about forgettable and repetitive. Let's go, Friendly Face! Woohoo! Friendly Face is the epitome of the pacing problem to me. This one, if these two are like emblematic of the like sort of repetitive issues that these stories have, where it's like the same couple of ideas that we just keep recycling over and over again, Friendly Face is emblematic of the pacing problem. This story takes fucking forever to get where it's trying to go. This story feels like it takes 20 years to actually do what it's trying to do. It feels like they had an idea that was worth maybe 2 pages and then they like stretched it out to 70. Like it has a cool concept, which is why it's above these two, because these two don't even have a cool concept. This one at least has like kind of a unique idea. Spoiled by the cover, but I guess that's not really the fault of the story. It's kind of a cool idea. It just feels like it takes forever. And like, if you want a story about grief, there are better stories in the collection. If you want a story about a kid being chased by a little toy, there are better stories in the collection. Like, come on, Friendly Face. Come on. I remember this was another one that I listened to on audiobook, and I was listening to this and I thought it was supposed to end like 40 times. You know, I thought that the story would be over like 5 times before it actually was. It kept going. It kept going. Yeah. Sorry, Friendly Face stans, if you're out there. I'm sure that every single one of these, there's like one person that it's their absolute favorite story. I'm sure there's somebody out there that fucking loves Together Forever. That's just kind of how the internet works. Whatever. Number 29, Gumdrop Angel. You know, heads up, a lot of the stories in this like 20 to 19 range are all stories that have very little to actually say about. They're all sort of kind of nothing stories that are totally serviceable, but not my favorite. Gumdrop Angel especially is just like, it's fine. There are a lot of things I can say that I don't like about this story, but I guess there's a couple that I do like. You know, I like the candy idea. That's pretty cool, I guess. That's it. You know, but it's something, right? Some of the other stories, I don't have anything that I like about them, but Gumdrop Angel, you know, there's at least a couple things where it's like, I think it's a cool visual. But again, the protagonist is especially annoying in this one. And, you know, it just... I got nothing. You're going to be hearing me say that a lot with these next few rankings, because truly and honestly, the reason they're in this category is because I have literally nothing to say. Number 28, got Bunny Call. This one is weirdly popular. I think part of the reason is what I was talking about earlier, where people like that it's very FNAF, and I will give it that. It is very FNAF. It's a story about an animatronic trying to get into a building, and then you have to, like, fight him off until 6 a.m. You know, I get the idea, I get the point, I get the concept. Just kind of doesn't work for me. You know, there are other stories that I think are a lot better at being simplistic, straightforward chase stories. You know, this whole ranking is going to make it sound like I hate the like me when I get you type stories, or like stories about kids being chased by animatronics. It's going to make it sound like I hate them. I don't. Spoiler alert, one of these stories is in my top 3. You know, I think that there are ways that you could do it well. These more like simplistic guy gets chased by animatronic type stories. You know, there are good examples of this. This is just a very forgettable one to me. It's just a story about a guy being chased by an entity. The guy is not particularly interesting, the entity is not particularly interesting, the setting is not particularly interesting, and that's really all the 3 things that the story can offer to me. I still cannot believe that this is supposed to be Scott Cawthon's favorite story, because it's like, why? You know, again, kind of a cool chase sequence, I guess, if you can call it a chase sequence. It's more like a breaking and entering sequence, but it's like kind of cool. It's just, you know, there are other stories that entertain me more. I have no desire to reread Bunny Call, because it's like, why? You know, what am I going to get out of this? I guess the threat at the end is kind of interesting, like the twist that it was actually like some kind of supernatural thing. I don't know. It's a very like cliche kind of plot twist, but it works, which is why it's higher than all of these. But yeah, that's Bunny Call. Number 27, another hot take, apparently, Step Closer. I think this one I might be a little mean about. You know, maybe it can go a little bit higher, but I'm tired of reordering my ranking. This one's kind of funny as a comedy. You know, the idea that this kid just like literally cannot catch a break and just keeps facing like the worst possible circumstances every 5 minutes. Like I said, this kid is like living Milo Murphy's Law. It's kind of interesting. I think that I like the specificity. I like that we don't just have like a thing coming to get you. You know, it's this thing wants specifically your eye and your arm. That's new. You know, that's something that the other stories didn't do. So I guess points there, but this one, again, the character isn't particularly interesting, the setting isn't particularly interesting, and the antagonist isn't particularly interesting, which, you know, puts it about on the same step as something like Bunny Call. You know, I think that this one, I guess, has some kind of interesting things, but it's like you want more interesting sibling relationships. There's like 12 other stories with that. You want more interesting stories about kids being tormented by an animatronic. There's like a bunch of more stories about that. Again, it's just like there are a couple things that are unique, but a lot of the elements are, you can find them in other better stories. Number 26 is Room for One More, and this really feels like the kind of story that I would like. You know, going forward, you're going to see that I like these more esoteric body horror stories that where it's like a less tangible threat and more just like something gross happens to a person. I like those kinds of stories, and this is definitely one of them. I feel like Room for One More's problem is just that it didn't have enough material for the runtime that it had. Room for One More feels like they had just like whoa, wouldn't this be fucked up? And then they tried to write an entire story about it. There's just so many pages where it feels like they just have to constantly keep doing these weird detours to pad the time. There's like a bunch of dream sequences and a bunch of sequences where he goes to his doctor, and like there's just so many scenes where it's not tense, it's not scary, it's not exciting, it's just like it feels like we're padding for time. It feels like we had a specific idea and we're doing that idea, we just have to like keep adding in these extra bits to hit the page count. Feels like when you make your periods like 10 sizes bigger on the font to like make the page count fit, you know. It doesn't, it has some cool ideas. This is definitely a cool conceptual one. It's kind of gross, I like that. It's like a unique idea. It just feels like the execution isn't quite there. Like, Room for One More is one of those stories where it's like, I don't know if you'd really get anything unique out of actually reading it. I feel like just having somebody explain the premise to you is really all that matters. Guy keeps falling asleep at his job, and then these like little like ballerina puppet things keep crawling in his body, and then he like dies because they're just kind of like all under his skin. Crazy, but I don't know if you really need to read the actual story to get that, you know. It's just a cool concept, not necessarily a cool execution. Number 25 is The Scoop. I don't know how to feel about this one, because this one entertains me greatly, but it's not an entertaining story. Is just an entertaining gimmick. You know, I really like the idea that we have a story set within the FNAF fandom. That's really funny to me. This is the kind of shit that you're not getting anywhere else. But the actual story is not that interesting to me. The actual story feels like a B-side to Find Player 2. And that doesn't entertain me that much. It's just the weird meta aspect that is absolutely fascinating to me. I am really endeared by this bizarre fourth wall breaking story. The actual story is just not that interesting, but you know, it gets some points. It's better than all of these, purely on the fact that I think You Mean William Afton, the purple guy, is so funny that it kicks it above all of these other stories to number 25. So, you know, points for that. You know, I love a story being entertaining. Sorry, I had to just double check that my number was correct. It is in fact number 25, but I can't give it that much credit. William Afton, You Mean the Purple Guy, cannot push it up that many spots, but it can put it at number 25. Number 24 and number 23 are another tiebreaker, so we're just gonna group them together. He Told Me Everything at 24 and Kids at Play at 23. I think Kids at Play definitely edges it out a little bit, but honestly, I like these for the same reason. It's the weird ass endings. Both of these are very similar stories in the sense that they're these extremely boring stories with an annoying protagonist that I don't care about, that take forever to get where they're going. But once they get where they're going, you know, both of these are examples of stories where I'm not getting this shit anywhere else. Together Forever, I can find weird, gory stories other places. This one doesn't give me anything unique. Kid gets his organs siphoned out through a tube and then a goop clone replaces him? That's new. I'm not finding that anywhere else. I'm not finding kid anamorphing into a Kids at Play sign. I'm not finding that anywhere else. And I have to give it credit for that. I feel like Kids at Play pushes it out a little bit just because I like the weird body horror sequence in that one more than I like the weird body horror sequence in this one. It's like, I know that this one gets ranked really low, especially because it kind of has nothing to do with Fazbear Entertainment, and it's a weird story that just takes a bizarre, like, left turn at the last minute just to shock you, basically. It is more or less a shock ending. And, like, I understand, I know, I agree, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't entertained. You know, I feel like a lot of these other stories, they reach some level of boredom. And don't get me wrong, these do reach levels of boredom. He Told Me Everything, especially. Extremely boring story. But, like I remember it. I'm gonna remember He Told Me Everything. I'm gonna remember Kids at Play. I'm gonna remember a kid disintegrating into a plastic sign. Do you understand? I'm not getting this anywhere else. I feel like I'd rather have a story take like an insane swing and a miss like this than not even try. Okay, Blackbird and Dance With Me don't even try. These two, they tried something. I'm not really sure what they tried, but they tried something, and I feel like I gotta give them points for that.
Hey guys, so
guess who didn't print out a slip for the epilogues and then completely forgot to mention the epilogues because I didn't have the visual cue. Whoopsie! Coming in here to add epilogues at number 22. I don't really have a lot to say that I didn't already cover in my segment about the epilogues. I think that they have high points and they have low points. I think that it's really difficult for me to wrap my head around them because I just do not agree with them on its face. It's difficult for me to rank them because, like, I don't even, like, agree that they exist at all. So, like, it's hard for me to judge it on its own merits. But, like, I think that there are good moments. I think there are weird moments. I think it's not my favorite concept, but, like, again, I have to, like, just accept the concept and then, like, judge it on its own merits, which I find difficult, but I don't know. I think it has, like, strange pacing, but not in the sense that the other stories do. It's just because it feels like it's, like, two different stories, you know? All the way up until volume 6 is, like, one story, and then volume 6 through 11 is, like, another story. I don't know. I find it difficult to rank these, but I think that the most comfortable place I'm putting them is 22. I think.
Number 21. Count the ways.
This one's apparently like a fan favorite. I didn't know this. When I read the story for the first time, I was really endeared by it, but I was like, surely nobody else is going to like this. Turns out people love this. Like, when I was looking at other people's rankings, I was seeing this one hit top 3. I've seen some people put this at number 1. And I'm like, are you really? I didn't know this was happening. I didn't know that people loved this story that much. I kind of do. Again, the protagonist delights me. She is so obnoxious and I love her for it. I will never be mad at an angsty teenage girl. All right. There's different levels here. Okay. There's angsty teenage girl in the case of To Be Beautiful. She doesn't endear me in the same way that Millie does. Okay. Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way. I love her. Also, the antagonist in this one has, like, a personality, which is, I think, a completely unique case. In every other story, the antagonist or, like, the entity trying to get them or whatever generally doesn't have any sort of discernible personality. You'd be lucky if they had dialogue at all. For the most part, in stories like Blackbird, does the Blackbird have a personality? Not really. It doesn't really matter. Does the Foxy thing in Step Closer have a personality? No. Does the Kids at Place? Like, generally speaking, a lot of the times the antagonists in these stories are either these, like, nebulous forces, in the case of, you know, Puppet Carver or whatever, where there's not really a set antagonist as much as there's just, like, a scenario that happens, and that's what's scary. Or they're like Bunny Call, where it's just, like, a silent thing that's coming to get you. Count the Ways is interesting, though, because that's not the case. The antagonist in the story, like, speaks and has dialogue and is kind of funny, you know? He has, like, a discernible personality, which puts him, like, 20 steps above every other antagonist in this series, honestly. So it does get points for that. Unfortunately, I cannot in good conscience put it any higher. I love her, like, insane poetry in a very ironic way, but I fear that irony is not really what they were going for when writing this story. So, sorry. At number 20, and maybe my biggest hot take in this entire video, it's Into the Pit. And the crowd boos me off stage. Putting this at number 20 is probably going to absolutely discredit me from most people in the future, because a lot of people, this is their absolute favorite story in the entire collection. And so me saying that I like all of these other stories better than Into the Pit probably discredits me for most people. But this story is just extremely middle of the road to me. You know, it has a lot of interesting moments. You know, like I said, I really like the Surrealist Bunny Dad sequence. It's very Lynchian. I like it. But the pacing and the repetition problem and, like, the weird disjointed concepts that don't feel like they ever get married all that well. It's just, you know, I have a hard time being super enthusiastic about this one, just because it's like, I don't know, I feel like it has a lot of issues. Is it a cool idea? Yes, but, like, which part? Is the time travel ball pit a cool idea? Maybe, if they had, like, utilized it in a more interesting way. Is the Surrealist Bunny Dad a cool idea? Absolutely. yeah, this is another one that I think gets a lot of points because it's very FNAF, right? This is an extremely FNAF story. But again, that's just like really not a concern for me. Like whether or not a story is FNAF is not really my concern. That's not really my priority, and I don't really care whether or not a story feels like Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm just more entertained on if it's a good short story, and in this case it's a fine short story. It has a lot of writing issues. Again, the technical problems really stand out in volume 1, probably because I just wasn't used to them yet, and so by the time we got to like fucking Prankster, I was like, oh, cinema. But I don't know, maybe I'm being mean, but Into the Pit is it's fine. It's fine. It's in the top half, but And finally, at number 19, and kind of wrapping up the ones that I literally have nothing to say about, it's Hide and Seek. I was really mean to this one first time around, and I guess I still stand by what I was saying a little bit, in the sense that it's just like kind of a nothing story. It's very formulaic in the way that Blackbird and Dance With Me are, where it's like, we know, we've seen this, but like, I don't know, the main character has like kind of a personality. I like that because we don't see that all the time. A lot of these characters are personality-less husks, or they're deeply obnoxious, and that's their personality. But like, Toby's kind of obnoxious in an entertaining way. He delights me. You know, I think that the idea of this thing like attaching itself to you is kind of interesting. It does like a weird twist on the I'm gonna get you kind of premise, because it's not really gonna get you. It kind of already has you. I mean, I was kind of mean to this one, but like in retrospect, this one was like, it was fun to read. And I don't think it's perfect by any means. I don't think it's like a standout, but I think that it does everything it's trying to do fine, which means it's one of the better ones. Number 18, 1:35 a.m. Really? I went on kind of an emotional journey with 1:35 a.m. When I read it the first time, I thought it was one of the best stories, probably because it was just a massive breath of fresh air. You know, but within the first 2 volumes, that we were already starting to repeat some tropes, and so I was really refreshed when we got to 1:35 a.m. and we had an adult protagonist, and we had this more like psychological horror angle. These were really interesting. And then as we went on, and I got to stories like Dance With Me that were just 1:35 a.m. again, and like, I don't know, I feel like so many of these stories feel vaguely 1:35 a.m. to me. And then I was like, oh, I don't like that one. It's so repetitive. But like, it's not really repetitive. This was the blueprint. I don't know. I think that this one does a lot of things really well. Does it have a pacing problem? Absolutely. Does it have a repetition problem? Absolutely. Does it have a problem where it just keeps adding completely useless information that doesn't add anything to the story, that feels like we're just adding to the page count? Absolutely. But I don't know. I think that this one has a lot of things going for it. Like I said, psychological horror angle, that's pretty cool. I think that the main character is like identifiable enough to be entertaining. She like has some personality traits that I think are kind of cool. Yeah, I think that this one's pretty cool. This one's definitely like, it ends up feeling repetitive because there are a lot of stories that remind me of it, but the actual story itself is kind of good. It's kind of good. You know, I feel like I kind of got to go with my gut instinct here. And my gut instinct was that I liked 1:35 a.m. I liked it more than all these other ones, so. At number 17, we have the poster child for the useless information category, which is Fetch. Okay, Fetch had the opportunity to be something real good, you know? I think that it had a lot of its pieces in place to be something really, really good. It has like kind of an interesting antagonist and an interesting gimmick, and like, instead of I'm gonna get you, it's more like a monkey paw kind of thing where, you know, be careful what you wish for and whatever. Like, it's kind of a unique idea. This one is just really weighed down by the writing. Like I said, there's just so much extra information that I do not think it adds anything. I don't understand why we need to know all this shit about zero energy fields or random number generation. You know, again, I understand that it's supposed to like explain the logic of the animatronic and that it's supposed to like give you some sort of insight on how he works, but I don't know if we really needed to know how he works. Just make him interesting. I think that the logistics of how exactly Fetch knows what he wants is not important to me. It just feels like it weighs the story down. It feels like we're spending way too much time about stuff that really isn't important. And yeah, but there's some good things about this one. I think this one has some really cool sequences. I think that the voice of the writer really started to like become noticeable in this story. It felt like there were a lot of like instances where it felt like the writer was trying to do something instead of just tell a story. Like there were little like tonal moments. I don't know how to explain it. It felt like we were making writing choices instead of just like telling the story. So Fetch, there are things I like about you. I may have been a little mean when I read it the first time because it didn't really stick out to me in any meaningful way, but like looking back, this one has an idea and then it executes that idea and it does it pretty well. It just spends so much time on these detours and I feel like we could trim a lot of fat with Fetch and we just don't. Number 16 is Prankster. This might discredit me. Okay, if Into the Pit that low didn't discredit me, this one being that high probably will. But I'm sorry, I fucking love Prankster. If I wasn't trying to be a little unbiased, this one would be at like number 5. Okay, in terms of entertainment value, this one entertains me greatly. I think that the characters in this one are absolutely fascinating to me. Like, not in a particularly compelling way. Like, they're all very base level tropes and, you know, there's not any like super crazy character arcs going on here. It's just a fucking weird dynamic, and I think that that's something. You know, what if you were in an office where there was 3 people working on the entire floor and 2 of them are definitely fucking and one of them is like really in denial about it and really sad about it, and for some reason we're stuck with that guy. That's our protagonist. It's like, it's so weird. This story takes such a bizarre left turn of an ending. I feel like this is one of the only stories where it's like, I genuinely didn't see where this was going, because, you know, when you were reading the story and it's like, okay, keeps setting up all these bits and he keeps like trying to like throw him off his rhythm, and then we get the scene where it's like, oh no, his friends have been kidnapped, and you're like, okay, I know where this is going. It's maybe revealed that like actually it was just a prank, and you know, it's whatever. And then as the scene keeps going and the protagonist comes to that conclusion, you're like, oh, so we're gonna do like a double twist here, where, oh, you think it's a prank, but actually he was really kidnapped. And then you get to the end and it turns out that it was both. like it was a joke and he was kidnapped. I don't know. This one throws me for a loop, and personally I really like my interpretation that Glitch Trap had nothing to do with this. Okay, in my heart, Glitch Trap doesn't exist. Okay, they did this shit of their own volition. They did this because they wanted to. Prankster is a story about a guy's coworkers matching each other's freak. Okay, that's what this story is about to me. And I don't care if that's biased, but that's the version of it that's most entertaining to me, and that's what we're ranking. This is my ranking. Prankster, number 1 story in the entire collection. Prankster fans, rise up. Number 15, I have Coming Home. This one is really hard to rank because I really, really love this story in theory. I think that what this story was trying to do, really great. I don't think there's any other stories that sort of set out to do something like this. I like the tone of it, and I like what we were trying to do here. Again, it's just held back by these writing technicalities. The technical skill of the writer here, not great. I wish it was better. I wish we, you know, spent a little more time on more descriptive writing. And like, I understand that a lot of people say it's very slow, but the problem is that it lingers too much on things that aren't interesting. I lost that sentence halfway through. Like, there are books with really slow pacing that I think work because they're very like sentimental, I guess. They're sort of like lingering on these details and these sort of setting notes and like mood and atmosphere. That's the word I'm looking for. They're really great with atmosphere. And Coming Home feels like it set itself up to do that, but then it didn't fill the space. You know, it feels like it was like, oh, we're gonna do this very like melancholic kind of ghost story, and then just had a bunch of like white noise in space where like atmosphere should be. Does that make literally any sense? Basically, I think that the writing in this one is not nearly good enough for what it set out to do. I think that the idea is there, and I think it has like the pieces in place to be something really interesting. It's just like not my favorite, but it is pretty good. And any story that breaks the mold does get points for me. I'd rather have these stories that take, again, swings and misses over stories that don't even try. Does everyone like this claw clip? I pride myself on my weird items. I love my weird items. I have so many of them. And cow clip? Definitely one of them. I really like the cow clip. I got it from Marshall's like a month or two ago. So, you need to know these things. Can you see him? Cow clip. Number 14 is Lonely Freddy. This is another one that I really like it conceptually. I think that this one definitely has the pacing problem where it feels like the first and the second halves of these stories are completely unrelated. It feels like the first half of Lonely Freddy has nothing to do with the second half of Lonely Freddy, and honestly, half is being generous. The first 70% of Lonely Freddy has nothing to do with the last 10 pages of Lonely Freddy. But the thing that differentiates this from a friendly face, where did I even put it? Why did I put these up in a word cloud? I should have been putting them in order. Where the fuck is friendly face? Friendly face? Oh, right there. It's right next to it. In the case of something like Friendly Face that also has this crazy pacing problem where it takes forever to get where it's going, at least I like the setup here. Friendly Face where there's 20 scenes of this kid playing with their cat, that doesn't interest me. 20 scenes of this rumination on what it means to be the problem child, that's interesting to me. I think that the dynamic set up between this kid and his sister and between the two of them and their parents, there's actually some really interesting stuff happening there. It's just that I have a hard time being that positive about it, because it's well, it does take forever, and then it just takes this weird left turn, I feel like structurally it's not great, but in terms of actual content, I do kind of like Lonely Freddy. I think there's some interesting things happening in Lonely Freddy. It's just, they execute them weird. Number 13 is Felix the Shark. I feel like this one really snuck up on me. When I started reading the 12th volume, I was fully expecting most of these stories to be mid, right? Because they were cut. Surely they had to be cut for a reason, but no, actually, the 12th volume is pretty solid overall. Felix the Shark is a really interesting one. I think it's really interesting that instead of trying to get away from an animatronic, it's a guy trying to find an animatronic. I like this sort of mystery approach that we're going with this. This feels like it could have been a much longer story than it was. This one feels like it could have been an entire novel in of itself, and honestly, I probably wouldn't have been too upset about it. Would I read it? Probably not, but if I was forced to read it for a class, I might like it. I like the approach with this one. It feels very different, and it's kind of an interesting tone. I like Felix the Shark. It's just it doesn't stand out to me in any meaningful way, but I think that everything that it tries to do, it does it pretty well. So that puts it up pretty high, actually. Speaking of stories that feel tonally pretty different, Find Player 2. This one might be one of the least FNAF stories in the entire collection, and it is absolutely wild to me that this was the intended ending of the series. Find Player 2 is by all means technically the last Fazbear Frights story, which is insane. That's crazy. I refuse to believe this, but it's true. Is this story a weaker pen pal? Yeah, but a lot of things are a weaker pen pal. I point to the wrong space. This one. Is it a weaker pen pal? Yes. Count the Ways is not a weaker pen pal. Find Player 2 is. But a lot of things are a weaker pen pal because pen pal is very strong. I think that there are a lot of things that this story has some cool ideas. Again, I like the more mystery element, and I kind of like that this one just feels like its own thing. I like that this one feels like it has almost nothing to do with FNAF, which for a lot of people is a downside, but for me it's kind of interesting. I like that towards the end of this series, they seem to feel a lot more comfortable breaking the rules. In the early books, it felt like they were trying to go through a checklist where they're okay, animatronic and pizza and Freddy's and whatever. And they were trying really hard to make every story feel like FNAF. And honestly, I kind of like that they started to go off the rails a little bit. I kind of like these more experimental stories. I like Find Player 2 because it feels like an interesting kind of direction. I feel like I'd rather have these bigger ranges of stories than be super concerned if every story feels like FNAF, You want a story that feels like FNAF, though? You're the Band. This one, you want a FNAF story? There you go. That's FNAF. There you go. Like I said, You're the Band feels like the most self-indulgent of all of these stories. It feels like somebody was told, write a FNAF short story, and they were like, okay, and then they wrote You're the Band. This one has literally everything that you could possibly want out of a Five Nights at Freddy's short story, and it's super self-indulgent about it, but honestly, I kind of love that. I like a story that knows what it's trying to do, and it does it. This one feels way more like a satisfactory ending to the series. Find Player 2 is really interesting just sort of as an exercise. I think that You're the Band makes way more sense as an conclusion. English is a good language. You're the Band is a great conclusion. It gives you everything that you could have possibly ever wanted. It gives you Michael Afton moment, or possibly Mike Schmidt. I don't know if there's supposed to be different people in this universe, but that's really besides the point. It gives you one of them. So, you got to take your wins where you can get them, I guess. I like You're the Band. Round of the top 10, we're going to start putting them on Gutsfish so that everybody knows that these are the special ones. Okay, starting off with number 10, The New Kid. I like this one. This one is, I think, the longest story in the entire collection, as far as I'm aware. I don't remember, that might be wrong, but I think this one's the longest. And you'd think that would cause a drag problem, because God knows all these other stories have it. It kind of doesn't, though. Does it have slower moments? Yes. Do I think that there are certain scenes that could probably be cut out? Yes. But, I think that The New Kid is actually extremely solid all the way through. I feel like it has an interesting idea. It has enough sort of like mystery, suspense elements. It has horror elements. It kind of has everything that you could have possibly wanted. I actually really like this one, and I like the ending. I like the ending a lot. I like that we have this sort of reread value to it. A lot of the other stories don't really have a point in rereading them. There's a point in rereading The New Kid, because, the information that this is actually like a bizarre, like, ghost time loop situation kind of adds a new angle. That's really interesting. I think that this one gives me one of the most, like, unique sort of approaches to the ghosts or whatever, or like the haunted animatronics. New Kid gives you a good look at that in a way that doesn't feel super repetitive. A step closer. What is that adding? What does this mean? But The New Kid, I like The New Kid. It also, like, cohesive characters and cohesive character relationships, and, like, I don't know. I think that The New Kid does what it set out to do pretty well. And I think that it's fun to read. It's a fun story. It does drag. Of course, it drags. Every story drags. Just assume that all of these drag unless I say otherwise. But I dropped my space. Basically, I like The New Kid. Number 9 is The Real Jake. I've said my piece on The Real Jake. I'm not going to repeat myself. But, weird, like, identity issues about the story aside, I think that this one is really great for how it breaks the mold. I think it's interesting that this one takes a completely different approach. It's not scary. It's not really FNAF. It's kind of a different thing entirely. And I like that. I think it's a fairly well-written story, if just a little shitty with the exposition, but honestly, aren't all of them. It sounds like I don't really have a lot to say, but that's because most of the things that I do have to say about the story I already said. All of those things aside, this one does work. It does work. It feels like one of the more mature stories in the entire collection, which is good, because as a 21-year-old, sometimes I need that. So, and number 8, it's The Cliffs. It's probably a good thing to have The Cliffs and The Real Jake right next to each other, because both of these stories I like for the same reason, which is I like the change in pace. I like that we're sort of slowing down. I like that we're going for a more, like, somber kind of tone than whatever these are. I like the more languid pace that The Cliffs does. I think that The Cliffs does what Coming Home wasn't necessarily able to, where I think it does establish that atmosphere really well, and I think that it fills the space more than Coming Home does. Coming Home feels like a big empty house with no furniture. The Cliffs feels like a big house with some furniture. Does that make any sense? I like The Cliffs. I don't like it so much that it's making it to the top 5, but I like where we're going. I like the spirit about it, and I don't know. Sometimes you need a break from 20 different stories about kids getting chased by animatronics. Sometimes you need a story where Freddy Fazbear tells a guy to kill himself. And the Cliss is good for that. So, number 7, surprisingly, Jump for Tickets. I didn't think about that when I first read this story. Like, when I first read Jump for Tickets and you asked me where do you think this would end up, I would say probably in the middle. I was not expecting it to end up at top 10. But here we are. Jump for Tickets? Surprisingly good. Like, it's kind of an interesting idea, and I feel like it stays focused on that idea. It doesn't feel like it's constantly taking these insane detours. Fetch feels like it's like, okay, there's a story about an animatronic dog that like brings you things, but also here's this kid in science class, and also here's this girl that he likes, and also blah, 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 whatever. Jump for Tickets, there's one thing that goes on. This kid hates this fucking machine, and that's it. And I think there's a lot of really interesting writing things that happen in this story. I think that this story has interesting choices in terms of the pacing here. This one, it when it has these moments where it like slows way down and you're just like stuck in this machine with this kid for like 5 straight pages, that doesn't feel like, oh my god, it's dragging, as much as it feels like an intentional like honing in on one specific moment and dragging it out specifically because it is this like very agonizing thing, you know. I think it works really well. Does it have its problems? Absolutely, of course it has its problems. It's steamrolled exposition, and it has really shitty dialogue sometimes, and this kid keeps saying squeaker like it's a slur. I don't know. It's a weird story, but I think it definitely has its moments. And I really like the ending. It's a crazy idea that is executed really well. Jump for Ticket's pretty good. Number 6, and just barely making it out of the top 5, we got Sergio's Lucky Day. AI psychosis story. This is one of the only stories that I feel like takes advantage of the like point of view, which is crazy because we had 37 other stories and I really wish that they would do it in at least one of them, but no, whatever. I guess we can't have nice things. Sergio's Lucky Day is really, really interesting, and how it uses this limited protagonist is really interesting. How the like warping of reality is conveyed to us through that. You know, the balloon boy is being really sycophantic with him, and the narrator is being really sycophantic with him. Like, I think that's really interesting. That's an interesting choice. It's a choice, which I feel like a lot of the other stories are not making choices. This one makes a choice, and the ending is awesome. You know, this is one of my favorite endings of the entire series. The ending of this one is just, it's so good. It's so good. All right, nothing is ever replicating the feeling of when I read the ending of Sergio's Lucky Day for the first time. It felt like crack cocaine. Okay, I think that, the ending's so good. It's so good. Like, honestly, me trying to convey the ending to you probably didn't even work. You really just gotta read it, which is a problem because a lot of this story is very slow. You know, this story is really pushing it by being up this high because the pacing on this one is so bad. This has so many scenes where essentially nothing happens. And it is very similar to, where'd it go? To Be Beautiful. It is very similar to Be Beautiful in the sense that it's also this like guy that gets all the things that he wants, and it's really, really great for like 70 pages where nothing happens and then the scary thing happens. But in the case of, you know, To Be Beautiful, I feel like I'm more affected by what happens to this guy because like in To Be Beautiful, it's like this kid has something happen to her. You know, this big scary robot tricked her. Oh no. In Sergio's Lucky Day, he wasn't tricked. He chose to do this shit. You know, what's scary about Sergio's Lucky Day is not necessarily like the situation itself, even though it totally is, you know, bleeding out guts on the carpet is crazy, but it's also the fact that he, first of all, did this willingly, and second of all, still thinks it's a good idea. You know, I think that's really interesting. This one is exciting to me. I'm excited about Sergio's Lucky Day. Mostly just the ending, though. Again, the crazy pacing. This story takes forever to get where it's going, but once it gets there, it's actually really good. So, and we're getting into the top 5 with Sea Bonnies. Did you know that this one's actually really unpopular? Like really unpopular. You know, I've seen this one ranked really low for a lot of people, and I don't know why. This one, you know, when I said that if there wasn't a pacing problem, I'd tell you, there's no pacing problem here. You know, all of these other stories have such a problem of getting to the fucking point, and this one just does. This one introduces a threat, and then it like introduces new levels to that threat. It feels like it is like elevated throughout the story. There are stakes that are built upon. The character is endearing. It's like we got the formula right for like one glorious moment and then we moved on. The only problem is that the concept just isn't that cool. You know, if we had the writing, the writing capabilities, the writing talent combined with like a cooler concept, like what's one of these that I like the concept? I don't know, Gumdrop Angel. Okay, if we like merge these two together, where it's like we had the writing capabilities of Gumdrop Angel and the cool idea. No, the writing Sea Bonnies and the concept of Gumdrop Angel. Okay, if we like combine these in a blender, we might be getting somewhere. You know, I think that Sea Bonnies is super effective in the sense that it is a story that makes sense. It is a story that feels like it follows narrative arcs. And, you know, it has like a plot that gets more tense as we move on. Wow. I don't know why this is so hard to replicate, and I don't know why people don't like this, because I think it's one of the best executed stories of the entire collection. That's all. Number 4 is What We Found. This one's really, really popular, and people want this to be canon so fucking bad. And honestly, it might be. You know, the ending of the FNAF 2 movie, What We Found being canon is more likely than you think. This one has some of the most solid character writing in the entire story. This is one of the only characters in the entire collection where it feels like he makes any sense whatsoever. A lot of these other stories love lingering on the protagonist's backstory and whatever, and a lot of the time it just feels like hot air. It feels like in Dance With Me when we get a bunch of lore about this girl's family. It doesn't really affect anything to me, but with What We Found, it does. This is a torment nexus type story, okay? This kid is put through the fucking ringer, and I think it's good that we're in his head that much, you know? I think that the story about a kid being put through the fucking ringer is made better by knowing that kid really well. And it's tense, it's a tense story, it's very FNAF, if that's a thing that you like. That's really what I have to say about What We Found. Like, it's just solid all around. I kind of have nothing really bad to say about it. Also, it doesn't really have the pacing problem. The pacing in What We Found is pretty good. Again, but this makes it very unique. But I like the pacing. I think it has an idea and it executes as well. It has, we're gonna have this kid be scared shitless by Springtrap, and he is scared shitless by Springtrap, and that's the story. I can't argue with that. Okay, so before we get to the top 3, I need y'all to know that these 3 are more or less interchangeable for me. It really just depends on the kind of thing that I'm looking for at the moment. All 3 of these, I think, are the best of different categories, and I wouldn't be mad at any of these being in the top spot, honestly. But just for semantics' sake, I have arranged them into 3, 2, 1. Just know that it really doesn't matter, and that any one of these could be number 1, any one of these could be number 3. Yeah, that being said, my beloved, The Breaking Wheel at number 3. I love this one. Like, the only reason I have it at number 3, again, I was like really like picking straws here. Is that a phrase? I was really like grasping at straws here. That's the word I was looking for. I was really grasping at straws to figure out like why I think Shirt and Story should be in first, second, or third place. And the reason is that for this one, again, it feels like it's only really cool for about like 10 pages. You know, the rest of the story with all the build up is a little slow, and it does have the repetition issue where it just like keeps giving you the same information over and over and over again because it feels like it doesn't trust you to just know it. And yeah, but this one's so fun though, right? Like I get so excited talking about this one because it is such a fun concept. This is exactly what I wanted going into these collections, where I wanted a crazy ass robot horror story. Here you go. You know, I think that the concept for this one is just so fun. The ending is so fun. It's got some insane ass body horror in it. It's got crazy gore sequences. It's such a riot. I love this one. This one never fails to just like be a good time. You know, if I want a crazy ass gore story, I'm going to go to that. I'm not going to go Together Forever. What is it? I can't get a story about the guy being twisted into animatronic. I can't get that anywhere else. This one's really fun. And honestly, you know, out of all of these, I would say you probably should just read this one. You know, when I was talking about Room for One More and I said I don't think you'd really get anything out of actually reading the story, this one you would. You should read this one. It's so fun. I almost knocked over my stupid little whale. It's so fun. So The Breaking Wheel is kind of the best of the just like insane ass concept stories. And so what are my other categories, right? If we have, you know, let's break these down. So The Breaking Wheel, like I said, it's just an insane, super fun concept story with a crazy ass gory ending. This is the category that things like Sergio's Lucky Day and arguably Jump for Tickets, Together Forever, a lot of other ones, but I'm blanking at the moment. Gumdrop Angel is definitely one of these. To Be Beautiful, He Told Me Everything, Kids at Play. Like these kinds of stories where it's just like one really cool idea that I'm not getting anywhere else. That's The Breaking Wheel. Okay, The Breaking Wheel is the best of that category. Now, Me When I Get You. What is the best Me When I Get You story? Because I keep harping on about these, about how I don't like the sort of ambiguous threat, and I don't like these just stories about, oh, I'm gonna get you, and then that's the entire threat. I've made it no secret that I do not like those stories. But I think they can be done well, and I think there's one example of it working on full cylinders, and it's Out of Stock. Out of Stock Supremacy. Okay, this story is it's to the point. It's a story about a kid being chased by a little animatronic bunny. That's it. And that's all it needs to be. I feel like this one has a good sense of pacing. I feel like this one is a fun little chase sequence. It's like extremely to the point, but that's what makes it good. It feels like it's not trying to be anything spectacular, and it's not trying to do anything crazy. It's not whatever. I like that this one is just like, we're going to have a story about a kid being chased by an animatronic bunny. That's it. And also the comic for this one is so fucking good. This is something that cannot be said about any of these other ones. Some of these comics are pretty okay. You know, I think that some of these other comics are fine. They're totally okay. Out of Stock is like great though. The Out of Stock comic is so fucking good. If you're going to read anything, first of all, read The Breaking Wheel, and second of all, read the Out of Stock comic. Oh, that comic is so good. I'm not really counting the comics in the ranking here, but just know that the comics are so good. So if The Breaking Wheel is the best crazy conceptual story and Out of Stock is the best Me When I Get You story, I'd say that the third category that some of these stories fall into is these sort of like genre twists, where they really kind of screw with the concept of what a Fazbear Fright story even is. I'm thinking like Coming Home and Find Player 2 and The Real Jake and these kinds of stories where it feels a lot more vague and weird. And basically number one, where's a good place to put this? The Man in Room 1280. I really like this one. I think it is a great idea. I think it's just like weird ass existential horror story. I like that this one is a little bit more weird about what its threat even is. This one's great for atmosphere. It's got just like bizarre gothic charm to it. I really like this one, even beyond all the like the lore implications that everyone always talks about, the lore and the whatever. I don't care. Lore be damned. This one's just good writing. This is good storytelling. This one is entertaining throughout. It does have a little bit of the pacing problem. Of course, it has a little bit of the pacing problem. Who doesn't? But I had a really fun time with The Man in Room 1280 that I did not have with a lot of the other stories. This one is a fun idea. I feel like I can't get this anywhere else. I feel like this one kind of speaks for itself. I really like The Man in Room 1280. I think it's one of the most like solid execution and concept. And again, it being number one kind of doesn't really mean anything. Like, I think any of these three could be number one. So don't take this too lightly or too heavily. Don't take this too seriously. All right. The Man in Room 1280 is not my like definitive number one. Some days it is The Breaking Wheel and some days it's Out of Stock. But, you know, as of right now, this one feels appropriate. This one feels appropriate to be my favorite. I don't know. I really like the minimum 1280, but we did it, Joe. We've ranked them, and now all you have to do is listen to my conclusion, because we have to sit down and ask, what the fuck was the point? Why did we do this? And then you can leave. You can go home. Because I know that's what you've been doing. You've been watching this entire video in one sitting. That's how these kinds of things work, right? Right? Why? Why did we do this? Why did we do anything? Why do we bother doing anything at all? These are the questions that Fazbear Frights has led me to think. And like throughout this whole project, I have been like trying to think of what the point is. You know, I gotta have a thesis statement, right? I gotta have a big thing to wrap up and conclude on. And like, I don't know if I have that. When I ask myself, why did I do this? The very clear answer is I need to be diagnosed with something. And that's kind of the end of it. I did this for the love of the game, honestly. I didn't really have a point I was trying to prove. I was curious. I wanted to know what the stories were like, and now I know, and I can move on with my life. But I think that there's still some interesting things to be taken from here, right? Number one is that my particular taste in horror is very specific. I think that as I was going through this whole project, and as I was like looking at the community and seeing what a lot of other people's thoughts were, it was really surprising me how much my taste in stories seemed to be really differing from the popular opinion. From what I've seen, what most people seem to think is that the first like 3, maybe 4 volumes are like the holy grail gospel, and then basically everything past that point is like sacrilege. And I don't agree personally. I feel like, you know, if there's one thing to be gotten from this video, it's these are my thoughts. Just an opinion, you know. I think that I'm not a professional writer. My thoughts are not objective. Just because I don't like a story doesn't mean that it's necessarily a terrible story. But I think it's really interesting how much people seem to just universally agree and how much I do not agree. Like, I don't think that stories like Into the Pit are like these incredible pillars of what these stories should be. I don't think so. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that have been watching this entire video that are like very familiar with the series and like screaming at their screens because I don't particularly agree with this point. And part of it might be the angle that I'm coming from here, where I didn't go into this series as like a diehard FNAF fan that just wanted to see FNAF stories. I think that's one of the big differentiating factors, is that a lot of people that go into these stories go into them wanting FNAF. And then they get disappointed when there's not FNAF, hence why a lot of the stories that have literally nothing to do with FNAF, which, by the way, occur more often as the series goes on, tend to get pushed down in terms of community rankings, because it's like, you know, if you're a FNAF fan, you're going to the Fazbear Fright stories for FNAF, supposedly, but that wasn't really one of my priorities. You know, I've explained this a couple times, but it's like, I went into these looking for a good time. Whether or not it was really Freddy related or not was really besides the point. And that's also why I wanted to look at these in terms of independent stories and not as like lore pieces, because I want to sort of divorce these from the context of FNAF, which I understand is not really the point, but it's like an angle. I don't know. I thought it would be interesting to like look at these in terms of just like, how do they work as short stories instead of how do they work as FNAF short stories? You know, I'm not saying that's like the objectively correct way to view them, but like that's how I wanted to view them. That's sort of the experience that I wanted to get out of this, and I did. So, you know, maybe you could view this entire video as just a psychoanalysis on me and what I prefer in horror, but I think that there's also just like some really interesting trends going on here that are worth noting, which brings us to the second conclusion here, that you can tell the moment that they went off the rails. Like, I think that basically everybody agrees that, like, after a certain point, the series got weird. And for me, that's a good thing. I like the weird stories, but I think that everyone does agree that it did get weird. And I think that the moment that I noticed that like something had switched was he told me everything, weirdly enough. Like, I think that all the other stories I could at least tell what they were going for, or I could see sort of the line of thought that would lead them from like point A to point B to point C. You know, a story like Fetch, do I think it diverges a lot? Do I think it has a lot of extra bits that could have been cut out? Yeah. But I at least like get the thought process right. I can like see the vision here. But with He Told Me Everything, I was like genuinely blindsided by it. Like, I wasn't expecting that. And I think that that was fascinating to me, but I understand how this could be kind of disorienting for some people. But I think that as the stories go on, it's really interesting how we seem to move away from these like tangible threats of like, oh, doll that wakes you up at night, tiny ballerinas that crawl in your skin, dog that brings you things, time travel ball pit. You know, like a lot of the earlier stories can be categorized in these very specific ways of like, okay, here's the bad guy and then here's what happens. And then we start to get to the later volumes and we start getting weird, like really, really weird stories. Sergio's Lucky Day. What exactly is going on there? Like it's not just like a guy encounters a monster that's trying to kill him. No, it's like, it's a lot stranger. You know, Kids at Play, He Told Me Everything are very great examples of this. Those stories are weird as hell. The Puppet Carver, God forbid, Pizza Kit. I think we started to move towards a lot of these more like intangible and or internal threats. Which I find really fascinating. Personally, in terms of my taste, I would much rather these stories take an insane swing and a miss than be just like, by the books, this is a Fazbear Fright story. You know, I think that that's why I don't like stories like Blackbird that just feel like, oh man, the kid feels kind of guilty about something, and then he starts getting chased by a thing that like kind of makes him confront it, sort of, kind of. And then he either dies or it gets resolved, one of the two, and then that's the story. And it's like, you know, I'm not entertained. I'm not entertained. I think it's a perfectly competent story. It makes sense, you know, the things that they set up have payoff. I can follow the thought process. I'm just not enraptured in the same way that I am by kid turning into a Kids at Play sign. You know, that's absurd. I think that I would much rather have these kinds of stories that are insane but at least entertaining than stories that are just like totally fine. Dance With Me is totally fine. I would rather watch a train wreck, you know. I would rather watch something that it at least gives me something that I'm not going to get anywhere else. I'm not going to get the breaking wheel anywhere else. I'm going to be able to find 20 different stories that remind me of like, what's one of the like hide and seek. I'm sure I could find something else like that. Like, it doesn't give me any sort of like insane idea. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just a preference thing. You know, obviously in an ideal world, these stories would be both competent and interesting, but often you have to pick between one of the two in terms of these stories. Either you have these absurd stories that take these ridiculous left turn endings that slap you in the face with something crazy, or you have these stories that like make sense, but then they're just kind of like a normal drive through the park, you know. I get it, you know, I've seen it, and those are really your two choices, which I don't love that those are our two choices, but those are our two choices. But like, that's all to say, I don't think that this is like a complete waste of time, obviously. I think that there are a lot of stories that like really did stand out to me, and I think that, you know, my life is better having read The Breaking Wheel. I think that was enough of a good time to where I consider it worth my time having read it. You know, I think that when it comes to the question of like, should you read the Fazbear Frights? And honestly, at this point, if you've sat through this long of the video, it's like, I guess, if you for some reason haven't read the stories and you've gotten this far, at this point, I would say just go through the ones that seem interesting to you. You know, I basically spoiled every single one of them. So like, I don't know, if you were kind of compelled by one of them, I'd say, yeah, they're all fast enough reads. I was able to read like 2 volumes in a day when I was reading these, you know. They're very quick. If that's one good thing about the fact that they're probably definitely written for children, is that they're fast. You can read them pretty quickly. They're not that big of a waste of time. But I also think it's interesting because weirdly enough, like, in terms of just FNAF as a franchise, it seems like Fazbear Frights might be the North Star going forward. You know, I think that obviously it makes sense that, like, when you have a franchise that's been going on this long and you need new ideas for things, you have an entire, like, 2 series of short stories that you could pull ideas from. But, like, it's happening a lot, right? We have the Into the Pit game, obviously, which, like, you know, I'm sure we're going to get more of those probably. Prankster game when. But there's that. There's also Secret of the Mimic, which is, I don't know if the Pizzaplex story came out first and then the game was based on the Pizzaplex story, or if the Pizzaplex story was being, like, developed at the same time as the game. I don't know, but basically the Pizzaplex story Secret of the Mimic, or The Mimic, I think is what it was called. I don't know, I haven't read it, but the Pizzaplex story The Mimic came out first, and then there was the Secret of the Mimic game. Connections, okay? I arguably what we found might be canon. I don't know, if you squint hard enough at the end of the second movie, maybe it's true. I don't know, but basically, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that we're seeing a connection here. In my brain, You're the Band as a soft launch for the movie plot. You know, I think that it would be really interesting to see some of these sort of tied together into something else. But then at the same time, it's like, I don't know if a lot of these really need it. You know, I think that something like Into the Pit, I guess, makes sense for a game because it is one of the more involved concepts. I don't know if we need, like, what's a weird one? What would be a weird game? The Cliffs. But whether or not we're ever going to get the Cliffs on our PlayStations anytime soon, I think that, I don't know, these stories are interesting. I think that they're worth your time if you're interested. I don't think that a lot of these are the kind of thing where I'm like, you have to read this. You have to. It will change your life. I don't think it's going to change your life, but it's at least fun. You know, I think that it offers some kind of interesting insights, and if anything, it's just kind of an exercise in somebody spinning the wheels so hard that you kind of start coming up with new ideas that maybe are a little off the rails, but, like, I don't know. I think it's really interesting just to see this series, like, have a very specific vision where they're like, okay, FNAF short story, and then at some point we, like, kind of lost the plot, and then kid turning into a Kids at Play sign. Like, you're not gonna get a story like Kids at Play if you haven't run out of ideas. And I mean that in a fully complimentary way, because frankly, I love the concept for that story. I think it's insane. But on a completely unrelated note, I really like Riverdale. I feel like that's important to mention. I think Riverdale is one of the greatest things ever put on TV. And if you're hearing that statement and you're like, what are you talking about? That show's garbage. Question number 1, did you stop at season 1? Question number 2, did you stop at season 2? Because if either of these things are true, you need to give it a chance. Okay, you haven't even got to the Gargoyle King. The Gargoyle King is fine cinema. You don't understand. Nobody gets the vision for this show. There was a vision. There's a vision, and it's lesbian witch beams. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. Anyway, I like insanity. I like insanity plots that make no sense. Okay, I love things that are just, like, entertaining for the sake of it, and I think that some of these later Fazbear Fright stories honestly kind of are. You know, I think that some of the later Fazbear Fright stories are just an exercise in, like, we need to come up with something, and something is fourth wall breaking story in which FNAF fangirl solves a real life murder and keeps going. This is just like FNAF for real. You're not coming up with that unless you've already, like, ran the well dry, okay? It's interesting, and that's just my thing. My personal preference is that I love weird-ass body horror stories, and I love stories that take absurd turns in the name of insanity rather than following a coherent plot. You know, again, in an ideal world, they would be both good and entertaining, but if I only have to pick one, I'd rather they be entertaining. I don't know. That's just me. I don't really know what note to end this on. Sorry you had to listen to me for, 7 hours at this point? I really am not sure what the final cut of this is going to be, but, sorry. My bad. What are some closing sentiments? Follow me on Instagram if you want to see art that has absolutely nothing to do with FNAF. I'm never going to post about FNAF again, frankly, unless something else crazy happens, but
you know, I don't plan on anytime soon. I make zines. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm done with that. Enough of that. I'll see you in 3 years when I upload again.